In the pathway leading to the arena, the undying guard Dylan and Elder C. Fan Chi stood. Elder C. Fan Chi, when the battle starts. Dylan looked at the elder beside. No matter what, you must protect His Majesty's life. I know. The elder said seriously, I will be very careful. The moment the victor is determined, I will immediately stop the battle and guarantee His Majesty's safety. Dylan's expression was serious, turning to look at the calm Luo Feng. The Grandmaster made me protect you. I definitely cannot slip up. Absolutely, Dylan muttered. For this battle, just this enormous arena with 3 levels filled with standing silhouettes, and the distant floating ones in the air, including the gold horn race people around, there were over 1 billion of them. Just the Undyings alone were over 1,000, with quite a few Emperor-level Undyings too. No matter what, during the most crucial time, we have to protect Bei Chuang. And that human's life. We cannot have any bad things occur from this. Everybody do your best. All the Undyings were thinking alike. However, none of the Undyings around dared to say they had a 100 guarantee. Because Luo Feng and Bei Chuang were both spirit readers, and the thing that determined their victory was either themselves physically or their spirit. Weapons piercing through the opponent and piercing through the body. By this time, one could already have lost his life. Of course, Luo Feng was but a genius of humanity, dying in these sorts of public matches. Humanity's side wouldn't be dissatisfied. However, the relationship between the 2 races wouldn't be affected by a little genius that was simply like another small ant. Silence, a voice engulfed their entire land and skies. The sounds of over 1 billion clansmen immediately quiet down. However, they were all still extremely passionate, all staring at the arena. This battle. On one side we have our genius Bei Chuang, and on the other we have the genius Luo Feng. The booming voice resounded like thunder. The rules are simple. If one side admits defeat or is defeated, the battle ends right. Now the battle of Bei Chuang and Luo Feng will begin. His voice echoed throughout. Over 1 billion gold horn race people stared at the stage and held their breaths. Standing in the stage, the silver-armored Luo Feng and green-armored Bei Chuang stared at each other. Gold horn race, Bei Chuang. The youth Bei Chuang shouted loudly. Human, Luo Feng stared at his opponent. Hoo. The 2 of them had about 10 kilometers between them. They simultaneously rose into the air and floated there on their backs. Each, a dark golden long rod appeared, and flying spirit weapons appeared below them. You use the Nanshan armament too, Bei Chuang snorted at Luo Feng. Our gold horn race's Shi Luo duo is the true creator of the Nanshan armament. Then we'll just have to see who uses it better, Luo Feng said coldly. All right. Bei Chuang's gaze grew fierce. Rumble. The dark golden long rod on his back shot out countless gold lights. Luo Feng's gaze was like lightning, staring at his opponent. His long rod behind shot out countless golden lights as well. Instantly, the blade silhouettes floated and interweaved with gold origin law threads through the combination of space and gold laws. His spirit energy fused with the laws and formed a world blade world. That human genius uses the Nanshan armament too. They are both using Nanshan armament level 6, blade world. Bei Chuang's world seems to be bigger. Over 1 billion gold horn race clansmen were discussing softly, watching excitedly. Rumble. The 2 blade worlds had just formed and immediately clashed. The worlds clashed, causing the ground to tremor. Countless blade energies crumbled, the blade world that Luo Feng controlled had tears in it, almost like it was about to break apart. It's about to break. The human genius is inferior. Bei Chuang is about to win. The Gold Horn race people were incredibly excited. He is indeed a genius that the elder Si Fan Chi had deemed powerful enough to pass the Heavenly Bridge's 9th level. His blade world is obviously stronger than mine. Luo Feng roared and immediately raised his spirit energy amplitude to over 3,200 up to his max, causing the shaky blade world to instantly become steady and stronger than before. Rumble, rumble. The two blade worlds clashed again, and each clash shook the entire space. About his blade world has suddenly reached perfection. Bei Chuang's expression changed. The blade world was separated into 3 levels as one's comprehension grew higher. The first step was making the blade world grow more and more steady, reaching a final level of perfection. Normally it required being able to pass the 9th level of the Heavenly Bridge to be able to have the blade world in its most steady form. Even after Luo Feng's 50 years of training, his origin law comprehension was only about the pinnacle of the 7th level. It couldn't be helped. With over 3,200 spirit energy amplitude, it made his spirit energy usage raise by over 32 times. It also allowed his control of the blade world to instantly reach that of passing the 9th level, while others only had 1. I have 32 people to control the world. Even if my comprehension is lower, I can still reach that level. Human genius. If he couldn't reach this level, that'd be weird, Bei Chuang thought, his lips curling into a smile, his eyes gleaming with light like never before seen. Then let's see who's stronger. Blade world. Condense. Bei Chuang gritted his teeth. The two blade worlds were initially clashing, however Bei Chuang's world suddenly shrank more and more. Similarly, its density grew higher and higher, finally forming a huge 10 m long crystal-like blade that covered his body. The 10 m long blade had completely encompassed the blade world within. Without any wastage of energy, it was condensed extremely well. This was the 3rd level of the blade world. Condense, Luo Feng roared. With over 3,200 spirit energy amplitude, immediately the vast world with 10 kilometers diameter shrank and instantly formed the 10 m long crystal blade. He stood within the blade. You will lose, Bei Chuang roared. Bring it. Luo Feng only had his opponent in his eyes. Who? With the two of them using their crystal blades and controlling them, they left behind a gold rainbow as they rushed towards each other and clashed. Bei Chuang's crystal blade was fast as lightning, unpredictable and ferocious. Luo Feng's blade was like an all-encompassing power, piercing and straightforward. The two had completely different styles. Rumble, 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 rumble. The two blades that were filled with the blade world energy were fast and terrifying. Every clash was like two absolute swordsmen exchanging attacks. Ka. Luo Feng looked up fiercely and discovered that his crystal blade had tears at the top. He couldn't help but feel shocked in this level of clash. His crystal blade was no longer as stable as before, it was about to crumble. He's about to win. That human genius's blade world blade is about to crumble. Haha, he's bound to win now. Bei Chuang hasn't even unleashed his strongest move, he's already mastered the special move within the blade world. Space Tremor blade work. The moment he unleashes it, that human genius will definitely lose even more. Humph, It goes without saying that our gold horn race is the true birthplace of the Nanshan armament, with countless techniques for the weapon that human using the Nanshan armament will definitely lose. Sturdiness doesn't last, such a simple logic, do you not know it? Bei Chuang roared, what a disappointment, the human genius actually only has such little power. I haven't even used 70 of my strength. Watch my strongest move. Space Tremor Blade. Ong. The crystal blade that Bei Chuang controlled triggered the power of the land and skies. Its speed grew and instantly rushed at Luo Feng. What exquisite control! Luo Feng was shocked. He had only acquired the Nanshan armament and knew a few basic ways to control it. How to unleash the greatest strength of each level was all based on his own comprehension. However, within the Gold Horn race, the 9 levels of the Nanshan armament, every level had the fitting techniques. These techniques were created by the generations of Gold Horn race. They required a certain level of origin law comprehension to unleash one person's created battle techniques. How could it compete with countless techniques created by generations of geniuses from the Gold Horn race? Rumble. The crystal blade Bei Chuang controlled already created a blur of images. The surrounding space warped and was engulfed within the blade. Its power was utterly terrifying. Natural ability strengthened. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed within his internal world. The enormous golden horned beast raised its head. A gold glaring light shot out from its gold horn on its forehead. It engulfed its entire body, and the natural ability was triggered. His consciousness strength instantly doubled. Blood warrior, blood river energy, trigger. Luo Feng seemed like he was in madness. Against his opponent's overwhelming Nanshan armament, Luo Feng had unleashed his natural ability of strengthening and his earth body's blood river energy. Having absorbed 3 blood river crystals, it made his earth body's law fusion double, strengthening the power of his crystal blade. Since using the natural ability strengthen, and his consciousness increased, his control of the crystal blade also rose. Quadruple the power. The crystal blade Luo Feng controlled connected with the universe space and grew even more terrifying. Its speed increased and its rush was even more powerful than before. Gold, strong and solid like the sun, piercing and invincible. Break. Luo Feng's eyes were bloodshot. Space Tremor Blade Bei Chuang's crystal blade too pierced through kilometers of distance and reached Luo Feng. Rumble. It was like 2 trains clashing head-on. Like Mars clashing into Earth. Bei Chuang's crystal blade began to split apart, and with a rumble, the incredibly condensed blade world exploded open. Large amounts of little blades scattering throughout. Luo Feng's crystal blade, however, was dominating, rushing forward, piercing straight at Bei Chuang's body. Rumble. Bei Chuang was completely knocked tens of kilometers back, smashing into the side walls of the arena before falling down. Through the crystal blade he controlled, Luo Feng looked at Bei Chuang. That final hit on his body, he obviously felt a powerful force blocking. Even though it seemed like he flew far, in truth, the overwhelming life-threatening force was over 90 reduced, otherwise Bei Chuang would have been reduced to a mess. At the crucial time, it should have been an undying that saved him. Luo Feng thought it was good too. When he unleashed his moves, he didn't hold back at all. It was silent. When Luo Feng floated in mid-air above the arena in his crystal blade, over 1 billion Gold Horn race clansmen were silent. They had lost. From the start of the battle, the Gold Horn race's Bei Chuang had always seemed on top. Even towards the end, he was still very confident as he unleashed his strongest move, using the World Crystal Blade to unleash Space Tremor Blade to cleanly defeat Luo Feng. However, the outcome was flipped. The human genius suddenly rose in strength and completely destroyed Bei Chuang. How could this be? How did he suddenly lose? Just countless Gold Horn race clansmen couldn't accept the result. And the host of the match once again spoke with his booming voice. This battle, the human genius Luo Feng wins. After hearing the result, Luo Feng couldn't be bothered to go check on the injured Bei Chuang. He swiftly flew back through the pathway. Congratulations, Your Majesty, Dylan smiled. Your Majesty, Luo Feng's strength is really out of the ordinary. You've been in the domain Lord level 9 for such a short time, and you are already able to defeat our genius Bei Chuang. Elder Si Fan Chi congratulated him. However, from his tone of voice, one could feel he wasn't completely happy. Let's hurry and go. In Luo Feng's ears, he could hear the over 1 billion Gold Horn race clansmen all shouting, discussing, cursing, and even all sorts of challenges. Many of the youths shouted, Human Luo Feng, I challenge you, Human Luo Feng, accept my challenge, accept my Bossy Was challenge. The challenges, the cursing, all sorts of noises seemed to almost tear apart the skies. We have to leave immediately, Dylan nodded. They are too passionate. Luo Feng shook his head and laughed. The normal people of the race highly wished for a victory. Bei Chuang's defeat will indeed rile them up with dissatisfaction. Elder Si Fanchi shook his head and sighed. However, they are normal civilians, and their perspectives are narrow. They cannot see the true difference between the human race and our Gold Horn race. Just the victory of a genius battle alone has no use in the face of our entire race's survival. However, as it unites our people, even though we know it's useless, we still have to support it. Luo Feng nodded. Your Majesty, Luo Feng, let's leave from the back, Elder Si Fanchi said. Luo Feng, the Elder, Kashna, Dylan, and the 5-sector Lord Guards secretly followed a back path leaving the arena. However, the moment they stepped out, they encountered another group of youths blocking their paths. Human Luo Feng, please accept my challenge. Human genius I Chi Nua issue you a challenge. The group of Gold Horn race youths were incredibly passionate. Let's go, Luo Feng frowned. Right, Dylan nodded. Relax, it's no problem. The elder used his undying energy to suppress the group of youths and their pestering. So, Luo Feng's group swiftly tore through the skies and headed towards the city. The city was incredibly vast. There was another city within the sacred city. The Sacred Land. The Sacred Land was the most sacred place within the entire Laos world. There were some training quarters within, specially prepared for the warriors of the Gold Horn race. One was called the Technique Tower, and another was the Sacred Tablet Tower. In terms of importance, naturally the Tablet Tower was higher. Look, Elder Si Fan Chi pointed into the distance at a white tower over 100 km tall. That is the Technique Tower, where the countless techniques written by our warriors are placed in there. You can read a summary of the many techniques. Summary. Luo Feng was stunned. Right, the elder nodded. There are countless techniques in there in order to help the later generations make the best choice. We've placed a summary of each of the manuals in there with basic details and information about it. That way, the reader could read through it and get an understanding of what they would be training and their procedures as for the precise training techniques, etc. It's not in there. Luo Feng nodded. Only once the person has confirmed the book and sent a request will he be given the true manual. The elder smiled. After all, we've accumulated manuals over countless years, and their worth is immeasurable. If we placed all the manuals in there, it would very quickly attract powerful races coming in to steal them, and right now, with only the summaries and no training methods, it's very safe. Luo Feng understood the reasoning. The other sacred tablet tower is where the tablet is stored. The elder pointed at the other gold tower. Your Majesty has the chance to study the tablet alone. You'll be entering that tower. Look. The entire sacred land is a city within the city. The elder pointed around. There were quite ancient living quarters about without any fancy decorations. They were all made simple and looked ancient. With a glance, large amounts of them gave off a very special ancient feeling. The pathways were filled with many warriors, slovenly in dress and manner, all pensive and lost in their thoughts. The entire sacred land didn't have any entertainment construct or restaurants. This was a type of training atmosphere. To own a place in the sacred land to train, one either has to be an incredibly respected and powerful warrior, or be an absolute genius, or a person the doyens respect. The elder exclaimed. The ones training in this sacred land are the future hopes of our Gold Horn race. Your Majesty, our Gold Horn race has prepared a place for you to stay. The elder smiled. Please follow me. After a while, an ancient training quarters soon appeared within sight. Luo Feng and his group stood before it as the elder pointed at the building. This is already considered a huge space within the sacred land. Your Majesty can put your guards in here, and even after a month of studying the tablet, you can stay here and slowly absorb the wonders of the tablet. Your Majesty. Luo Feng outside the quarters, a black-armored gold horn race man bowed respectfully. From today on, this space will be your living quarters. You can stay as long as you want. Luo Feng smiled and nodded. You 5 can rest here. Luo Feng ordered his 5 sector lord guards. Yes, Your Majesty. The 5 bowed respectfully. Dylan, follow me to check out the tablet. Luo Feng smiled. Luo Feng brought Dylan, Elder Si Fan Chi, and Kashna, and walked over 100 kilometers. Arriving before the majestic sacred tablet tower, he looked up at the completely golden tower that was over 100 kilometers tall. Human Luo Feng. A deep voice resounded within his consciousness. I am the guardian of the sacred tablet. You have a month to study the sacred tablet alone. Will you begin now? Right now. Luo Feng nodded. Okay. The sacred tablet guardian immediately interrupted the group of Gold Horn race clansmen studying the tablet and chased them out of the tower. Some of them didn't even finish using their study time. However, due to their being a human, they would all have to wait a month before they could continue. Human genius. Look, he's over there. I was studying well and was actually interrupted. I still have 3 more days. Now, I'll have to wait a whole month before I get to finish it. Seriously. It had to be a human. Tens of Gold Horn race clansmen walked out of the tower and glanced at Luo Feng, communicating amongst themselves. However, they didn't dare stir any trouble, chatting a while before leaving. Dylan, you can all go back first. I'll go study the sacred tablet and come out in a month, Luo Feng said, and headed in. The moment he entered the tower, he felt a bone-chilling cold. By simply breathing, he could feel the cold temperature permeate deep into his body. Human Luo Feng, I am the sacred tablet guardian, you can call me Guardian A. Dark red-skinned man completely covered in an exquisite black armor revealing only his purple eyes through his helmet, he stood there giving off an incredibly terrifying piercing energy. Beside him was a 3 m tall huge blade that was stuck in the ground. It gave Luo Feng a formless pressure. That didn't seem weaker than true Yan Emperor. Guardian, Luo Feng bowed. Enter, the Guardian said solemnly. Luo Feng nodded. He headed straight through the black pathway and proceeded very quickly. He entered an incredibly vast hall. Looking up, he could even see the roof of the over 100 kilometers tall tower. Obviously the entire tower only had one level, and within this vast hall, there was a majestic crystal sacred tablet. The entire tablet was 300 m tall, 100 m wide and 50 m thick. It was made of a completely dark green crystal body, and it gave off an energy that made one hold his breath simultaneously. There was a hole right in the center of it. The hole was about 30 centimeters in diameter, with a depth of 1 m. It was a round conical hole. It's different from the 52 primal chaos tablets of humanity. Firstly, the material is different and the feeling is different too. Luo Feng stood before it and saw the 300 m tall green crystal tablet. On it was a peculiar demon picture, a human-shaped demon howling picture. The entire crystal tablet has only this one picture, and the center actually has a conical hole. Luo Feng muttered to himself. He didn't think much more after that and began to examine the tablet. The moment he focused on it, his consciousness couldn't help but get sucked into that demon picture. Rumble, his consciousness was sucked into one of the wings of that demon picture. It was like looking at a vast endless space, and in it the stars were aligning. Luo Feng just had some comprehension. At this point his internal world, which had been stuck at the domain lord pinnacle level, seemed to have been affected by something. Suddenly it began to tremor. Luo Feng was shocked. He immediately pulled himself out of his immersion in the tablet, understanding instantly what was happening. My internal world is evolving and breaking through to the sector lord level. Internal world. The metal continent, which originally had an area of 900,000 kilometers, began to madly swallow up the endless gold mist surrounding the place. It also swallowed up the mist above the continent, the mist that engulfed the entire world. The evolution was different from before. The vast metal continent didn't expand after it swallowed up the gold mist, instead it shrank. Chi. The more it swallowed up the gold mist, the more the continent itself shrank. The entire world, however, grew bigger. At this time, the internal world's diameter was more than 10 times bigger than before, and the vast continent that had an area of 900,000 kilometers, however, was constantly shrinking, finally becoming a deep abyss surrounded by golden mountains. Dual world pool form. Rumble. The dual world pool stopped in the space above the continent, as complex engravings filled the entire deep abyss within the dual world pool. This was much more complex than the beast god howling engraving from the blood river. Energy within the mountain range gathered countless gold spots of light. These spots were the essences of the countless amounts of gold mist absorbed earlier from the 900,000 kilometers metal continent. At this time, the blur of gold lights revolved about like a nebula. Goldhorn world stone, gather. Luo Feng's consciousness was extremely powerful, controlling this entire process directly. Rumble. The nebula of gold lights instantly gathered into one body and became a gold, tower-like shaped gold stone that was only the size of a finger. This stone floated within the dual world pool. However, it caused the entire space around it to ripple, eventually shaking the entire internal world. Gold Horn World Stone. A golden horned beast can only produce this one gold Horn World Stone in its entire life. It's a stone that's formed from the internal world's essence. It contains gold and space, a true treasure, Luo Feng exclaimed. The Gold Horn World Stone was the golden horned beast's most important treasure. After breaking through from Domain Lord to Sector Lord level, its internal world isn't purely gold energy anymore, but a very normal internal world that could have rivers, mountains, and even life within. Hence the ferocious gold energy that was filled with offensive power forms a dual world pool. And the energy of that dual world pool was within that Gold Horn World Stone. As the internal world changes, Luo Feng's earth body core began to undergo change too. Rumble. His soul and genetic energy crystals began to melt into a liquid under a formless energy. The two began to interweave, and as the spirit energy and genetic energy made contact, it fused both his consciousness and willpower. It was this first fusion that resulted in the world energy being formed, the birth of world energy. It allowed a thread of Luo Feng's consciousness to resonate and feel the energies of the vast universe. The primal universe was the most vast and ancient universe that produced many races and life forms like the universe at an early stage of formation. Even though it was a part of the primal universe, it wasn't even a fraction of the primal universe. The primal universe was the true source of energies. When Luo Feng's world energy was first produced in his internal world, it connected with the incomparably distant source. Ah! This is the universe source of energy. A thread of his consciousness, with the power of the world energy, had already entered this source. It was an incredibly vast land. His consciousness could only feel this vast land, and not any other beings about and within this endless space. Every bit of mud was like a space, within it contained endless universe crystals. A grain of sand is like a world. A world has endless universe crystals. Is this the true face of the universe source? Luo Feng was incredibly shocked. However, the trillions of km vast space that he could feel was only a small portion of the entire source itself. Even so, it shocked him greatly. Two worlds resonance. When Luo Feng's consciousness made contact with the source, his core and his internal world both underwent shocking change. His internal world had initially only had the dual world pool within. At this time, it was like his internal world had opened a path to the primal universe source. Endless universe energies flowed as world energy into his internal world was almost like a torrent or flood. It violently and instantly filled his entire internal world. One had to know, his internal world space was already 10 times larger than before. However, it was still completely filled. Obviously. To the primal universe source, every grain of sand's universe crystals energies could completely fill Luo Feng's internal world. Feels good. Instantly having so much universe energy. It's a pity that such a chance only happens at the break through from Domain Lord to Sector Lord level, and only during this time will there be this chance, Luo Feng thought, after which he didn't think more about it, his consciousness feeling his internal world, which was filled to the brim with world energy from the source. Condense. Center continent, gold, wood, water, fire, ground, form the side continents. With a diameter of 5 million kilometers, a vast continent was formed with about 1 million in diameter continents within that huge continent. The 5 continents were burning, ice-cold, or filled with grass and wood, or metal mountain ranges, or thick grounds. Between the 6 continents is an endless ocean. Rumble. There was endless waters in between the ground and skies. It flooded the areas and took up half the space in the entire internal world. The surface of the ocean far exceeded that of the continents. Within the center continent, there's an ocean within. Immediately, the center continent with a diameter of 5 million kilometers had its center portion crumbled. The ground was reduced to a void, and endless sea water was produced within, filling it up, and a 900 kilometers diameter ocean was formed within the center of the continent. Within the ocean, there lies the dual world pool. Gurgle. The ocean churned. The dual world pool gently rose, and just like a solitary island in the sea, it lay in the center of the endless abyss, almost like another world altogether. Endless living things, birth. Luo Feng left everything for his internal world to work the center continent. 5 continents within, internal ocean, endless ocean, all these naturally formed. Plants, flowers, mountain ranges, etc. At this time, the entire internal world was no different from a real world. Internal world, formed. Hua Hua. The universe energies that weren't completely used swiftly became universe crystals and instantly gathered and formed a universe crystal mountain on the continent. The internal world was already successfully formed, and the universe energies, world energies, naturally gathered and formed a universe crystal mountain. Normally those that just stepped into sector lord level would experience this. However, a normal sector lord would never have acquired such a huge universe crystal mountain, because the internal world of the sector lords were much smaller than Luo Feng's. From what I know, many sector lords' internal worlds only have a diameter of over 10,000 kilometers. Mine, however, has a diameter over 10 million kilometers. The bigger the internal world, the amount needed to sustain the core was also more, from the 900,000 kilometers internal world reaching to over 10 million kilometers. Luo Feng's core had to undergo an evolution from its foundation. During the process, the core naturally began to absorb the energies emanated from the internal world, a small portion of the gold horn world stone's energy. Rumble within the core, his spirit and genetic energies had completely fused. And according to the natural evolution of the universe, it formed an origin. Pearl. The pearl revolved slightly and released endless threads that connected to the main core. The main core thus began to change. From Star Traveler to Domain Lord level, this core had always been a half translucent crystal with complex gold engravings. It glowed with golden light and was very mysterious. However, after stepping into the sector lord level, the core absorbed the threads of internal world energies, source energies and universe energies, forming a seemingly normal-looking core. Simple. With a hint of light, even the gold engravings were completely hidden. My god, Luo Feng was shocked. My core now has to sustain this 10 million diameter large internal world. It's already the core of many sector lord pinnacles, and even more terrifying than that when I reach the sector lord pinnacle. This core, what level will it reach? No wonder the golden horned beast has 3 natural abilities, with inherited memories and a lifespan which was 10 times that of a human. However, very few actually break through to undying. Feeling the strength of this core, Luo Feng understood why breaking through to the Undying was extremely difficult. Even now, even if Luo Feng released his defenses and allowed others to come attack his core, even a Sector Lord pinnacle wouldn't be able to break it. Naturally, Luo Feng wouldn't give others the chance to do so either. Stepping into the Sector Lord level, my internal world is now a true world. I don't only have to swallow metals normal Sector Lords would use universe crystals to evolve and change their worlds, and when my internal world was expanding in the past, it relied on countless universe crystals to form. I only have two paths. The first is to use the universe crystals to expand my internal world more. That way, when I reach Sector Lord Pinnacle, my internal world diameter will be over 30 million kilometers. The second is to continue using valuable metal groupings from swallowing the one suitable for the golden horned beast after being swallowed into the dual world pool. The most pure and valuable gold energies would enter the gold horn world stone. The other energies would immediately push the internal world to change after the gold horn world stone evolves. Its exquisite energies would affect the core and make it stronger, and will be able to withstand a larger internal world that way. At Sector Lord Pinnacle, my internal world diameter would reach over 90 million kilometers. Luo Feng was very clear. The first path was much easier. Many golden horned beasts chose this path. The second was much harder as the shackles would be stronger. The good thing was that the larger the internal world, the stronger one was. And his god country eventually would be stronger too also, after constantly absorbing the exquisite energies from the gold horn world stone. The stone would be much more powerful too. There were two paths, one was easy, while the other much harder. Which one should he choose? Within the tower, Luo Feng, who had his eyes closed before the sacred tablet, revealed a smile. My heart is like a mirror, and I see through all illusions. My heart is like a blade, slicing through all obstacles. Luo Feng had no hesitation, as he very calmly made his decision. If I don't even have the guts to break through a pinnacle-level golden horned beast, there's no need to even mention becoming an absolute being of the universe, to be the true upper echelon of humanity. I believe I can do it. Definitely. Luo Feng was silent. As one that received guidance on mental state training from Thunder God and Hong, he emphasized heavily on the heart. If one didn't even have the guts to challenge this sort of difficulty, he would forever be a nobody, and if one had the guts and confidence even against the hardest of obstacles, then he would constantly push his limits and work towards his goal. Even if he fails in the end, that achievement would be extremely high. Hence, Luo Feng naturally chose the second path, strengthening the internal world with large amounts of metal. Actually, he had long purchased the metal groups required for Sector Lord level. It was obvious, in the depths of his heart, he had long made the decisions he needed. Back then, I was only a normal warrior of Earth. Did anyone even imagine I would become the leader of the Milky Way? Back then, when I entered the universe as the strongest of Earth, did anyone ever imagine that I would become one of the top 10 geniuses of the 1008 Universe Country Genius Competition? Did anyone ever think that I would enter the primal region on my first try? And right now, many actually think I have hopes of becoming an official or Emperor-level Undying, yet few dare to imagine that I'd actually reach the level of a Universe Knight. Luo Feng thought, his eyes gleaming brighter than before. A true warrior had complete faith and confidence. The first step was to dare to dream, and after that it was all about hard work. If one didn't even dare have such a goal, how would he succeed? Internal world. The vast internal world, in the center continent's grassy patch, there was a mountain-like black space beast, and beside it stood the black Masha Luo Feng. Goldhorn beast, breakthrough to sector lord level. Masha clansman, breakthrough to sector lord level. With his consciousness pushing, the countless universe crystals that formed. The majestic mountain immediately broke apart and became world energy. It was almost like two powerful currents, where one was pouring straight into the golden-horned beast body while the other into the Masha Luo Feng. However, one of the currents was about 10 m thick, and the other was 10 kilometers. Kakaka noises came from all over the golden-horned beast's body, the body that was strengthened by practicing the nameless manual began to evolve, as it was swallowing large amounts of world energy. It caused its body to grow even bigger. Its scales were much more dense than before, and even formed a translucent layer above the scales. On its forehead, a fifth horn grew out, the other four too began to grow longer. Rumble the Masha clansman beside it had completely turned into a black energy. Flow the energy grew thicker and thicker, as one could faintly see through it. Right at the center of it was a resplendent shining life crystal that had space law ripples within it. Rumble. Rumble. The 10 kilometers thick world energy current and the 10 m thick world energy currents stopped simultaneously. The golden-horned beast body length had already reached a shocking 100 kilometers. The moment it spreads its wings, it could easily cover any of the super cities of Earth in a blink of an eye. It could fly around the entire planet once too. Such an absolute being, a planet was simply too small. The place it lived in was the universe space. Hua hua, that rumbling black energy flow condensed and formed a black clothed Luo Feng. Sector Lord, Golden-Horned Beast, and Masha Luo Feng stood in the grass patch. Hell. The beast raised its head and howled, letting out a carefree howl that shook the vast world, announcing its breakthrough into the sector lord level. Haha. Masha Luo Feng laughed carefreely as well. Sector lord level is truly different. Masha Luo Feng was filled with glee. This Masha Luo Feng originally had 10 times the amplitude of its fusion with the space laws, but now that it had evolved to a sector lord, being the fastest level, with its amplitude it's simply. He already knew training during sector lord level was extremely fast. Sector lord level was the time during which one's powers would soar. Even Undyings couldn't compare to sector lords. This was also why many choose to stay at sector lord level for very long with no rush to break through. Like that time sector lord Luo, he had stayed so long at sector lord level. However, as his lifespan was reaching its end, breaking through to Undying became more and more urgent. Within the vast sacred tablet tower, before that majestic tablet, Luo Feng immediately stood up and opened his eyes. I've broken through to sector lord level, and I also have 2 dual world pools. When I unleash the swallowing ability, it'll be much safer than before. Luo Feng thought the golden-horned beast and the Masha clansman have reached sector lord level 1 from domain lord to sector lord. The huge evolution in strength is indeed crazy. I'm in no rush to practice the 10,000 soul control technique after I study this sacred tablet for a month. It would still be okay. I cannot waste this month. It may seem slow, but in truth, the internal world breaking through along with the golden-horned beast and Masha clansman breakthrough didn't even take half A day. Luo Feng once again focused his eyes on the dark green crystal tablet. The majestic tablet had a picture of a huge demon howling. The demon had two curved horns, feathered wings, and fiery eyes. At first glance, it seemed like a normal demon howling picture. However, on careful examination one would discover that any of the feathers on its wings, the flames around its eyes, every strand of hair, every vein in its horns, engraving in its armor, had unbelievable amounts of mystery. Rumble. Part of Luo Feng's consciousness was immersed in the picture, another half of it, the golden-horned beast and Masha clansman's consciousness, had entered the universe source through the world energy resonation. In the mysterious universe source, the entire core of the primal universe, no one knows how long it has been in existence. They only know that at Sector Lord level, it's the first time their consciousness can enter the source. Feels too good. Half of Luo Feng's consciousness was sucked into the endless land, which was essentially just a grain of sand in the vast cosmos. His consciousness felt a clarity like never before with the gold, wood, water, fire, ground, wind, thunder, light, space and time, all the different types of laws. He felt all of it. The law source too were kept within that mysterious source. When his consciousness arrived within the source, it would be in a state that was incomparably close to the origin laws. As such, the resonance was extremely clear. Even the other wood, water, fire, ground, wind, thunder, light and time, laws that he didn't understand before, at this time, it felt as clear as his comprehension of the gold law during his domain lord period. Of course, if his comprehension of wood, water, fire, etc. were at a clarity level of 100, then his gold law clarity would be about 10,000 and his space law would be 200,000. How can a sector lord not improve fast? The law comprehension is more than 100 times easier than before. Many things I was unable to comprehend at the universe and domain lord levels. After becoming sector lord level, I can still train them till I reach the level of law recognition. Luo Feng exclaimed, sector lord level truly is the soul heavenly level. World energy was a special creation energy. The sector lords used it to create their worlds, and the source, that endless space, was an endless space of world energy. Any grain of sand had countless universe crystals, and because world energy was special, it allowed one's consciousness to enter it. The moment one reached undying, their energies would once again undergo change. They would have powerful undying energy. However, their consciousness would no longer be able to resonate with that source again. Stronger didn't naturally mean better. What was best was what was suitable. With world energy one would have the chance to comprehend all sorts of laws. The moment one became undying, they would take trillions of years and yet still be unable to comprehend space laws. One was because the space laws got harder towards the end, at an extreme level. Secondly, an undying's comprehension couldn't compare with a sector lord. At sector lord level, some absolute geniuses only train for tens of thousands of years, and their comprehension can compare to that of an emperor level undying. However, for a normal undying that constantly breaks through, even 100 million years wouldn't be enough for him to reach emperor level. This was an advantage. This was the advantage of sector lord level. Many with ambition refuse to break through to undying. Because of this reason, they want to comprehend more laws at sector lord level, allowing them to have a stronger foundation, and when they eventually break through, they immediately became official level or even emperor level undyings. Like that absolute genius Kadi, who was able to defeat an official level. Undying at Sector Lord level if he didn't die and broke through to Undying. The moment he broke through, he would immediately reach Emperor level. Within the internal world, Masha Luo Feng sat, crossed-legged, the complex space engravings within its life crystal rippled constantly, causing Masha Luo Feng's consciousness to resonate with the space law ripples, as its amplitude rose by tens of times. Blood River energy, the golden-horned beast triggered its energy from the right claw. It swiftly evolved, and simultaneously a picture of a beast god. Head howling appeared, causing its gold origin law clarity to rise by 10 times as well. Its clarity before was 10,000, and the space law's clarity was at 200,000. At this time, the gold law clarity rose to 100,000 and the space law clarity had reached over 20 million, far exceeding that of wood, water, and the others. Wonderful. On one hand, comprehending the Howling Demon sacred tablet, at the same time using the space and gold laws to compare and contrast, this speed is Luo Feng could feel that studying this tablet now, for one day, was akin to his Domain Lord level's 100 years worth of work. Of course, the main thing was that breaking through to Sector Lord level had made his efficiency rise by hundreds of times. Luo Feng was immersed in his study of the sacred tablet. Even when he became thirsty or hungry, he didn't dare waste a second. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Within an old training quarters in the sacred land, Si Fan Chi, Kashna, Dylan, and the 5 sector lords all stayed there. His Majesty Luo Feng has already entered the sacred tablet tower to train. You all should go focus on training as well. Only those who know they are stronger than Bei Chuang should come back here and look for him at the entrance of the quarters. Elder Si Fan Chi looked on coldly at the gold horn. Youths gathered there, those who are too weak, but still want to challenge him. Hasn't it been disgraceful enough? He unleashed his undying energy, causing the group of youths to shudder with fear. And Emperor level undying, even in the stronger upper-level tribes, there were usually only 1 or 2 of them. He definitely belonged to the stronger undyings. Why are you still standing there for? Get lost, Elder Si Fan Chi roared fiercely. Yes, Elder. The group bowed respectfully and left dissatisfied. The elder watched them leave and couldn't help but shake his head. These youths were all caught up in the previous victories over humanity. They were all too passionate. Compared to humans, our intellect is obviously much lower, the elder exclaimed. The stone life forms and flesh and blood life forms have huge differences, even though our percentage of strong warriors is higher. However, in terms of reproduction and intellect, we are much weaker. These youths are all caught up in the hype and completely lost all sense of reasoning. The Gold Horn race was indeed that way. As long as they were passionate about something, they would risk it all. Humanity was different. Humanity had more intellect. Even the student-level humans were incredibly wise, even though the Gold Horn race strong warriors had powerful mental abilities, comparable to a quantum computer. In terms of IQ, they were much weaker. They were basically silly with not enough experience. However, those beings that lived for very long were trained by time and naturally grew their intelligence. Elder Si Fan Chi. Dylan brought the 5 sector lords over. Mr. Dylan, the elder smiled at him. Sorry to trouble you. Every time the groups come over to challenge, you'd have to hold the ground. The black-robed Dylan smiled. During these 20 days, They've never stopped, and it's indeed been hard on you. It's my gold horn race that has been inconsiderate, the elder shook his head. Helplessly, we have too many youths, and even though we've ordered for no disturbance, these youths still come without any fear of death. I cannot kill the future of my race too. I can only order them to leave. Sorry for constantly disturbing your training. It's nothing, Dylan shook his head. Actually, these challenges are nothing, the elder shook his head. The one I'm worried about is a genius within the race. Who? Dylan asked. Baichio. The elder said solemnly, the genius brothers of the Doyan Palace. The older brother Baichio, his younger brother Baichuang, is among the top 10 of the Domain Lord level 9 geniuses. Baichio, however, is the undisputed number 1, and his origin law comprehension, according to your human levels, should be at the Heavenly Bridge, level 10. All level 10. Dylan was shocked. From level 9 to 10, that was an extremely hard step. The Domain Lord geniuses of the Primal region in the Virtual Universe Company had a total of 10, of which 9 had passed the 10th level and 1 had passed the 11th. No one expected the Gold Horn race to have such a genius too. The Beiji brothers are ferocious and intrepid, and they are very close brothers, the elder emphasized. After Baichuang's defeat, his brother Bai Chiu will definitely rush over here to the sacred city. With his proud and fierce nature, he would definitely challenge Luo Feng. The other challenges are nothing. Baichiu, however, that's the number 1 Domain Lord level genius here. Dylan frowned. When Luo Feng defeated Baichuang earlier, it had already surprised Dylan. Dylan even secretly informed Tru Yen Emperor of the match. If His Majesty meets Baichiu, he would probably lose. Dylan thought. The difference between the 9th and 10th level is very obvious, and his training time has been too short. As the two of them were chatting, they suddenly felt a strong energy. The elder, Dylan, and the 5 sector lords with Kashna turned to look. Sacred Tower. They were all shocked. In the distance, within the majestic over 100 kilometers tall tower, there was an incredible powerful law energy that engulfed the entire area. Golden engravings circulated around, and golden light that shot out in all directions. In an instant, the entire gold tower had become incredibly glaring. The powerful law energies made people shudder. The law source is descending. The elder and Dylan exchanged glances with shock. They were very clear on this scene. His Majesty is in the sacred tablet tower, a sector lord shouted with glee. Behind Dylan. Other than the Guardian, there's only His Majesty Luo Feng within the tower. Now, the elder's eyes was gleaming too, and now the law source is descending. It's the gold law, without a doubt. His Majesty Luo Feng has already been recognized by the gold law. Law recognition. Kashna was shocked that Luo Feng, he's only Domain Lord level. Dylan watched the distant tower, extremely excited as he nodded and thinking. I have to inform the Grandmaster immediately. Within the sacred land, the strong were as numerous as the clouds. There would frequently be warriors acquiring law recognition. This law source descending was a special scene. The warriors training in this place were already used to it. However, this time it had appeared within the sacred tablet tower. And many knew that only a Domain Lord level human genius was studying alone within. The human genius has acquired law recognition so fast. Domain Lord level 9, and he's already acquired law recognition. Looks like in terms of the gold law, he's already reached an extremely high level. strong. Many warriors within the sacred land looked up at the majestic gold tower. Within the tower, Luo Feng stood quietly before the dark green tablet, his eyes gazing at the demon-howling picture. Rumble the space about shook. A gold droplet appeared above Luo Feng's head and descended. Drip. The gold droplet landed straight on his head, passing through his body as though it was nothing, after which it landed in his main core and passed right through that too. Finally this gold droplet landed on his origin pearl. The origin pearl was the soul and genetic energy fusion for domain lord level. This was Luo Feng's energy core and also his soul core. Chi-chi easily, the gold droplet was absorbed into the pearl, and the pearl had an extra streak of gold. At this time, Luo Feng was officially recognized by the gold laws. On his forehead, a gold blade imprint gradually appeared, and this print rippled with power that made people shudder. This was the mark of being recognized by the laws. Simultaneously, a huge gold blade imprint appeared on the forehead of the golden horned beast as well. I didn't expect my gold law comprehension had already reached the level of recognition. Luo Feng revealed a smile. Now that I've acquired recognition, then my consciousness should be able to enter the law ocean. Universe source, it was incomparably mysterious. As one acquires world energy after reaching sector lord level, Luo Feng's consciousness could resonate with that vast land, and after the drop of origin law was absorbed by his soul's consciousness underwent an evolution. And at this time, he felt an incredible change within. It was almost like a mother calling her child. So he sent out half of his consciousness, swiftly leaving the vast land and heading towards the call. Rumble. The gold ocean was vast and endless. This was the gold origin law source, the entire primal universe gold origin law source. An endless amount of energies emanated from that ocean, a powerful pressure far exceeding any warrior Luo Feng had ever encountered came from it. Luckily, he had already received the law recognition, and had absorbed a drop of the law itself. Rumble. The powerful waves rose up ferociously. His consciousness was within that drop of origin law, floating within the ocean, constantly searching for comprehension of the gold law. Another part of his consciousness was within the vast land, while the third and final part of his consciousness was focused on studying the sacred tablet. After my consciousness acquired the gold origin law recognition, my gold law comprehension speed now is not any slower than my space laws. Luo Feng looked at the tablet before him, feeling glee within getting the law recognition meant that his comprehension had already reached a very high level. 20 days of study. Sector Lord level study is hundreds of times faster than Domain Lord level. Plus, I'm right in front of the sacred tablet. My 1 day's worth now is about 100 years of my Domain Lord level study. 20 days is close to 2,000 years of Domain Lord study. Luo Feng exclaimed. And this was simply the difference between Sector Lord and Domain Lord within the Virtual Universe Company. The Primal Region Sector Lord members had the most intense competition, the many generations of genius battles, hero battles, along with the elite absorption throughout the universe, etc. Countless years of elites gathered in the Sector Lord level. Yet only a 100 end up in the Primal Region Sector Lord level. No wonder they all place so much importance on Sector Lord level geniuses. A day's worth of study is akin to a Domain Lord's 1 year's worth. If a Sector Lord studies for tens of thousands of years, how can the Domain Lord level genius even compare? Luo Feng thought. And this tablet is just right along the path of gold and space. Its benefits are huge to me. Luo Feng stared at the tablet. I still have 10 days. I cannot waste any time. Acquiring the law recognition distracted Luo Feng for a couple of minutes, after which he once again immersed himself into studying the tablet. In an instant, 30 days had already passed. Human, your study time is over, you can come out now, the guardian's voice boomed in Luo Feng's ears and mind, immediately waking him up. Luo Feng's consciousness swiftly returned from the universe source and law ocean, dragging himself out of the picture of the howling demon, who Luo Feng couldn't bear to look away from this majestic dark green, sacred tablet. It's a pity that I only had a month. This sacred tablet's effect on me is even better than the 9-universe tablet. Luo Feng thought the first 7 pictures of the 9-universe tablet were all about space laws, hence it wasn't of much help towards his comprehension of the gold laws, at least far from this sacred tablet. Luo Feng turned and left, following the pathway out. The black armored statue-like guardian stood there, and beside him was a 3m tall huge blade stuck in the ground. A formless pressure engulfed the entire region, making anyone who entered the tower feel its strength. Rumbled. A huge door of the tower opened, and the light from outside shone in. Luo Feng walked out alone. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Luo Feng. Outside stood Dylan, the 5 sector lords, Si Fan Chi and Kashna. Luo Feng smiled and nodded at them, after which his expression changed, because there was another huge group of gold horn youths gathered outside, and they were all like red-eyed bulls, all staring hard at him. Human. Luo Feng, I want to challenge you. Human, accept my challenge. If you have the guts, accept the challenge. All sorts of noises echoed. Luo Feng frowned and walked towards Dylan and the group, communicating, let's first return to the training quarters. Elder Si Fan Chi, I'm relying on you to deal with this mad group of people. After which Luo Feng brought Dylan and the rest, swiftly leaving the sacred tablet tower. He felt somewhat fatigued at this point. Within the training quarters, Luo Feng and the group pushed through the door and entered. Luo Feng spoke while he walked. Dylan, I'm about to revise and go over my 30 days worth of study before heading to the technique tower to choose a manual, after which he immediately chose a quiet room to study. His Majesty sure is hardworking. Dylan shook his head and smiled at the scene. Before I reached Undying, I was this hardworking as well. After reaching Undying and acquiring eternal life, one was no longer bound by a lifespan. Plus, the improvement speed on Undyings was extremely hard and slow as their eternal life. It made Undyings lose motivation, and so they stopped being as hardworking as before. Luo Feng sat crossed-legged in the room. His eyes were closed as he pondered over the things he hadn't fully grasped about the tablet, and began to dissect and go over them. Unknowingly, half a month had passed. Luo Feng opened his eyes and revealed a smile. I've finished my study of the tablet. 30 days of study time. It was akin to his own study at Sector Lord level for 8 years, and close to 3,000 years of that of his Domain Lord level. And from birth till now, Luo Feng wasn't even 300 years old yet. His improvement during these 30 days was huge. It couldn't be helped. The 9-universe primal chaos tablet's difficulty grew in a totally non-linear fashion. Even though he had comprehended the raindrop and drizzle pictures 36 wonders, The torrent picture's 72 drops were more than 100 times harder even. After these 30 days, it only allowed him to raise his comprehension level to about the level where he could pass the 9th level of the heavenly bridge, comprehending the 108 drops. A normal warrior's comprehension would stop at simply understanding them. This was akin to scoring a 100 on a test. And comprehending the essence of it was akin to getting even all the extra and bonus questions right, getting a score of 150 even though it was slightly harder and more profound. Its difficulty was still over hundreds of times harder. This was also why when True Yan Emperor made Luo Feng study floating blood, he was worried Luo Feng didn't have the capability to do so, because comprehending the essence was simply too difficult. 30 days worth of time. It was akin to his domain lord level's 3,000 years worth of study, allowing Luo Feng to completely understand the third torrent picture, meaning he would get a 100 points on the 72 more profound drops, and finishing it meant he already had the comprehension level to pass the 9th level of the heavenly bridge. It's only been 30 days, and I've managed to raise my comprehension level from the 7th to the 9th, comprehending the torrent picture. A normal warrior, in theory, would continue on to the next picture, the 4th. However, I cannot do so. I have to go through the most profound essence of the 72 drops. During his 30 days of study, he also realized how hard the essence of the 72 drops was. The September 1st were easy, he had completed them back in Primal Chaos City. The middle 27 were much harder, through Blood River World's encounters. Raising his study speed and having the Beast God statue to refer to, along with the leader of Tianshur Palace's guidance, he had finally finished them. The last 72 were the hardest. After doing the impossible level mission and studying on Earth for 50 years, as well as the 30 days of study with the sacred tablet close to 3,000 years of his domain lord level study, he had only reached a 100 points level with the torrent picture, having comprehended none of the essence of the 72 drops. Hard. It was incredibly hard. Normal absolute geniuses, even at sector lord level, would spend their entire 1,000 era lifespans, yet not even comprehending all of the 108 wonders of the space law. Only the true pinnacle super geniuses had the ability to waste so much time doing so. The pinnacle genius back then, Lian Luo, spent 3,000 years studying in Primal Chaos City. In terms of talent, with the golden horned beast triggering the Blood River energy, the space-favored child Masha clansman, together it probably exceeded the talent of the super genius of humanity Lian Luo. Especially since Luo Feng had the Beast God statue, he could study it at any time to work on the sky-tearing claw. Luo Feng walked out of the room and immediately a few silhouettes flashed past him. Dylan, the 5 sector lords, Elder Si Fan Chi, and Kashna appeared. Your Majesty's study is finished. Dylan smiled. Luo Feng smiled and nodded. Congratulations, Your Majesty. How was your study of the sacred tablet? The elder looked at him. Very good, Luo Feng complimented. It was indeed good. Right now, simply with his law comprehension, he could pass the heavenly bridge's 9th level the moment he completely unleashed his spirit energy. Amplitude, reaching over 3,200. His power would rise by over 10 times if he were to attempt the heavenly bridge. He could completely pass even the 10th level. In terms of law comprehension alone, he could pass the 9th. His battle strength, however, could pass even the 10th. The demon note inheritance truly benefited me, Luo Feng complimented. Within, however, my improvement is too shocking, it's not good for me to attempt the bridge now, knowing his own improvement was good enough. There was no need to attempt the bridge now, since there was no special benefits from it. Without any benefits, it was best to keep it to himself. Let's go to the techniques tower, Luo Feng said. The tower has all of the manual samples of the gold horn race, and many of them are unique and unconventional. Even our human treasure trove may not necessarily have some of them. Dylan smiled. Your Majesty should choose wisely. Of course, Luo Feng smiled and nodded. Of course. Wanting to buy a manual within the virtual universe company required huge amounts of points to exchange. Normal manuals go up to 10,000 points, while some valuable ones go for over 1 million and even tens of millions. As for those incredibly valuable ones, even his teacher, True Yan Emperor, cannot afford them. I have to choose an expensive one. I'll pick from the most expensive, Luo Feng thought. The more expensive, the higher its value. This was without a doubt picking one suitable for himself from the expensive ones. After a while, Luo Feng and the group followed the pathways within the sacred land and reached the majestic white tower. The entire tower was as tall as the sacred tablet tower. Its color, however, was all white, and it gave off a calming energy. As one got closer to it, his soul felt a calm like never before. Luo Feng and the others climbed the stairs and entered the huge door of the tower, arriving at the first level. This first level is the reception level. Elder Si Fan Chi introduced. Your Majesty. Luo Feng. A piercing sound resounded. A female gold horn race clansman dressed in dark green armor walked over. She gave Luo Feng the feeling of an absolute candle-like beauty due to their construct being completely different. Their skin was very different from that of humans. The female clansman smiled. Your Majesty. Luo Feng, I am Sei, the receptionist here at the Technique Tower. I've longed since received the Doyen Palace's order, hence, you can pick any one of the manuals from here, read through it and select it, and I will pass the real manual to you. I will give a full explanation to your Majesty, giving you enough time to make your choice. After all, the number of manuals here are simply too huge, and there are a total of 999 levels in this tower, every level having millions of them. I'll be in your care, Miss Sei, Luo Feng said. Your Majesty. Luo Feng, we'll be waiting here. There's no rush at all. Pick wisely, as this is a rare chance, Elder Si Fan Chi said. Luo Feng nodded. Let's go. Luo Feng looked at Sei. I'll lead. Sei walked beside Luo Feng and swiftly reached the second level. Luo Feng glanced and took a cold breath. The space within the second level was huge. Just its height alone was about 100 m tall, with the many racks of books separated and evenly spaced out. Even though they were placed neatly, the space was simply too huge, and each rack was 70-80 m tall, and each of them stored many books. The entire second level alone definitely had over 1 million manuals. So many on each level, and there are 999 levels, Luo Feng exclaimed. The number of manuals for just one race, it's absurd. Luo Feng gazed about. He discovered every manual had a price on them. Some of them had a price of 120 contribution points, some 388 points. Your Majesty. Luo Feng, Sei explained beside him. The 999 levels of manuals are separated according to their points. The first level's most Expensive book only requires 612 contribution points, the second foot levels. Cheapest requires 612 points, it gets more expensive as we go up. How expensive is the 999th level? Luo Feng asked. The cheapest book on the 999th level requires about 98 million contribution points, and the most expensive requires about 16 billion points, Ceci said. Of course, Your Majesty. Luo Feng can pick any one of them. The female gold horn races, Ceci couldn't hide her sense of envy in her voice. Then let's head to the 999th level. Luo Feng smiled. Yes, Ceci muttered within, this was expected. Luo Feng went with Ceci up the stairs, continuously. The higher they got, he noticed that the number of gold horn race people got lesser and lesser. When he reached above the 800th level, he would only occasionally see one receptionist there on each level, and no gold horn race clansmen at all. Ceci said, the rules of our gold horn race is that you must have sufficient contribution points to enter each level of the technique tower. Without sufficient points, you can't even go higher, like to enter the 999th level. One had to have at least enough points to purchase the cheapest manual there, which is about 98 million points. As for Your Majesty, since you can choose whichever manual you want, you don't have such a requirement. Luo Feng smiled. Contribution points, he didn't have any at all. How do you calculate the contribution points of your race? Luo Feng asked as he walked in the pathway. There are many ways to get contribution points. One of the way is to conceive a child within the race that has some points, and as your strength rises, reaching domain lord, sector lord level, and even breaking through to undying, you will get all sorts of points. Also, joining the army battling in wars for humanity, any contribution there can be exchanged for points as well. In summary, as long as you've made contribution to our race, you will receive points. Ceci said, the points have great use, they can be used to buy manuals, weapons, treasures, even large amounts of guards, basically things that currency cannot buy, the points can. Luo Feng was shocked. The Gold Horn race was a subservient race that felt threatened, hence, their contribution points importance had been raised to such a terrifying level. Even having children would give points, and with such a system, the race's push to improve and grow would naturally be shocking. One could definitely see this from their relentless passionate challenges from the past. Unknowingly, they had already reached the 999th level. At the entrance, there was a receptionist there. His main job was to ensure those that chose the manuals had sufficient contribution points. Secondly, he was there to make sure no one damaged the books. Your Majesty. Human Luo Feng. The old man bowed at the entrance. Luo Feng smiled and nodded. This old man was actually an undying. He was also the strongest member of the receptionists within this technique tower. Human Luo Feng. The old man pointed at the racks about and said, the entire 999th level is the highest level of the tower. The most valuable manuals are all gathered here, and there are a total of 128,120 manuals here. Please take a look around and pick one. Luo Feng walked beside the high racks of manuals. Ceci spoke beside him. Your Majesty. Luo Feng, the layout of the manuals grow in value the more we walk inwards. The ones in the innermost area requires the highest contribution points, and the one there at the highest rack in the corner is the most expensive manual of this 999th level, she said, and pointed up at the right corner. Luo Feng smiled, and he flew straight over there. Each shelf was 69 dm tall, the manuals were spaced out, at least much more than what he saw at the second and third level. After all, this level only had close to 130,000 manuals. Luo Feng flew past the many shelves and finally reached the left corner, before the topmost manual. Luo Feng looked. The manuals here were much more expensive than the previous ones. This ADM tall shelf only had 3 manuals, the least of all the shelves, and these manuals had their prices beside them. The one on top was at 1,680,000,000, the one below that was 1,620,000,000, and the one right at the bottom was 1,600,000,000 foot. They added up to 16 billion. Luo Feng floated at the top of the shelf and took the most expensive one to read. The sample book alone felt like it was made of a peculiar metal. F-grade metal manual extravagant. Luo Feng was shocked, after which he shook his head and laughed. Seems right, as an important place where the manuals are constantly being passed down to the entire race. These manual samples have to last for over trillions of years, and normal materials would definitely decay, so it's not strange that they are using F-grade metals. After all, 1 UNMO planet ship's hybrid copper essence is enough to make countless manuals to the gold horn race. This is indeed nothing. He lifted the heavy 2-ton book. The name on it was Gold Soul. What's this? Normally the most pinnacle manuals are all about space or time, etc. A book specifically on gold laws alone can't be that great. Luo Feng muttered to himself, as comprehending the gold laws alone would only make one a normal undying, and comprehending either space or time would allow one to become a powerful universe knight. Just like one had to pass the 21st level of the 9-universe heavenly bridge to be deemed having comprehended the space laws. And if one didn't go study space or time and worked solely on gold, wood, etc., even if they become undying, they would only have the strength to pass the 10th level. Of course, the other laws such as gold, wood, water, fire, ground, wind, thunder, and light, they were easy initially. But the final steps were incredibly hard. This was also why so many sector lords couldn't break through to undying. This was also why the time sector Lord Luo didn't have a guarantee of breaking through to undying within his final 20,000-year lifespan. The final step was extremely hard. However, simply getting the law recognition was much easier, like for example, the gold laws. In contrast, as one has to pass the 21st level to be deemed having comprehended the space law, to acquire the space law's recognition was tens of thousands of times harder than the gold law, and one had to reach an extremely high level in comprehension of each of these laws to gain recognition. For example, teleportation. Basically, getting the space law recognition was an incredibly hard thing to do. Gold Soul. Luo Feng flipped open the metal book and began to read. Gold Soul, it was created by a great doyen of the Gold Horn race, Kalofu. It was mostly about approaching the space law from the gold law, and after combining the two to create the terrifying attack Gold Soul, it was purely a battle technique, not about comprehension. Just like the black hole evolution in the human treasure trove, that was purely a battle technique too. Battle techniques were purely about getting stronger. The time-space scribbles Luo Feng exchanged for, however, was to assist in comprehension of the laws and understanding the 9-universe tablet. It belonged to a completely different style. One was for study, another was for battle. Which was better? It depended on who read it. Battle techniques could make one stronger, while study types could raise one's comprehension of the laws faster and make their laws more solid. Gold Soul had a total of 72 techniques from low to higher level. The first technique to the 35th was usable to those under Undying. The 36th to 70th was for Undyings and Universe Knights. The 71st and 72nd were only for Universe Knights. If one can comprehend the first 35 techniques during Sector Lord level, he will be completely able to defeat an Undying akin to an official level Undying. Luo Feng looked at the explanation of the manual and took a deep breath. This power is indeed terrifying. The Nanshan armament's 9 levels comprehension only reached the level of a normal Undying. Also, this was a complete battle technique. One could use it till Universe Knight level. I currently have the Beast God statue and time-space scribbles, however these are all for me to comprehend the laws. I don't truly have a battle technique. Luo Feng pondered, and at Sector Lord Pinnacle, that would be the time for me to create my own technique. However, before that, learning a few Pinnacle level techniques would broaden my horizons. This will be one of my choices. Luo Feng carried this book in his arm before continuing on to the others. He wasn't in a rush to confirm his pick, however, he swiftly read through the others to check which was better suited, finally picking amongst the most exceptional. He stood before a shelf and a formless spirit energy emanated from him. Throughout, simultaneously reading thousands of manuals, the many manuals all flipped through together as he continued to read. Schwa. He had read thousands of them. Luo Feng used his spirit energy to close all those books and move on to the next bunch of thousands. Ceci couldn't help but open her mouth in shock at the scene. This human genius Luo Feng is seriously incredible. Who chooses a manual like that, reading a few thousand at a time? It was simply too unbridled. Not too long after, Luo Feng carried 3 metal books and walked towards the side of the 999th level and sat on a chair, placing the 3 books there. Your Majesty, Luo Feng smiled and walked over. Have you made your choice? She saw the first Gold Soul book and couldn't help but grit her teeth. Picking the most expensive one right off the bat, this human was seriously almost. I'll be picking from these 3. Luo Feng smiled and looked at the 3 books. The names of these 3 books were all carved on their cover. They were Gold Soul, Nanshan Armament, 36 levels, and Shi Luo Duo's journal. Their prices were 168 billion contribution points, 910 million points, and 100 million points. These 3 all have their benefits. Which should I choose? If only I could pick all 3. Luo Feng had many thoughts in his mind, after which he shook his head and laughed. He was simply too greedy. The 3 manuals had different prices. Gold Soul was a battle technique that was extremely powerful. Nanshan Armament, 36 levels, it was created by the greatest doyen of the Gold Horn race, Shi Luo Duo. This manual could be said to be the simplified version of the armament. It was also a battle technique and also a form of studying the space and gold laws techniques. The techniques were separated into 36 levels. The weakest first level was one that someone with little comprehension of the golden space laws could still use. The strongest last level required someone at about official Undying level. In summary, these 36 levels had an average level of strength. The strongest 36th level had High demands, yet it only had the power of an official level. Undying these sort of special manuals, in terms of battle ability and study, had great benefits to the weaker people. However, their price usually wouldn't go too high, and would normally be just about 100 million contribution points. However, since it was created by Shi Luo Duo, it was priced at 910 million points. Shi Luo Duo's journal was the records of his teachings jotted down by his undying disciples after his disappearance. Its records were very detailed, with many explanations, while showing examples along with usage techniques. As it was a collection of records, not something Shi Luo Duo actually left himself, this journal was at most used as a reference in training, assisting type of manual. Even though it was related to Shi Luo Duo, its price was a total of only 100 million contribution points. Which one should I choose? Without a doubt, Gold Soul was the strongest of the three battle techniques, from the lowest to the highest 72nd level. Even Universe Knights had techniques within Luo Feng thought the Nanshan armament 36 levels is very useful too. My training and my future creation of my own techniques. According to Shi Luo Duo's introduction, this manual was his most solid basic study. Of course, in terms of battle strength, it is obviously weaker, as it was only a way to use the Nanshan armament, its power reaching only official level undying level. This was at least 2 huge levels weaker than Gold Soul. Shi Luo Duo's journal has benefits to training, yet it's not a systematic battle technique. However, a lot of it is made of Shi Luo Duo's teachings to his disciples. Its effects definitely won't be weak at all. The only thing is that it's not systematic. Luo Feng frowned. All three of them had their pros and cons. Which one should I choose? Gold Soul has a system for training till an extremely high point. Shi Luo Duo's journal is purely an assisting manual. Luo Feng frowned and pondered. The 36 levels of the Nanshan armament's strongest attack is only at the official level undying level. It's obviously good for the basics. If only I could acquire a manual with all of Shi Luo Duo's created techniques. Shi Luo Duo had a manual with techniques he created for himself. It was extremely complex and profound. It was a pity this technique tower didn't have this manual, and only had the most basic of it. Nanshan armament 36 levels. I've made my decision. Luo Feng suddenly stood up. Beside, Sei, who had been patiently waiting, asked, shocked, Your Majesty. Luo Feng, have you made your choice? This one. Luo Feng picked the center book. Nanshan armament 36 levels. The Lady Goldhorn clansman was somewhat stunned. She looked curiously at Luo Feng. She had thought this human genius would pick the most expensive. Gold Soul. Your Majesty. Luo Feng, I'll report your choice of the Nanshan armament 36 levels to the upper management. You can go to the reception room on the first level to wait, and your manual will be sent over shortly. Okay. Luo Feng smiled and nodded. He headed down the stairs like a breeze. 10 birds in the forest don't compare to 1 bird in hand. Luo Feng thought. Even though Gold Soul is powerful and has techniques that are helpful even for a Universe Knight, however, for a Universe Knight, how long would it take for me to get there? And which year would that be? At that level, my strength will be huge, and my perspectives would be broad. I would definitely be able to buy a good technique from the Virtual Universe Company. This Nanshan armament 36 levels is after all Shi Luo Duo's absolute basics. Learning back then when he created this powerful basics manual and simplified That was how he was able to create the Nanshan armament. The Nanshan armament could be passed throughout the universe and used by many races. And Shi Luo Duo was the greatest being of the Gold Horn race's basics. Manual should be the best one out of the entire race. Even though its power is weaker. To me, it's still better than Gold Souls. 10 birds in the forest don't compare to one bird in the hand. What one cannot see ultimately isn't realistic. The 72 techniques of Gold Souls, from the 36th level on, one had to be undying to unleash them, and he had chosen the hardest path for his golden horned beast. It would be extremely hard for it to reach undying level. When I reach undying level, I will naturally have my own better techniques. Hence, to me, only Gold Soul's first 35 techniques are useful, and these all don't compare to the Nanshan 36 levels. Their power may be similar, but in terms of study and creativity in ways to assist the spirit weapon, it pales in comparison. When Luo Feng was picking his manual within the Technique Tower, within the Doyan Palace of Sacred City, within a dark hall, Bei Chuang sat silently there. His gaze was gloomy, almost like a volcano that was about to explode. The surrounding space was frozen. My dear brother, has being defeated by that human genius completely made you so dejected? A purple-armored, black-skinned youth walked over. His appearance was very similar to Bei Chuang, only his temperament was different. Bei Chuang was ferocious and explosive. This other youth, however, had an ice-cold gaze, and seemed proud and aloof. Only occasionally would there be a glimpse of evil within his eyes. Big brother Bei Chuang stood up, his gaze complex, and he lowered his head and said, I lost before 1 billion of our sacred city people. Losing this match is nothing, however, if you continue to be so dejected. Then our teacher will be very disappointed, the purple-armored Bei Chiu said coldly. Teacher Bei Chuang was stunned. Even though they were part of the Doyan Palace geniuses, their teacher, however, wasn't a Doyan himself. What level of position was a Doyan? They would only occasionally give some pointers, and for them to actually take a student, that was incredibly hard. Get up, Bei Chiu ordered. Since you've lost, your big brother will have to defeat him for you. Bei Chuang's eyes gleamed as he nodded. Big brother, if you challenge him, you'll definitely defeat him, as his strength is only just a little stronger than mine. It is far from being a match for you. Bei Chiu nodded. Suddenly a silhouette rushed in from outside after looking at Bei Chuang and Bei Chiu, the genius brothers. That silhouette stopped. It was one of the palace guards. He bowed respectfully. Commander Bei Chiu, we've already received the news that human genius Luo Feng has left his living quarters and entered the Technique Tower. It won't be long before he comes out from there. Bei Chiu's eyes gleamed as he said softly, the chance has come. So Bei Chiu became a blur and swiftly left. Big brother, his younger brother Bei Chuang, had guessed what he was about to do. He couldn't help but burn with passion within, immediately shouting out and becoming another blur and rushing out. Within the first level of the Technique Tower, Luo Feng, Elder, Si Fan Chi, Kashna, Dylan, and the 5 Sector Lord Guards sat there and rested. Rumble of powerful pressure covered the area as a group of blurred silhouettes appeared in the hall. Before their forms gathered, it was 12 gold Horn Race Undyings. Your Majesty Luo Feng, they are delivering your manual. Elder Si Fan Chi said softly. Luo Feng smiled and stood before walking over. The 12 Undyings had pressure throughout the area. The leader was a green skinned lady with a hoarse voice, but her energy seemed no weaker than elder. Si Fan Cheese, human genius Luo Feng, we are under the doyen's orders to deliver the manual here. We hope you will read it here and return it to us. When you are done also, we hope that when you leave Lao's world, you won't divulge the secrets of the manual. Of course, Luo Feng nodded. The green-skinned lady flipped her hand a 30 centimeters thick metal book which looked almost like a box appeared, floating up towards Luo Feng. Luo Feng nodded and received the metal book. Nanshan 36 levels, the words were clearly carved there. Luo Feng immediately flipped it open and read through it. This was the basics manual Shi Luo Duo had written. Even though it was only the basics, it allowed Luo Feng to feel the great being's endless knowledge. It's actually like that. Back then, Shi Luo Duo actually created the Nanshan armament this way. I didn't know creating a technique for oneself can be done this way. Unbelievable, with little effort but great results. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed the more he read, and his face was getting flushed as well. This was the first time in a long time that Luo Feng had a book that was suited for a gold and space spirit reader learning from only the best. Luo Feng could feel that great being's endless knowledge, that powerful being that seemed to write this simply, depicting the essence of training. Almost like the 9 universe tablets creator, when he was writing the time space scribbles. Any one picture could easily create up to hundreds to thousands of techniques to explain. This is it's too worth it. A manual that allowed up to a universe knight to unleash its techniques was worth only over 16 billion contribution points. This one is only the basics. And yet it's worth 910 million contribution points. Looks like it isn't just the namesake of Shi Luo Duo. This basics manual is truly a pleasant surprise. If I had the entire set, then its price wouldn't be simply so. Definitely even more than 100 billion points. Luo Feng was pondering. Within right, the innermost core manuals of the entire Gold Horn race. If I was the manager of the race, I wouldn't place them in the techniques tower. These trump cards must remain secret. Shi Luo Duo's entire set must be hidden somewhere else. Luo Feng was more surprised the more he read. It was simply too worth it. In one breath, he had flipped all the way to the last page. There was just one simple saying there on the last page. Spirit readers, their greatest strength is being able to control large numbers of spirit weapons. Hence, the higher the spirit energy amplitude, the better. If at sector Lord Pinnacle level, your spirit energy amplitude cannot even reach 300, then give up on being a spirit reader. Give up this manual of mine. It is not suited for you. You are also not suited to become a true spirit reader. Luo Feng closed the metal book. His eyes could hardly contain his glee. Even though his teacher Tru Yan was an absolute warrior, in terms of power, compared to the greatest leader Shi Luo Duo of the entire Gold Horn race, it was quite the difference. Tru Yan was a fighter, and also not one that studied gold and space together. Hence, when Luo Feng began studying Shi Luo Duo's book on basics, he immediately felt a veil lift and a whole new world was open to him. He didn't expect that a spirit reader could train that way. He didn't expect that a spirit weapon could be constructed that way. He didn't expect that a technique could be made that way. This is what a spirit reader should truly be doing. Luo Feng exclaimed, "My spirit energy amplitude exceeds over 3,200, even many emperor-level undyings cannot compare to me." According to what Shi Luo Duo said, the most important thing to a spirit reader is his spirit energy amplitude. His basics manual has a high requirement for that too. There were 36 levels of basics. They were all working with normal or smaller blades, without any origin law. Engravings, controlling thousands of blades at once to hundreds of thousands, was very normal, hence, the higher the amplitude the better. It tests one's controllability, law comprehension, and technique creation and other sides. Babada, you should remember this Nanshan armament, 36 levels to Luo Feng. Communicated with Babada, within his consciousness, large amounts of words, etc. swiftly flowed within his mind. With mental capabilities even stronger than a quantum computer, Babada immediately acquired the entire manual. Within the tower, Luo Feng controlled the metal book and flew it back towards the group of Undyings. Has your Majesty completely memorized it? The leading green-skinned lady, Undying, said with a hoarse voice. Luo Feng nodded. The 12 Undyings nodded back at Luo Feng and became a blur, all vanishing. Let's go. Luo Feng turned and said. Your Majesty seems very happy, Dylan said as he walked beside. My rewards have been huge. Luo Feng smiled. The elder, Si Fan Chi, who was beside him, was immediately happy too, whether it was studying the sacred tablet or the manual. They were all extremely valuable, however, for the gold horn race to let Luo Feng study them for free. This was definitely an investment. The higher Luo Feng's rewards, then when Luo Feng becomes the upper echelon of humanity, he would naturally remember this. If Luo Feng was an ingrate and chooses to forget this favor later, then the gold horn race couldn't do anything either. It was purely an investment. The tall entrance of the Technique Tower was open for long periods. Luo Feng and his group walked out. Another bunch of hot-headed gold horn race youths. Luo Feng glanced outside at the group of Domain Lord Level 9 youths, after which he was shocked. That's strange, why aren't they challenging me? Usually these youths, the moment they spot me, they would passionately challenge me. Hua. The thousands of Domain Lord Level 9 youths that were gathered there naturally separated, revealing 2 black-skinned youths. Beichuang. Luo Feng immediately recognized one of them. His gaze then landed on the other black-skinned youth beside, who gave off an aura of pride. Similar to Bolin, most of the lonely invincible absolute geniuses all gave off this aura. That youth beside Beichuang looks a lot like him. Is he the legendary Beiqiu, his bigger brother? Your Majesty. Luo Feng, that is Beiqiu, the elder, communicated. Beiqiu was dressed in a purple armor. His gaze was cold as he stared hard at Luo Feng, who was standing at the stairs of the tower. His voice had a hint of evil as he said, Human Luo Feng, I heard you defeated my little brother Bei Chuang. You do indeed have some strength. I, Beiqiu, today officially challenge you before the Technique Tower. Do you dare accept my challenge? The thousands of gold horn youths all stared at Luo Feng. Beiqiu's gaze had evil as well as pride. Luo Feng glanced at him. Let's go, Luo Feng said, after which he dodged the thousands of youths and headed far away. This made the elder, Dylan, and the rest of his group all stunned. The thousands of youths too were stunned. The human Luo Feng actually ran from the battle. Humans shunning their battles was a very normal thing. However, Beiqiu, that was the #1 Domain Lord genius of the Gold Horn race. Even if Luo Feng didn't dare battle him, he'd at least have to show some respect. Human Luo Feng. Beiqiu's eyes gleamed coldly as he roared fiercely. Luo Feng continued walking far away and not stopping. Do you not dare? Are you afraid? Beiqiu roared angrily, defeating my brother is nothing. If you defeat me, I dare say no domain lord level 9 in our entire gold horn race will challenge you again ever, and if you don't accept my challenge, our gold horn race will never submit to you. Luo Feng brought Dylan and the rest of the group through the pathways. He couldn't be bothered with Beiqiu's roars. Your Majesty. Dylan looked curiously at Luo Feng. I don't wish to fight him. Luo Feng shook his head and said, before when you rejected the other youths, that was fine, but, rejecting Bei Qiu, he is after all, the most exceptional of the domain lords. If you don't defeat him, countless clansmen won't submit to you. Instead, they will say that you bullied the weak and are afraid of the strong. Dylan said, of course if you don't have any guarantee, then you'd probably lose after accepting the fight. It is indeed a good idea not to accept. Dylan, what are you going on about? Luo Feng couldn't help but laugh. Right. Knowing his background and growth, naturally everybody would think he wasn't a match for Beiqiu. However, after reaching Sector Lord and studying the tablet for a month, his law comprehension alone had reached passing the 9th level of the heavenly bridge. The moment he unleashed his over 3,200 spirit energy amplitude, along with his natural ability strength and the blood river energy, his strength would multiply absurdly. Defeating Beiqiu, Luo Feng was incredibly confident. However, the moment he defeated Beiqiu, firstly the virtual universe company's information system would know immediately, and with Dylan and his teacher, True Yan's relationship, his teacher would know too. His win over Bei Chuang, he could still use his blood warrior identity and special encounters to explain. However, defeating Beiqiu would be much harder to explain. The many geniuses of the universe over the history of humanity have had explosive improvements due to miraculous encounters. If I were to reveal my strength, the virtual universe company would definitely conclude that I've stumbled upon some incredible miracle. Luo Feng thought, seems right. My Demon Note inheritance in Demon Note Mountain had raised my spirit energy amplitude over 3,200. It is indeed a super miracle. In terms of origin law comprehension, he was only at the 9th level. With the amplitude over 3,200, that was his true trump card over defeating Bei Qiu. If I can avoid it, it's better not to reveal myself. My Demon Note inheritance was after all an unintentional swiping of missed Emperor slot. Luo Feng thought it's better to remain low-key and train for a few hundreds of years. Even if my strength explodes, then it wouldn't draw too much attention. Luo Feng and the group returned to the training quarters. Dylan, Elder Si Fan Chi, I'll be studying in isolation for a while to organize my studies from the manual, after which I'll leave from here, Luo Feng said. After which he entered the room. He had studied the sacred tablet and acquired the manual. All the benefits had been received, it was time to leave. Luo Feng sat cross-legged within, recalling the Nanshan 36 levels and their details simultaneously. He sent a thread of consciousness into the virtual universe network, beginning to train within his own villa's training grounds. To study, to attempt, and to confirm. Then combine the beast god statue and the ancient pictures together and study. When training a manual, one had to approach it with consideration of which was the best way to study it. Before beginning this was similar to the saying, if the axe is dull and its edge unsharpened, more strength is needed. Luo Feng was currently sharpening his axe to ensure that when he began training, it would be at the optimum condition. In the blink of an eye, it had been 3 months. The requirements are actually so high. Practicing with normal blades is indeed much higher, however this unique training method by Shi Luo Duo actually has such origin law study effects of course, when one constructs one's own weapons and techniques, and when one uses these to attack, it's indeed awesome. Luo Feng smiled and got up. Next time I'll approach this manual with the mindset of constructing techniques. After which he left the study and walked out. This manual had many paths of training. Any path could lead far, as Luo Feng's spirit energy amplitude was very high. He had decided on the hardest technique construction angle to study it. As he walked into the yard, many silhouettes swiftly appeared. Elder Si Fan Chi Luo Feng said, "I'm about to head out immediately to the Doyan Palace and thank them and say my goodbyes. The Doyan Palace has been a great help to me this time, allowing me to study and picking any manual I want. I cannot just leave without saying goodbye." The elder smiled and nodded. "Before leaving the sacred city, you should go visit the Doyan Palace. However, Your Majesty Luo Feng, you should know something." "What's up?" Luo Feng was curious. The elder looked at Dylan beside him. Dylan smiled and said, "Outside, over these 3 months that you've been studying, there have been many gold horn race clansmen that have taken residence outside, obviously, after you rejected Beiqiu. A lot of them have been very dissatisfied. Very many." Luo Feng was shocked. He didn't even feel anything. "In order to not disrupt your study, I created a space void of noise around your room," Dylan said. "Thanks," Luo Feng nodded. "It's not just a huge bunch of gold horn race clansmen that have come and expressed their anger, even that genius Beiqiu. Over these 3 months, he's been sitting cross-legged outside on the pathway," Dylan said. Luo Feng was stunned. "He's been sitting there outside our entrance for a full 3 months, not even moving." Dylan forced a smile. "Hence even now, there are over 10,000 gold horn race clansmen sitting crossed-legged outside." Luo Feng was stunned. "Let's go," Luo Feng said. Outside, Dylan and the elder looked at him. "No." Luo Feng shook his head. "I don't care about them. We'll fly straight to the Doyan Palace." Sacred land. The pathways outside Luo Feng's training quarters were completely filled with large amounts of gold horn race clansmen sitting cross-legged. And right at the main entrance sat the purple-armored, black-skinned youth Bei Qiu. He sat there crossed-legged with his eyes closed. So. A beam of light shot out of the quarters and swiftly flew away. "They are flying away. The human Luo Feng is amongst them. They actually just flew away." Over 10,000 gold horn race clansmen all began to stir, getting up together and gazing at the distant skies. There the beam of light had disappeared into the distance. They all began to get enraged. Beiqiu opened his eyes and looked on coldly at the scene, his eyes almost burning with flames. He muttered softly to himself, "Human Luo Feng, you coward." Rumble. He became a beam of light and headed towards the Doyan Palace. His brother and those with them followed. When Luo Feng was stirring waves on Lao's world amongst the gold horn race group, in a distant desolate region within the universe country, within a black silent space, without any stars or planets, only the occasional space debris, there was a layer of space that sat within. In this vast majestic god country, an endless gold continent rose. In a grass patch and forest there lived many humans with many technologically advanced constructs amongst them, hundreds of Billions of humans were scattered throughout the cities, within every city. There was a god-like statue. Countless people came to worship this god. The part where humans lived was but a small portion of this entire god. Country. Over 30 million kilometers away from their living regions, within an extremely tall mountain that reached over 1,000,000 km, there was a shrine at the very peak. Gleaming gold, the shrine itself was over 100,000 kilometers tall, and there were many silhouettes within the shrine. GG. Hell. Many huge bug soldiers in all shapes and sizes walked within the shrine. One could even occasionally see gold bug soldiers, undying bugs other than these. There were many humans in white robes, gold robes, and armor. They often crossed paths, but seemed like it was nothing. In the highest level of the shrine, a bug clan mother nest over 10 kilometers tall sat in the center. It was surrounded by a large amount of gold bug soldiers. With a glance, there were more than 10,000. Master. 3 gold-robed humans were surrounded by large amounts of the soldiers. They, however, immediately bowed respectfully. "Why have you called me?" A gentle voice, almost like that of an absolute beauty speaking, resounded throughout the hall. "Master," the leading gold-robed man said respectfully, "an undying stationed within the gold horn races. Lao's world has sent some news. The human Luo Feng is currently in the sacred city of Lao's world." "Number 9, a gentle voice answered. "Yes," the leading gold-robed man said, "and another thing, Number 9, Luo Feng's strength improvement is very shocking. He publicly defeated a domain lord level 9 genius of the gold horn race, Bei Chuang. That Bei Chuang had law comprehension levels akin to the human's passing of the 9th level of the heavenly bridge. And Luo Feng barely had the ability to pass the 8th during the first qualification battles." "Is there footage?" the gentle voice asked. "That battle was public. There's plenty. The Undying has sent over a footage." Along with his message, the man pointed into the air, and immediately a projection appeared that replayed Luo Feng's entire battle with Bei Chuang. The entire footage, Bei Chuang was subduing Luo Feng. Finally, Luo Feng unleashed his attack on Bei Chuang and defeated him. After finishing the footage, Human Virtual Universe Company, universe-level geniuses, there's only one that reached the 8th level of the heavenly bridge, the gold-robed man said. And Luo Feng, in these short decades, his origin law comprehension has already surpassed the strongest universe-level genius according to these speeds, in the qualification battles of the domain lords a few hundred years from now, he would probably be able to remain in the primal region. His improvement speed is too shocking in the history of humanity. Only the most exceptional from over trillions of eras would there occasionally be such an absolute genius. A gentle voice ordered, "Raise his grade, make him number 3, the other targets will move back." "Yes," the gold-robed man complied. "Also order the Undyings on Lao's world, get one of them to make a move." The gentle voice said, "If he can kill Luo Feng, sacrificing one normal Undying doll is nothing. However, the number of our bug clan hidden in Lao's world is simply too few. We can at most reveal one Undying, we cannot sacrifice more. If he cannot succeed, we just have to wait patiently." "Yes," the gold-robed man said respectfully, "I'll immediately give the order to the Ganwu Universe Countries Department members, and to the Gold Horn Race members. Go." The gentle voice said. 3 gold-robed warriors bowed simultaneously and left. In the side regions of the Ganwu Universe Country, Universe Secret Regions. Lao's World. Sacred City. Within a quiet living quarters. Kill Luo Feng, regardless of cost. A gold horn race undying in stone gray armor sat there, muttering to himself, regardless of cost, regardless of cost. Hua. His eyes suddenly opened and his blood-red eyes gazed coldly ahead. Luo Feng, the gold horn race undying, muttered softly. Elder, elder. A gold horn race youth rushed in from outside, shouting, "We just received news that the human genius Luo Feng has ignored Beiqiu's challenge and has flowed straight from his living quarters to the Doyan Palace. That Luo Feng is seriously a coward. He's so afraid that he won't even battle Beiqiu." The gold horn race youth gritted his teeth. The stone-gray armored man ordered solemnly, "You can leave." "Yes, elder," the gold horn race youth replied respectfully. Doyan Palace. The stone-gray armored man became a blur and flew out swiftly, heading straight to the Doyan Palace. The human territories were vast. Bug Clan and humans, the two pinnacle races of the universe, had battled for over trillions of years. The Bug Clan had long hidden many agents within the universe countries. The Bug Clan's sole invasion and controllability was simply too terrifying. Even human undyings were unable to escape its control. In contrast, with the entire gold horn race gathered within Lao's world, the Bug Clan would hardly ever get a chance to invade them. Only when some powerful gold horn race warriors help in the human wars would they occasionally get a chance to swiftly invade the souls of the gold horn race warriors and let them bring them back into Lao's world. That way, they would have pawns safely hidden within. Lao's world was vast, and with too few bug agents within, their communication reports weren't up to date. Only after Luo Feng had created such an uproar in the sacred city did it attract the attention of one of the pawns, finally confirming Luo Feng's incidents. Their efficiency was extremely low. Luo Feng and a group finally landed at the foot of the Doyan Palace mountain range, after which the group headed towards the palace. At this time, Luo Feng didn't even think about the fact that there would be other races hidden within the Golden Horn race's secret region, hiding to ambush him. This was after all the Gold Horn race's survival area, which even many undyings from humanity didn't know about it. Many undying humans didn't even know of the fact that the Gold Horn race was a subservient race to humanity. If even very few humans knew this, then it would definitely be extremely hard for other races to invade them. Even so, Luo Feng was still very cautious. After all, he was now a supervisor envoy outside. It was actually very common for other races to assassinate geniuses. This was also why he didn't want to expose his strength too much. Defeating Beichuang had already gained the attention of the other races. The moment he defeated Beiqiu, the other races would probably risk it all to kill him. Elder Si Fanqi, Luo Feng said, "Help me request, only if the Doyan agrees to meet me will I enter." Okay. Elder Si Fanqi easily entered the Doyan Palace. Luo Feng and the group stood outside as the guards all looked on curiously at Luo Feng and his group. Obviously very few had actually seen a human before. "Your Majesty Luo Feng, the Doyan has agreed to see you," entered the elders' voice resounded in Luo Feng's ears. "Ah." Luo Feng's eyes gleamed, ordering, "Everybody else stay here, Dylan follow me." Luo Feng brought Dylan and walked through the entrance. All the guards seemed to have received their orders, hence none of them stopped these two. Lao's world's temperature is extremely low, the Doyan Palace is even colder. Luo Feng felt like he was walking within the icy cold demon Note Mountain. Beside them, the palace guards and staff, along with some disciples, could be seen. After a while, they arrived in a quiet hall. None of the staff, disciples, and guards dared go near this hall. At the entrance stood two undyings, one man and a lady. Human Luo Feng, the Doyan is within, the undying man said. Luo Feng nodded and brought Dylan through to the door, entering the hall. The moment he entered, it was almost like stepping into another space. The outside was completely cut off, leaving only this extremely cold large hall. 10 undyings stood within the hall, all respectful, and above them all sat a Doyan dressed in a star robe that revealed his chest. Sitting there, the space and time had him as the center. His gaze held within immense endless power, it made others submit immediately. Human Luo Feng greets Gold Horn Race Doyan. Luo Feng took a deep bow to express his respect. Dylan did so beside him too. To a universe knight, such a great being, respect was a given. High in the large hall throne, an old man gazed down at Luo Feng, smiling. It's been a long time since I've seen a young human. Your youthfulness is shocking. I cannot believe that you've defeated that child Bei Chuang. Doyan, I did it with great difficulty, Luo Feng said respectfully. He was shocked within. His teacher Tru Yen had once told him that some of the absolute beings of the universe could see how long one had lived just from a glance. Even the eternal beings, those great beings, could still see how long they've lived just from a glance. This Doyan had probably seen that he had only lived for about 300 years. Indeed, a Doyan stationed in Sacred City is this powerful. Luo Feng was shocked. The Gold Horn race has many Doyans. Those that are able to be stationed here must be extremely powerful. Have you studied the sacred tablet? The Doyan gazed down and smiled, asking, almost like he was asking his own disciple. Yes, its benefits were huge. Thank you for giving me the chance, Luo Feng said respectfully. A carefree laughter resounded within the hall. The Doyan smiled. Little punk. From what I understand, you walk the same path as our great leader Shi Luo Duo. Spirit reader and a combination of gold and space laws. The sacred tablet would indeed have great benefits for you. Luo Feng bowed, obediently listening to the Doyan's words. Do you wish to study it again? He looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng was embarrassed. The sacred tablet has great benefits for my law comprehension. Saying I don't wish to do so would be a lie. Haha, I'll give you another chance, little punk, if you can unleash the Nan Shen armament's 9th level. Before you reach undying, you'll have another chance to study it. The Doyan smiled, and if you successfully break through to undying, you'll get another chance. The time will be the same as this time. Luo Feng was stunned. Whether you can go study it again depends on your ability. The Doyan smiled. Thank you, Doyan. Luo Feng thanked him respectfully. Haha. The elder laughed carefree. These 2 chances have their own requirements. If your talent and abilities are insufficient, entering the sacred tablet tower would be a disgrace to Shi Luo Duo. Luo Feng was shocked within. This Gold Horn race Doyan, stationed within the Doyan Palace, was a powerful universe knight level being, yet he was extremely friendly to him, giving him a chance to study right up front and even giving him a free chance to pick any manual. Right. This Doyan, he probably saw that I defeated Bei Chuang, hence he noticed me more. Luo Feng understood immediately. He initially gave me the chance to study the tablet and pick a free manual. However, the 2 extra chances he's giving me, even though they have their requirements, however, if I cannot reach these requirements, he probably wouldn't even be bothered with me. The Doyen were the highest group of beings in the Gold Horn race. Even Emperor-level Undyings, these Doyens wouldn't be bothered, human geniuses were the same. However, Luo Feng and Bei Chuang's battle had resulted in Luo Feng's detailed information being passed on to this Doyen. He swiftly determined that Luo Feng's ability was shocking, hence he was so friendly. The timing of one's attitude meant everything. Luo Feng was only a small being now. For the Doyen to be so courteous, Luo Feng would naturally be grateful. If Luo Feng were to become an absolute being in humanity in the future, it would be much harder for him to make Luo Feng feel grateful then. After ending his greeting of the Doyen, Luo Feng, Si Fan Chi, and Dylan left the Great Hall. The other Undyings all stepped out with them. Human Luo Feng, a voice resounded. Luo Feng turned to look. The one speaking was a man in a loose robe. His appearance was similar to that of the Doyen before. And you are? Luo Feng looked at this person. Your Majesty Luo Feng, this is the official level Undying 2, Ka Luo Elder. Si Fan Chi smiled beside and introduced Elder 2 Ka Luo is the Doyen's son, and the only one amongst his sons to become an Undying. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. 2 Ka Luo said indifferently, human Luo Feng, the Bei Chuan you defeated, along with his brother Bei Chiu, they are both my disciples. Luo Feng was stunned. The Bei Ji brothers' teacher. I have nothing to say about you defeating Bei Chuan, I can only compliment you. 2 Ka Luo looked disdainfully at Luo Feng. However, my disciple Bei Chiu has challenged you yet, why have you not accepted it? He's been sitting outside your living quarters for 3 months, without any answer. Even if you reject him, you have to show some respect to our Gold Horn race. Luo Feng smiled. Elder 2 Ka Luo, so you are the Bei Ji brothers' teacher. Honestly, it was already very difficult for me to defeat Bei Chuan. I heard from Elder Si Fan Chi that Bei Chiu was more than 10 times stronger than his brother. I have no confidence at all. Naturally I wouldn't accept the challenge and lose outright. So you admit defeat? 2 Ka Luo seemed stunned. Luo Feng smiled and nodded. Right, I'm currently no match at all for Bei Chiu. I can only go train and get stronger before accepting his challenge. As for my actions, it's mostly because I've been scared away by the huge group of youths constantly challenging me. I hope you can understand. 2 Ka Luo stared wide-eyed at Luo Feng. He was the only one amongst the Doyen's sons to reach Undying over a long period of time. All of the Doyen's family had already passed on, leaving only him. Even though he was only an official level Undying, due to his special status, his position was very high. The incident with the Bei Ji brothers had made him very dissatisfied with Luo Feng. However, he didn't dare make a scene before his father now that they were out of the hall. However, he wanted to pick a bone with Luo Feng. However, Luo Feng admitted defeat. He simply gave up, admitting he wasn't a match for Bei Chiu. What could he do? 2 Ka Luo blinked a couple of times. When I'm stronger and I have the confidence, I will definitely challenge Bei Chiu when I come here. As for now, I'm seriously too weak. Luo Feng bowed. Elder 2 Ka Luo, if there are no other matters, I'll leave first. 2 Ka Luo could only nod. Luo Feng brought Dylan and Si Fan Chi and left. This 2 Ka Luo stood there for a while, speechless. Luo Feng walked within the Doyen palace and bumped into the Bei Ji brothers, who had returned to the palace. Human Luo Feng, please accept my challenge. Bei Qiao stood before Luo Feng. I have matters to attend to, please make way, Luo Feng said. Beside him, Dylan released his undying energy, that powerful force immediately brushed aside Bei Qiao like sweeping, Luo Feng, Dylan, and Si Fan Chi swiftly left after. You. Bei Qiao was so angry he gritted his teeth. Luo Feng walked through the winding paths of the palace, thinking within, now that I've studied the tablet and acquired the Nanshan 36 levels, it's time to leave. At most I'll pay a visit to the Pagoda tribe and return to the Milky Way after. Later on, I'll have to exchange points for the 10,000 soul control, but it's extremely expensive. However, in order to control the mother nest, it's worth it. I'll train on Earth for a while, and after I completely control the mother nest, I'll head over to Primal Chaos City. There I'll train for a while. I have quite a few chances to study the 9-universe tablet that I can use. Virtual Universe Company core members all had the privilege of entering Primal Chaos City. When they first join at universe level, they had a free 30-year chance. That was Luo Feng's first time. At Domain Lord level, they had another free chance to study there for 300 years. At Sector Lord level, they had another free 3,000-year chance. These were all given a privilege for the core disciples. Also, when they enter Primal Chaos City, even though at Domain Lord level they are given 300 years free, Luo Feng could totally train for 500 years or even 1,000 years. The only price was the excess time required points. The longer they stayed there, the more points it required. If one had enough points, it was possible to stay in Primal Chaos City for hundreds of thousands of years. The moment their points were finished, Primal Chaos City would force Luo Feng to leave. Luo Feng thought about his future as he left the Doyan Palace with Dylan and Elder Si Fan Chi. Your Majesty, the 5 sector lords and Kashna welcomed him. Let's go, Luo Feng ordered. Your Majesty, human Luo Feng. Your Majesty, human Luo Feng. A very passionate voice resounded. Luo Feng looked up. In the distance a blur silhouette swiftly flew over, condensing about 10 m away from Luo Feng. It was a stone-gray armored man. His eyes seemed like red jewels. They looked at Luo Feng and smiled. I'm called Kebu. Kebu, Elder Si Fan Chi shouted, shocked. Elder Si Fan Chi. The stone-gray armored man bowed slightly to express his respect. Luo Feng looked curiously at the elder. The elder smiled. Your Majesty, Luo Feng, this is the Elder Kebu. He's an undying from the Tuayen tribe. He's participated in the wars with humans several times. He has quite a few human friends. Luo Feng looked at the undying Kebu. When I was in Sacred City, I heard about your Majesty's events. I didn't dare disturb you all this while. Now that you are about to leave, I decided to come send you off. The stone-armored man smiled. It's truly a happy occasion for me to see a human in my hometown. Luo Feng smiled and nodded. Where have your Majesty gone in Lao's world? The stone-armored man smiled. Just Sacred City. The Pagoda tribe too, Luo Feng replied. Elder Kebu said, Your Majesty, Luo Feng, the home of the Gold Horn race. Lao's world has an incredibly ancient history with many mysterious places that may have benefits to your training. Have you never gone to those places? Which special spots are there? Luo Feng asked, without too much interest, as Lao's world was a constructed vast continent and not truly a naturally formed entity from the universe, even if there were any treasures left behind by any warrior of the Gold Horn race, it would have long been swept up. Elder Caber realized that Luo Feng didn't have any interest, he couldn't help but be shocked within. My master told me to risk it all to kill this Luo Feng, however. Beside him, he has a human undying guard, and see Fan Chi there. Powers far exceed mine, and as long as they are here, I have no hopes of killing him. If I cannot make him stay here in Lao's world, I would probably never have a chance. After one's soul is invaded, they become completely loyal to their owners. The master's command was the most important. They wouldn't even care about sacrificing their lives. Our Gold Horn race has a rule that the moment one reaches universe level, they have to leave their tribe and train outside. Elder Kebu said. Hence, in the wastelands of Lao's world, there are a few shrines built by undyings that would absorb the exceptional youths outside. Our Gold Horn race encourages a few powerful beings to head to these shrines, and thus make the youths all excited to actually leave their tribes and train. Luo Feng laughed. Over an extremely long time, some great beings leave behind things when they fall. We elders naturally won't go and purposely search for these treasures. Cable laughed. As for the other undyings, it's completely impossible for them to search the entire Lao's world, thus creating many miraculous places also. In order to raise the strength of our Gold Horn race undying and normal people, we've built a few sacred land-like places. The sacred tablet is, after all, only for gold and space warriors. The other warriors that comprehend other laws have their own special places. Luo Feng shook his head. I have no interest. There's one place that would be a waste if your majesty doesn't visit. Kebu's wrist quantum computer suddenly shot out a projection in midair. On it was a simple picture. Here, this is a place where human warriors definitely have to go when they visit. Luo Feng, who had been very casual all this while, blinked at the picture. His heart shuddered as his eyes gleamed. He stared hard at the image on the picture. How can this huge waves erupted within Luo Feng's mind? The image on the picture was a huge statue in the canyon of a mountain. The entire statue was a huge lizard-like beast with a single horn. That formless pressure made everyone shudder within. That's it. Beast God. It's a statue of the beast god. Luo Feng stared hard at the picture. A few miraculous encounters on Blood River continent had made Luo Feng aware of an incredibly ancient era, back when the absolute powers of the virtual universe company had clashed with a terrifying beast god of Blood River continent over and over. Even though he hadn't personally seen the beast god, he could still feel its terrifying power. It far exceeded the golden-horned beast and the Huisua beast. Elder Kebu noticed Luo Feng's expression and immediately smiled. This is an incredibly special place in our Gold Horn home. It's also where the great warriors of humanity would almost all go. Beast God Canyon. Beast God Canyon. Luo Feng looked at Elder Kebu. The Gold Horn race called this statue the Beast God too. Our race's greatest being Doyan Shi Luo Duo had once said that his studies all came from the comprehension gained from this statue. The elder exclaimed. Back then, he even said that as long as anybody can comprehend this huge beast god statue, then that person's power would raise similar to his own. Luo Feng shuddered. Power similar to Shi Luo Duo's level. Shi Luo Duo, that was the greatest leader of the entire Gold Horn race. He single-handedly established the entire race. How powerful was he? And because Doyan Shi Luo Duo said that, Kebu sighed. Over the trillions of years, countless people of our race have gone to study the statue, however. None have discovered any mysteries, even the Doyens, I've never heard of any, that have comprehended this statue, even the great beings of humanity, those that come here all specially come to study the statue, wanting to comprehend it and have power as strong as Shi Luo Duo, however I haven't heard of any that have comprehended it. Of course, there may have been some among humanity that have comprehended it without announcing it. Luo Feng was stunned. So, the greatest leader of the Gold Horn race, Shi Luo Duo, he got his power from comprehension of the beast god statue. Elder Si Fan Chi, is there such a thing? Luo Feng looked at the elder beside. Si Fan Chi nodded, smiling as he shook his head. However, over countless years, other than the great Shi Luo Duo, there hasn't been anyone else who has comprehended the statue. Even I, looking at it, I feel as though it's a normal statue, and there is nothing special about its structure. I cannot understand it at all. There's even been a Doyen that made a suggestion to slice open the statue to see if there's anything special hidden within, of course out of respect for Shi Luo Duo, and belief in his words, they forbade such an action. However, no one could make anything of it. Si Fan Chi shook his head. Luo Feng was shocked. Si Fan Chi was an emperor-level undying, a powerful being who was able to teleport if placed in the Ganwu universe country. Probably only the Ganwu universe country leader would be stronger than him. For such a being, even he couldn't make anything of the statue. Bring me there, Luo Feng said immediately. The Yunmo planet ship left the sacred city and headed towards Beast God Canyon. Your Majesty, for you to bring me along to Beast God Canyon, thanks. Within the control room, the stone-gray armored elder, Kebu said. It's nothing. Luo Feng looked at the vast land outside. You wanted to go visit a friend. They're too right, it's convenient, we can just go together. After which Luo Feng turned and returned to his resting chambers. Dylan stayed in a room right beside Luo Feng's to protect him. Right now there's no chance at all. This Dylan keeps following him, and his undying energy is wrapped around Luo Feng all the time as a warning device. Keba looked at Dylan's back, thinking within. However, there's no rush. After we reach Beast God Canyon, the strong there are numerous as the clouds. There'll be a chance. The canyon wasn't too far from the sacred city. After flying in the Yunmo planet ship for close to a month, they reached their destination. In the air along the continuous mountain range, a blood-colored triangular ship slowed down swiftly and floated there. Hua! The cabin door opened. Luo Feng brought Dylan and the group out of the ship and kept the ship within his internal world. Your Majesty, Luo Feng, Elder Si Fan Chi pointed into the distance. That is Beast God Canyon. The Beast God statue is there. Luo Feng looked over, faintly making the blurred silhouette within the canyon. Let's go, Luo Feng ordered. So. They instantly flew over tens of thousands of km. Luo Feng and the group floated above the canyon. So many Gold Horn race clansmen. Luo Feng looked at the clansmen all training along the caves of the canyon. There were even more in the vast land below them, hence, he couldn't help but be shocked. As Shi Luo Duo had said before, as long as one can comprehend this statue, they would have powers as strong as his, hence countless of our warriors gather here. Kebu pointed below and smiled. Look, that 3,000 kilometers tall shrine is a Doyen shrine. It's specially built here to protect the statue. Luo Feng could see the majestic shrine below. However, Compared to the beast god statue, the shrine looked ordinary. The huge beast god statue there laying like it's in sleeping form, its entire body length with its tail is about 10,000 kilometers, Kebu explained. Luo Feng swiftly descended and flew towards the statue. Who? He landed on the ground and looked up at the enormous beast god statue he had acquired a beast god statue on Blood River World before, however that was much smaller. Also his own statue was one of the beast gods standing on all four legs and raising its horn upwards, and howling. This one however was about 10,000 kilometers and depicted the beast god laid out, closing its eyes and sleeping. Every scale was incredibly clear. What terrifying pressure. It's simply a lifeless statue, yet it makes me feel like I'm facing that ancient pressure. Luo Feng looked at the sleeping beast god statue and held his breath. Your Majesty, not even the Undyings or Doyens have managed to study and comprehend any of the wonders of this statue. Elder Si Fan Chi sighed as he landed beside. No one can understand it. I don't understand it too. Luo Feng frowned and said softly. Right. He couldn't see through it at all. The little statue that he got, the golden horned beast, could study its tearing sky claw, and he could feel the god within with the mysterious energy emanating and the image of the beast god itself. It allowed the golden horned beast to keep improving and reaching breakthroughs. This majestic huge beast god statue, however, Luo Feng was very clear that they were both beast gods. Other than the terrifying pressure, he couldn't feel anything else. There must be some secrets that Shi Luo Duo wouldn't casually leave behind this statue and fool his clansmen for trillions of years. Luo Feng stared up at the statue. I'll compare it with my little statue and see what's the difference between them. I'll start from every single scale. At this time, it wasn't just Luo Feng, not just the Gold Horn clansmen, there were other absolute human warriors about, trying hard to understand this huge statue before them. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed like lightning. He looked up at the huge beast god statue which was ahead of him while studying it. His golden horned beast body in his internal world was studying the tiny statue, and they compared. Luo Feng walked about the statue, fast as a blur, each step crossing over thousands of km. Your Majesty, Dylan asked curiously. Dylan, what is His Majesty Luo Feng doing? Si Fan Chi asked curiously as well. Does he really want to inspect every corner of this statue? However, countless people have done it over and over before, yet none have found anything special. I don't know either. Dylan shook his head. As the two of them were chatting, Luo Feng had flown into the sky to gaze at the statue from thousands of km up, looking down at its back, neck, head portions. After a while, Luo Feng had gotten a good look of the entire beast god statue. His gaze finally shifted from the statue and down at the bottom of the canyon. With one glance, that area was tens of thousands of km wide and 1,000,000 km long. Other than a few palace constructs there, he could see crossed-legged Gold Horn race warriors training there. Over 100 million of them were present. Almost all of them were sitting crossed-legged. The formless energy from that was no weaker than the beast god statue itself. Over 100 million warriors, the many generations of warriors, have all come to study this statue, wanting to become as great a being as Shi Luo Duo. Luo Feng shook his head, after which he swiftly descended like a shooting star, slowing down as he reached the bottom, his silver metal boots gently landing. Your Majesty, Dylan and Si Fan Chi came over. I need to think about it, Luo Feng said so and sat cross-legged on the rocky ground, his armor splitting some of the rocks below. Dylan and Si Fan Chi stood beside him and protected him. So it's like that, this huge statue actually has such a difference from my small statue from Blood River continent. Luo Feng was shocked from his comparison. Before they are similar in appearance, they are definitely the same beast god. Their scale numbers are the same too, a total of 90,729 scales. The scales, however, are different in structure also. This huge statue doesn't have the god charm of the small one, the same image. Luo Feng frowned and pondered. The two of them had huge differences in structure. One was over 10,000 kilometers long, while the other was only about 30 centimeters tall and 1 m long. However, no matter how different they were in size and posture, the number of scales were exactly the same. Even the scales on the sleeping huge statue, the ones on its chest or under its claws, etc., those not visible to the eye, Luo Feng used his spirit energy to check and realized even those in between areas had the same number of scales. It was almost as though this ancient beast lying there was made into a statue itself. How strange. The number of scales are the same, both counting to 90,729. However, the structure of the scales are different. The feeling it gives me is like the ones on the small statue are more organized with charm and imagery. However, there's no rule to the ones on this big statue, yet it still gives off such a terrifying aura. Just what is going on? Luo Feng pondered hard. Ever since Shi Luo Duo had left this statue here, over the generations, there's been countless warriors coming here to study it. Even great human beings have come here, like some universe knights and country leaders, yet none have comprehended this beast god statue. Maybe some have understood it, but chose to keep it a secret. However, there hasn't been even one public announcement from anyone about comprehension of the statue. With so many absolute beings not getting anything from it, for a small being like Luo Feng, who had just stepped into the sector lord level, with some miraculous encounters, to actually comprehend it, it was without a doubt just a dream. Luo Feng pondered there, and in an instant, over 3 months had passed. Dylan, Si Fan Chi, Kashna, and the 5 sector lord guards all stood guard. Patiently, Elder Kebu had left immediately after arriving, saying he wanted to meet his good friends in the Beast God Canyon. Dylan and the 5 sector lords weren't bored either. This was the first time they saw this huge beast god statue. They all tried their best to study it. They were dreaming too, that they may be able to comprehend it. That way, they would improve by leaps and bounds. Si Fan Chi and Kashna, however, were bored to death. They had already tried it a long time ago. Who? Luo Feng took a long breath. Your Majesty. Dylan and Si Fan Chi immediately looked over. Nothing. Luo Feng smiled and shook his head, after which he closed his eyes again and sent a large portion of his consciousness into his internal world. Within his internal world, it was vast and endless. The Yunmo planet ship was stopped in a grass patch with his internal world. Now, the ship needn't be placed in Babada's storage unit anymore. Babada, combine the pictures I recorded before with this beast god statue and project it. The black-clothed Luo Feng stood beside the ship and ordered. Understood. The Yunmo planet ship immediately shot out a beam of light, forming an enormous sleeping beast god statue that stretched over 10,000 kilometers long. This was exactly similar to the one in reality. Even if it was a simple projection, it still gave off a terrifying aura. Only that it wasn't as obvious as the real statue. I dare say Black Cloth Masha Luo Feng stared at the projection, his eyes gleaming. The problem is in the scales. The huge statue and the small statue both have a peculiar 90,729 scales. One of them is over 10,000 kilometers long, while the other is just 1 m in size, yet they have the same number of scales. I think that if the number of scales are any different, there wouldn't be any aura. Luo Feng had many thoughts in his head, immediately ordering Babada, make some changes to this projection, split one of the big scales into two. Yes. Babada complied. One of the huge scales on the projection in the sky was split into two smaller ones. Rumble. The pressure dissipated and the originally terrifying projection became nothing more than a simple projection with no aura at all. Indeed, Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Revert it back to original. Also, change the veins of one of the scales, Luo Feng ordered. After reverting it, the pressure came back. With the change in the veins, the pressure dissipated again. Luo Feng could confirm that the problem was within the 90,729 scales. Black Cloth Luo Feng waved and the mini statue of the beast god appeared. This small version stood on all fours, its horn raised, and it gave off a powerful aura. That unique charm was almost like staring straight at a living ancient beast god. Babada, blow up the projection of this small statue up to 10,000 kilometers long. The black-clothed Luo Feng ordered. Yes. Immediately, two incredibly huge beast god projections appeared side by side. One was in a sleeping position while the other standing upright, filled with killing intent and ferociousness. Both have pressure. The black-clothed Luo Feng rubbed his chin, muttering, the sleeping beast god's pressure is stronger, the standing one is weaker, somewhat. No, not right. I should say the standing one has charm and unique imagery, and it's controlling its aura, while the huge statue doesn't have that charm or unique imagery. Looking at the sleeping beast god statue, I cannot picture a living beast god, as it has no charm. Also, its aura is released loosely, hence it feels that strong. As long as one wasn't dumb, one could clearly feel that the standing beast god statue was obviously more lifelike, almost like a real beast god. One felt like it was living, while the other gave the sensation that it was dead. The difference was huge. The veins on the scales are different. Black Cloth Luo Feng thought, I'll give it a shot. Rumble. In the distance, a black silhouette flew over, landing in the grassy patch. It was an enormous mountain-like beast, the golden-horned beast. The golden-horned beast is extremely adept at studying the beast god statue. Black-clothed Luo Feng muttered, I'll let it try and carve the beast god statue. Right, carve. Personally carving one, to experience the difference in the veins. This was the method Luo Feng had come up with. I'll first carve a sleeping beast god statue. The black-clothed Luo Feng thought immediately. A large amount of world energy gathered and a huge mountain range over 10,000 kilometers long was purely used for carving. Also, the world energy simultaneously produced over 10,000 different sorts of carving blades. The big ones were over 100 kilometers long, the small ones were smaller than ants in size. The golden-horned beast stood in the grass patch and waved its scaled wings. flying around the over 10,000 kilometers long mountain range it simultaneously used spirit energy to control over 10,000 carving blades, swiftly beginning to carve through the mountain range. When one's strength reaches sector lord level, while controlling spirit energy, even as delicate as 1 millimeter, or 1 micrometer or nanometer, not a single mistake can be made. Success. After a while, the huge sleeping beast god statue was carved, extremely life-like. It sure was hard, every vein on the scales were all incredibly complex. However, it's strange that there isn't any aura at all. The golden-horned beast stood in mid-air, its gaze was curious. No matter, I'll try and carve the tiny beast god statue. Another over 10,000 kilometers long mountain range appeared and the golden-horned beast once again controlled over 10,000 carving blades to begin its carving. The beast god statue's overall shape was easy to carve, the main thing was how complex the scales were. Hell. As it carved the 12th scale, the golden-horned beast let out a painful howl. The huge head shook and braced against the pain as it tried to carve the veins of the scale. The more it carved, the more it howled in pain, almost like a formless restriction was pressuring its body, and that formless pressure worked directly on its soul. Howl, the beast cried in pain. Its nose, eyes, and scales on its wings, claws, and tail began to bleed gold blood. With a huge howl, it completely fell from the air and crashed into the grass. The grass patch shook violently as the mountain-like golden-horned beast landed in it, its scales revealing traces of gold blood, and parts of its scales were even damaged as golden blood flowed from its eyes and nose. Immediately, a torrent of world energy swiftly wrapped around the entire golden-horned beast body and began to recover its injuries. In the outside world, Lao's world's beast god Canyon Luo Feng, who was sitting cross-legged like the other 100 million warriors in training, suddenly let out a low noise of pain, both hands gripping hard at the stones on the ground, crushing them to dust. Your Majesty. Your Majesty, Luo Feng, are you okay? Dylan and Si Fan Chi, who were sitting crossed-legged beside him, were shocked. They both discovered that Luo Feng was in pain. Luo Feng didn't answer, he gripped the ground hard, the veins on his forehead throbbing. He let out a breath and opened his eyes, clearly fatigued as he looked at Dylan and Si Fan Chi. It's nothing, don't worry. The two exchanged glances. Nothing. It would be weird if it was nothing. He was simply sitting there, under the surveillance of two great undyings. He was definitely not attacked, however. Under such circumstances, he was actually in pain. It was simply too strange. Luo Feng was a universe warrior. He wouldn't fall sick for no reason. It was impossible. Looks like His Majesty has some secret, Dylan thought. This human Luo Feng has some secret he's not willing to share, Si Fan Chi thought so too. Luo Feng sat there and looked up, gazing at the incredibly huge sleeping beast god statue, shocked within. Why? I was simply carving the scales of the small beast god statue, yet I was hit by a formless pressure that not only acted on the golden-horned beast's body, but even its soul. Even my human and Masha souls were affected. How could this be? Luo Feng found it hard to believe. He had already completed carving the larger sleeping beast god statue, yet why was there a problem in carving the small one? And the golden-horned beast was in his internal world, which was its own territory, hence, it could never be attacked by absolute warriors. What's More, Dylan and Sifan Chi were beside him. If I wasn't attacked by other warriors, what was I hit by? If I wasn't attacked, there's no way I would be so heavily injured. Luo Feng frowned and pondered. The golden horned beast is within the internal world, even so it was heavily injured. The formless pressure affected both the physical body and soul, and was extremely terrifying. Luo Feng recalled the feeling before and couldn't help but shudder. It was a feeling where he couldn't even resist. There's only two explanations. The first one is that there's a being far beyond my imagination, stopping me from carving this little beast god statue, hence he punished me. Luo Feng thought. The second one is that if it wasn't a warrior that stopped me, then it may be the universe laws itself pressuring me. The universe was pressuring Luo Feng. Right. According to what he understood, the entire universe was bound by laws, like if there was a split in space, etc., it would naturally repair itself. The moment one accelerated to light speed, it would travel into the dark universe, etc. These were all the physics of the laws of the universe, and if his actions before had triggered or went against these laws, there would be repercussions. Within the primal universe, one had to follow these laws. The universe has special laws, anything that goes against it would have repercussions. Luo Feng thought. I've seen things that go against them, like the metal nameless manual on Earth. It obviously has the ability to go against the foundations of the laws. That great being was able to create a technique that went against the universe laws itself. However, Luo Feng, obviously against the universe laws themselves, he had only a hair's worth of understanding, hence, he couldn't avoid the repercussions. These are the two possibilities. Which one is it though? Luo Feng thought. An absolute warrior punishing me. Such a possibility is very low, because he would have to get past Elder Sifan Chi, and even attack the golden horned beast within my internal world to do so. It would be a being far beyond my imagination, and that level of being is there a need for him to observe me? Even though Luo Feng was confident in himself, he wasn't arrogant. He wasn't at a level of which such a being would bother to take notice of. And I only got hit when I was carving the small beast god statue. Luo Feng thought. He came to a conclusion. There was a 90 chance of it being the laws pressuring him. Who? After making the conclusion, he let out a sigh of relief. The universe was vast with trillions of races, producing countless powerful races. However, the laws were still fair without any bias. Even the inherited memories of the golden horned beast mentioned the existence of the universe laws. Obviously, these laws were in place to stabilize the entire universe. It wouldn't immediately kill any life. At least within his inherited memories, it never mentioned the universe laws killing anybody. My actions before had touched the baseline of the laws. Luo Feng looked up at the huge beast god statue, getting excited within. The baseline of the universe laws, what did it mean? It meant that the secret within the beast god statue was an absolute pinnacle secret, one that would render intervention from the universe laws themselves. If I can comprehend this huge secret, it would be just like Shi Luo Duo said. I'd become an invincible being. That would be true. Luo Feng thought. It's no wonder over the countless years, none have been able to comprehend this sleeping beast god. After all, this sleeping statue is the same life form as the little statue. Universe pinnacle secret. Luo Feng was really excited now, because he had felt that he had gotten an incredible encounter. The beast god statue may have a guidance path to becoming an invincible being. In the universe, even if one was as confident as Luo Feng, he was very clear how hard it was to become a powerful being, humanity, gold horn race, etc. These beings have been in the universe for countless years, yet the number of universe knights are still so few. Then, beings like Shi Luo Duo, a super being that led an entire race, how rare was a being like him? At least in the history of the Gold Horn race, there was but one. My little beast god statue is obviously much more valuable than this big one. Luo Feng thought I had no problems carving the bigger sleeping one. However, I received punishment from the universe laws when I carved the little one. Also, the small statue obviously has a unique charm, much like a lifelike beast god, and I got this statue from where it used to live, the Blood River continent. Hence, there is a high possibility that it is the original. This huge statue, however, may have been carved by some super being. After realizing what the beast god statue represents, Luo Feng was very clear. He had to grab hold of this opportunity. The huge beast statue should be a low-level statue. The small statue should be a high-level one. Luo Feng deduced within. Carving the big one is fine, and even though its aura is strong, it has no charm within. Then, I'll take a bit at a time and study this huge statue's scale veins. When my strength is enough, I'll study the small statue. Luo Feng thought this small statue was also left behind by some great being. Naturally, if someone could carve it and leave it, it is possible to withstand the universe laws. Luo Feng was clear that he was but a little ant amongst humanity, and humanity was but one of the pinnacle races of the trillions of races in the universe. Compared to the universe laws, he was simply too small. Begin. He looked at the huge statue in the Beast God Canyon, releasing his spirit energy to feel every scale's veins. Even though he had successfully carved out a similar statue, it had no aura at all. Luo Feng had to figure out why. Ripples. As his spirit energy carefully scanned the veins, not like his quick overall scan before, he dug deep in and felt each vein. Gradually, Luo Feng could feel ripples of universe laws within the veins. It wasn't gold, wood, water, fire, ground, wind, lightning, light, time or space, but rather a ripple that made one shudder within. A formless pressure that was made from these ripples. So the wonder is here. How can the veins of the scales make these ripples? These scale veins seem to be continuous. Luo Feng slowly began to notice some things. Actually, whatever he just noticed, the many generations of warriors of the Gold Horn race and humans had all discovered long ago. Otherwise, it wouldn't garner so many warriors gathering here to keep studying it within his internal world. As his earth body was carefully analyzing the huge statue in the grass patch within, the golden-horned beast was once again carving another sleeping beast god statue. I was wrong before. The carving should be completed in one continuous motion. All of the over 90,000 scales should be carved out in one slice, forming a wonder of the origin law that triggers the gold, wood, water, fire, ground, wind, thunder, light, space, and time universe ripples. Masha. Luo Feng looked at the golden horned beast carving out the statue. Masha. Luo Feng was watching the carving. The earth body was studying the sleeping beast god statue. Occasionally, Masha. Luo Feng would study the little beast god statue and feel its charm within, letting the other two bodies feel its presence too. Studying it over and over so that he could feel it over and over The principle was an old dull way to study the origin laws, which was to replay one powerful warrior's technique over and over, according to the way he unleashed it, be at one time, 10,000 times, trillions of times naturally. As time passed, one would feel the law ripples too. This was a dull and stupid way. Not studying the wonders of the law, but only the way to unleash it. This method was set so that one would never completely comprehend the laws. However, Luo Feng understood that the secret within this statue may be even harder than comprehending the time or space laws, maybe even much harder than becoming a universe knight. The universe knight level was already so far away from him. To comprehend this secret must be even further away. Since that was so, then he'll use the stupid way, one time, 10k times, trillion times, replaying. This replaying technique doesn't work well for the others, mainly because this sleeping statue doesn't have the imagery and charm of a true beast god. Black clothed Luo Feng looked up at the golden horned beast carving. However, I have an accurate comparison. Masha. Luo Feng looked down at the tiny statue in his hand. It was simple. While carving, he would let the feeling of the beast god in the tiny statue emanate over and over, so that while the beast was carving, there would be a form and presence. Only through that way would it be complete. This was also why Luo Feng believed that using the stupid method to study this statue was the most practical way to help improve his level of strength. I'm not aiming to comprehend its wonders right away, even if I comprehend only just a small bit of it. With that I would be satisfied. When I get strong enough, then I'll look more into it. Luo Feng thought that way, knowing oneself was extremely wise. He began immediately within the vast internal world. The golden horned beast lay before the mountain, using its spirit energy to control over 10k carving blades to carve the statue over and over. He then used the world energy to restore the mountain to its original form and carve it again, repeatedly over and over. This became a loop, copying the huge golden horned beast's scale veins, failing over and over. There was never any aura or imagery. Failing 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times. I've failed over 3,000 times already. It sure is hard, and it's just copying a few scales of the little beast god statue. The golden horned beast was still fearful of the law attack from before, hence, it copied very carefully, copying the veins of the little statue. It gave off a natural special feeling, almost like carving a pathway of the universe. As it carved, the formless universe law pressure once again surfaced and gradually got stronger. Stop. After carving 10 scales, the beast stopped and held as it turned to control the carving blades, to try and copy the huge beast god statue scales. Luo Feng's earth body sat in Beast God Canyon, looking at the huge statue, feeling the peculiar ripples. The golden horned beast was in charge of carving the statues over and over, trying different ways. The Masha body was in charge of holding the little statue and studying it, feeling the special god and imagery within that statue. The more it felt it, the clearer it was at how terrifying the beast god was. That feeling that made others shudder and submit. The three worked as one, not resting or sleeping, completely immersed in it, as the golden horned beast carved as fast as lightning. Within a day of Earth's time, it would normally have carved over 10,000 times. Under such circumstances, in the blink of an eye, a year had passed. The space beasts were naturally born to be lonely. The golden horned beast stood in the grass patch, not resting as it controlled the blades like lightning, carving at the huge mountain before it, instantly finishing the statue in an instant. World energy reverted it back to its original mountain state, and it was carved again. The speed was simply shocking. Hell. The golden horned beast once again used world energy to revert the mountain, suddenly stopping. Rumble, the beast that was lying there suddenly stood on all fours, its dark gold eyes filled with excitement as it stared at the completed sleeping beast god statue that reached over 10,000 kilometers tall. Damn. Masha Luo Feng flashed and immediately landed before the statue. He raised his hand to touch the stone and felt a very faint and extremely weak ripple. Ripple. That universe law ripple, not gold, wood, water, fire, ground, wind, lightning, light, time or space. Masha Luo Feng shouted excitedly. Damn. We've succeeded. We actually captured a trace of the hint, triggering the universe source ripple. Howl on the grass. The golden horned beast too raised its head and howled. Excitedly, its howl echoed throughout the endless grass patch and skies. In the outside world, Beast God Canyon, Luo Feng could barely contain his excitement as he sat cross-legged, staring at the distant statue. He felt like shouting out. He was too excited, truly exhilarated. Over 1 year, more than a year, I've copied it over 5 million times. I've tried copying the little statue over 100 times after the Masha body constantly stared at the little statue and memorized its presence and imagery, trying to absorb it into my consciousness. I didn't expect to actually succeed. This one time Luo Feng was very excited. This success was actually the golden horned beast's carving that had within it almost negligible ripples. And the huge beast god statue itself had very normal ripples. The pressure it exerted, however, was no weaker than a Doyen's Universe Knight, the copy of the statue it made, however, didn't have any pressure at all. Pressure, none. As for the universe law ripples, maybe a trillionth of the huge statue, Luo Feng thought. However, at least there's progress. With this little progress, it's not much help to my strength, but at least it proves one thing: my method works. I'll continue on constantly copying as much of the imagery till it gets stronger. Then, the benefits to me would definitely be shocking. Luo Feng knew that the beast god statue was a true treasure, and his luck was good enough. The little statue was impossible to copy at the moment. The moment he tried to copy more scales, he would be pressured by the universe laws. The huge statue could be copied, however without the god presence, it was hard to pinpoint whether the copy was right. Only with the two of them together would it be a success. And the little statue was a treasure of Blood River continent. Even though no one understood its wonders, its position was extremely high. At least the number of beast god statues circulated in the universe were extremely few, and one of them was in Luo Feng's hands. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Luo Feng. Dylan and Si Fan Chi both felt ripples from Luo Feng, immediately asking. Haha. Luo Feng looked at both of them and said, I've sat here for over a year, however, I'm very interested in this beast god statue, hence, I may stay here for another 10 to 100 years. Elder Si Fan Chi, if you have anything to attend to, you can return to the Pagoda tribe when I'm done studying the beast god statue here. I will leave Lao's world immediately. My time is limitless. Si Fan Chi smiled. Hundreds to thousands of years are but a flash to me. Your Majesty needn't worry about me. If I have any urgent matters, I will definitely inform you before I leave. Luo Feng nodded, after which he looked at Dylan. The two of them exchanged glances, not needing to say anything. Dylan's job was to protect Luo Feng, and at Domain Lord level, it was his final chance to lay down his foundation. At universe level, they stayed within the nest of the virtual universe. Company, at Domain Lord level, they had guards to protect them. However, once they reached Sector Lord level, they would truly be exploring the universe. Hence, during his time at Domain Lord level, the most important thing was his training. Dylan was willing to sacrifice his own few thousands of years of training before disturbing Luo Feng's training. Luo Feng's 3 bodies worked together. After the first success, he let the golden horned beast try copying again. Discovering that he would only succeed 1 out of 10 times after another half a month of copying, it became 1 out of 3 times. Another half a month passed, and it was finally solid. He could succeed every time. At this time, Luo Feng had truly gotten a grasp of the weakest of the beast god's presence. Luo Feng called this the beast god presence. This beast god presence, I have grasped a little of it. Even the golden horned beast's sky-tearing claw has gotten stronger from it. Luo Feng sat crossed-legged on the stone. In the distance, many gold horn race clansmen silhouettes could be seen. Over 100 million of them were scattered throughout the canyon, almost like a swarm of locusts. Since I have a bare grasp of this presence, then I'll station here and train. Luo Feng made a decision. Training anywhere was still training. Even if he was accompanying his wife, parents, children, he could meet them occasionally in the virtual universe. It was after all 100 simulation, which was not much different from reality. The time I spent here, I have to first exchange for 10,000 soul control. Luo Feng immediately sent a thread of his consciousness into the virtual universe network. Virtual universe, Yuxiang Mountain, Primal Region, Luo Feng's villa. Within his study, Luo Feng sat before his desk and opened his laptop, swiftly opening the treasure trove folder and picking the techniques. After a while, he found the 10,000 soul control. This technique belonged to an extremely high-level technique, and was much stronger than the soul imprint Hu Yanbo had created. Even if Hu Yanbo had the strength of an official level undying, back then he couldn't do anything against this sector lord level bug clan mother nest. Even if he had money, he couldn't purchase this valuable manual. After all, amongst the entire humanity, the number of techniques created to control the mother nest were only 29. All of them were incredibly expensive. Damn. So expensive. Luo Feng looked at the price on the screen. Unlike time-space scribbles, an extremely top-end manual which could be purchased in parts, this 10,000 soul control couldn't and had to be bought in its entirety. 10,000 soul control was a technique to control the soul of a slave, with an exchange price 15 million points. Primal Region 70, Absolute Beginning 80. Sky and Land Region 90, and Last Phase Region full price 15 million points. So pricey. Luo Feng looked at the price and felt the pinch. It was simply too vicious. Teacher Hu Yanbo's soul imprint's entire manual is only worth about 10,000 points, and just the soul imprint would probably be only worth thousands of points. And this 10,000 soul control, which was also another soul control technique, had reached 15 million. Babada, who stood on his shoulder, twitched his mouth. Stop complaining. If you weren't a core member of the virtual universe, even if you had 2 million or 3 million mixed elements, you'd never be able to buy this manual normally. Any warrior that acquires a mother nest would sell everything of theirs just to find a way to control it as long as one copy of these manuals are auctioned by the virtual universe company. There would be fierce competition for it. Luo Feng rubbed his chin. He naturally knew this. However, he was poor. My points, with the 200,000 points from the mission before, when the 1-year limit reaches, with 2 targets still on the run, I would only get 85 completion, and I'd only get 170,000 points from that. The 2 impossible level missions gave me the most points. Demon Note Mountain gave me 400,000 points and Confusion Galaxy gave me 500,000. Luo Feng looked at his points layout. His total points were only at 1,316,060. The points he got were mostly from the 10 dangerous level missions and 2 impossible level missions, hence, he had 1,316,060 points, compared to the other universe-level geniuses. He did have much higher amount of points. The price of this 10,000 soul control was 15 million with his primal region member price of 70, he would still need 105 million. After buying this 10,000 soul control, how would I buy the 4th manual of time space scribbles right now? I'm already almost done with the 3rd torrent rain picture. I only need to completely comprehend the 72 wonders within. After that, I'll have to go on to the next picture. Luo Feng frowned. The April 1st manuals of time-space scribbles required 1 million points. Where would he get the points? And the time-space scribbles was left behind by the great being that created the 9-universe tablet. It was something Luo Feng left on his Masha body, to comprehend the space laws at all times. The moment he was stuck, it was easy to get inspiration from the manual. It was also a great aid to his study of the 9-universe tablet. He definitely had to buy it. No matter. I'll cross that bridge when I get there. Since I am alive and living, would I ever be stuck? Luo Feng grit his teeth. Once I nurture the mother nest well, its potential will be limitless. Even if I have to use all my points, I'd still do it. Immediately, Luo Feng gently tapped the buy button. 3 prompts immediately popped up on the screen. Deal success. Deducting 105 million points, remaining points 266,060. Please wait, someone will immediately send the manual over. Luo Feng looked at the remaining points he had. That number, 266,060, really made him feel the pinch. His points were simply not sufficient enough. Where would he get the points to purchase Time-Space Scribbles Volume 4 and Domain? Lords on mission had to await for orders from the Virtual Universe Company. If the company didn't send anything, there would be no missions. Only when there were orders would there be points to earn. The 4th volume is 1 million points, the 5th is 10 million, the 6th is 100 million. My God, Luo Feng was in a daze. To get the best resource, he'd have to pay a hefty price, and right now he only had a little more than 260,000 points. It was simply not enough. After a while, members of the Virtual Universe Company sent the 10,000 Soul Control Manual to Yuxiang Mountain's primal region. Luo Feng personally went to receive the silver briefcase. 10,000 Soul Control Technique. Luo Feng placed the briefcase on his tablet. With a click, he opened it. Within the briefcase was a book. This book was larger than a normal 14-inch laptop, and it was 12 centimeters thick. Its pages were extremely thin. The entire book contained close to 5,000 pages. On its cover, it had 10,000 Soul Control on it, and in the corner it had the name Tipu. Signed. Tipu. This is the being that created this technique, Luo Feng thought he. Keyed in the name in his laptop to find some information on Tipu. However, the results showed that his authority wasn't enough to get anything. This 10,000 soul control is one of the top techniques to control a mother. Nest. To be able to create such a technique, this creator must have an extremely high position in humanity. With my primal region member status, I still don't have enough authority to search on him. Luo Feng shook his head. Not thinking more about it, he flipped open the thick book and began to read, understanding more as he read. Amongst the 29 techniques to control the mother nests, 10,000 soul control had a strong effect. Sector lords could control sector lord level mother nests. However, the requirements were extremely harsh according to what Luo Feng understood earlier. The most important thing about this technique was the 10,000 soul control. The main thing was multitasking to an extremely high level. And Luo Feng's spirit energy amplitude reached over 3,200, meaning every bit of his consciousness at its peak level could simultaneously control over 3,200 spirit energy. 10,000 soul control was split into 5 levels. First level 1 state of mind. Second level 10 states of mind. Third level 100 states of mind. 4th 1000 states of mind. 5th 10,000 states of mind. That first level was very simple. Normal sector lord level spirit readers would have to do very little work to attain success. The moment he reached that level, one could control one soul slave. The second level was much harder. Completing it would allow one to control 10 soul slaves. Normal sector lord spirit readers would have to use a lot of effort to attain this stage. The third level was extremely hard. Firstly, one had to reach up to 100 in soul amplitude to even have a chance of achieving this stage, even with spirit energy amplitude reaching the normal sector lord limit of 100. It would require many years to study and train to actually be able to control up to 100 soul slaves. The fourth level was even harder. Sector lord spirit readers normally had no hope of achieving this, because firstly, their spirit energy amplitude had to reach 1,000. Normally, only a few emperor level undyings could reach this level. Even if their amplitude reached 1,000, finishing this level was very hard. This level allowed one to control 1,000 soul slaves. The fifth level was a legendary level. The first requirement was that one's spirit energy amplitude had to reach 10,000. However, even among the great universe country leader beings, very few of them had reached such levels. According to the book, this level was one that even the creator never reached. It was written only according to theory and logical imagination. Even the creator didn't reach this 10,000 spirit energy amplitude requirement. This requirement alone had made it so that countless undyings had no chance at all, much less the even harder training for it. However, the moment one completed it, his power would be terrifying, as they would be able to control 10,000 soul slaves. 10,000 soul slaves, they are all slaves that can train on their own. Luo Feng exclaimed. However, the requirements are too harsh. According to my guess, that demon note inheritance is split into 3 levels. The first level reaches level 3333. One spirit energy amplitude would probably hit 10,000. Only if one fully accepts the inheritance, and over countless years, none have ever finished the entire inheritance, reaching the amplitude of 10,000. It must be almost impossible. The fifth, even the creator had never reached it. he only deduced and imagined it. However, for the virtual universe company to sell it, the pinnacle beings of the company must definitely have confirmed that this fifth level is possible. Luo Feng was very clear that the most pinnacle beings of the company were forces that even the creator of the demon note inheritance couldn't go against. Closing the manual, Luo Feng smiled as he sat before his desk. He was in a good mood. According to the book's description, one had to complete the third level of 10,000 soul control to have a guarantee of controlling a sector Lord Mother. Next, one had to complete the fourth level to have a chance of using undying energy to control an undying Mother Nest. As for the fifth level, even the creator hadn't completed it. He only said that one would be extremely powerful if he completed it. One had to know that even the undying Mother Nest could only produce so many undying bug soldiers the moment one completed the fifth level, controlling 10,000 soul slaves. Every one of them could train on their own with their own individual train of thought. It was like controlling 10 to 100 undying Mother Nests. It was simply overwhelming. The creator was purely fantasizing and dreaming. Luo Feng shook his head. Simply reaching spirit energy amplitude of 10,000 is unbelievable. Even over these trillions of years, there hasn't been anyone who's completed the demon note inheritance. Obviously this fifth level is even harder than becoming a universe knight. According to the technique, the higher one's amplitude is, the easier it is to train. Luo Feng looked happy. Such techniques used the amplitude as the foundation. The more solid this foundation was, the easier it was to train it, and it would also determine how high one would reach. With the soul amplitude strength of 100, one would immediately at most reach the third 100 states of mind level. Normally the closer one was to his limit, the harder it was to improve. This resulted in long periods of training and study. However, Luo Feng's spirit energy amplitude was over 3,200. Training the third level of 100 states of mind was simply a walk in the park. His foundation was sturdy. Training this was naturally countless times easier than those with amplitudes reaching only 100. According to this book, the highest I can go is the fourth level. Luo Feng thought. However, obviously this fourth level is much harder after this technique, even though it emphasizes the importance of amplitude in terms of law comprehension and spirit energy quantity itself. They all have requirements too. Normally undyings use undying energy to train up to the fourth level. Using world energy to complete this level is much harder. Once the plan was set, Luo Feng began to train within the Beast God Canyon. His earth body was immersed in the pearl core, controlling threads of world energy and training the 10,000 soul control. The pearl core was Luo Feng's soul core. Energy core, domain lord level was split into genetic and spirit energy. However, after sector lord level, they all become world energy. The Masha body was studying the space laws. The golden horned beast continued on its copying and carving, studying the beast god presence. When it was tired, it would train its tearing sky claw. The moment it felt refreshed, it would madly carve and study the beast god presence. This study actually quickened its claw strength growth. The three bodies all trained simultaneously. Law comprehension, 10,000 soul control, beast god presence, all three were improving. Beast God Canyon, it was vast and silent. Over 100 million sat around the huge beast god statue. Even along the Caves in the canyon, just the number of undyings ranged up to hundreds of thousands. In a wall cave. In one particular cave, sat a stone-gray armored man. It was Elder Kebu. He looked down below as though he was studying the beast god statue. In truth, the corner of his eyes were noticing one particular individual around the statue, Luo Feng. It's been 100 years, this human sits there and doesn't even move at all. Even Dylan and Si Fan Chi, the two undyings, are not even moving. Elder Kebu gritted his teeth. Both of them have stopped all Gold Horn race clansmen from getting close and disturbing Luo Feng's training. As for killing Luo Feng, there's really no way to do it. In the blink of an eye, 182 years had passed. During this period, the over 100 million warriors who were sitting crossed-legged around the huge beast god statue, along with those in the wall caves, 99 of them never got up once. To these universe warriors with extremely long lifespans, a short 182 years was simply nothing. Si Fan Chi and Dylan sat crossed-legged behind Luo Feng, their formless undying energy protected Luo Feng's surroundings well. Mr. Dylan, His Majesty Luo Feng has been training here for close to 200 years. And he didn't even have a solid plan. When will he end? Si Fan Chi turned to Dylan and asked. Dylan laughed indifferently and shook his head. His Majesty probably wants to train as long as he can. The two of them looked simultaneously at Luo Feng. Luo Feng sat there and stretched his neck, moved his waist, and with a noise, he got straight up. Your Majesty. Dylan and Si Fan Chi stood up. This caused the 5 sector lords and Kashnab behind to open their eyes with shock, quickly standing up. These few years, sorry to trouble you all. Luo Feng turned and smiled. No problem, Dylan said. Close to 200 years is nothing. I still thought you'd be here for tens of thousands of years. Si Fan Chi smiled. Luo Feng turned to look at the huge beast god statue, exclaiming within. Training for tens of thousands of years. Right. If it weren't for that mother nest on Earth, he would not be in any rush to return. Staying here and observing this beast god statue, copying it, it gave him a better understanding of the beast god presence, which was very beneficial. Even though he could look at the pictures from the UNMO planet ship and compare them, the pictures and projection even having the same pressure. However, the feeling level was still slightly different. My perspectives are still very low. My copy of the huge beast god statue will do for now anyway. The true presence is in the little god statue, and the studying speed is only slightly slower, about half of it. I can still take it. Luo Feng didn't have any way around it. No matter what, he was still a member of the Virtual Universe Company. And he was the supervisor envoy. It was set that he wouldn't be able to stay for too long. 1. He may have missions to do. 2. It was time to head back and control that mother nest. He had spent so much on it. The moment he took control of it, it would become his limbs. Even Hu Yen Bo had regarded control of an endless bug army as power enough to defend against powerful enemies. That meant that a sector lord level mother nest was indeed as powerful as undyings. At least stopping and obstructing them, it was best used that way, and the moment it became undying level, then it would truly be absurd, creating an undying bug army. How powerful was that? Leaving now, Si Fan Chi was shocked. Beside him Kashna said too, if your Majesty has no matters to attend to, you can visit more of our Gold Horn race home. No thanks, I do have matters to attend to. Otherwise, I wouldn't stop my Study of the statue, so abruptly Luo Feng shook his head. Your Majesty has some revelations, Si Fanqi asked curiously. Merely studying the scales, Luo Feng said. Si Fanqi nodded. Our gold horn race have long discovered the special properties of the scales, and the veins trigger ripples. As for its laws, that we do not know of. As long as one is an undying, he would immediately discover this trait, and because of the veins, the statue has attracted so many here to train. Even warriors of humanity are attracted. Look behind to your left, there are 3 human warriors. Those 3 are all emperor-level undyings of humanity. All Luo Feng turned to look. The 3 sat there cross-legged, controlling their aura. Luo Feng didn't even recognize the 3 of them. The gold horn race gave off the feeling of rocks and stones. That was a feeling from within. Whether it was the space beasts or humanity, they all gave off the feeling of flesh and blood. There may even be stronger humans around, but they may be staying in the Doyan Palace beside. Si Fanqi explained. Those level of beings, I don't know. Haha. Luo Feng smiled and nodded. All right, I'm done here. I've been very happy coming here to Lao's world. Your hospitality and treatment, Elder Si Fanqi, I will remember it. Haha, it's nothing, nothing. Elder Si Fanqi was extremely happy on hearing this. The worst fear of being nice was meeting an ingrate, and Luo Feng's words had made this almost grandfather like Elder Si Fanqi that had been protecting him for close to 200 years very happy. Elder Si Fanqi, Dylan spoke too. Then we'll be leaving. Si Fanqi nodded. Kashna, we'll meet again. Luo Feng smiled at the pagoda tribe leader's son. Kashna. Let's meet again. Kashna nodded. Luo Feng and Dylan smiled. Let's go, Luo Feng ordered. So. Luo Feng, Dylan, and the 5 sector lord guards all swiftly rushed into the skies. And as they flew, Luo Feng retrieved the Yun-Mo planet ship from his internal world, and the cabin door opened. The 7 of them flew in. Within the control room, Luo Feng and the group stood within, gazing down at the beast god statue through the external simulator. Let's go. Huge beast god statue. Luo Feng gazed down, sighing within. Compared to the sacred city tablet, the encounter in the beast god canyon was even more important to his training. Studying the sacred tablet and acquiring the Nanshan 36 levels couldn't compare to his 182 years of constantly copying the statue, while slowly strengthening and refining the beast god presence. This presence, in the initial 2 years of study, was almost negligible, with very weak effect, at most, allowing the golden-horned beast to unleash its sky-tearing claw with just a little effect. However now, after 182 years, Luo Feng's control of the beast god presence had some progress. May be compared to the true beast god technique. It's a trillionth of its power. However, the beast god statue the golden horned beast carved out already had some of the pressure. Yes. Pressure. And with the beast god presence infused in its sky-tearing claw, it made its sky-tearing claw reach a terrifying level. My gold and space law comprehension now, in terms of power, the beast god presence has already exceeded my law comprehension side. Luo Feng thought. If I continue to train and make the presence stronger, it would be my ultimate trump card. He knew how to use it without truly understanding it. The wonders of the ripples of the statue, Luo Feng didn't understand them at all, a 100 of zero comprehension. However, that didn't stop him from using it, at least after hundreds of millions of times, copying the statue and refining it. It made him get a grasp. The strength amplitude the beast god presence gave him that exceeded his origin law side. Beast god presence. Law comprehension. 10,000 soul control technique. These 182 years, Luo Feng was mainly studying these three. The beast god statue was the best surprise for him. And his law comprehension speed was also a pleasant surprise. Sector Lord level comprehension was also much faster. Sector Lord levels 1 day, it was akin to a domain lord's 1 year, 182 years akin to tens of thousands of years. And the 10,000 soul control technique training was also considered fast. First level, it took him 3 days. Second level, it took him 1 year. The third level, he just finished it in his 182nd year. Actually, compared to normal sector Lord Pinnacle Spirit readers that required over 1 million years to finish it, his finishing of the third level within a couple of hundred of years was already absurd. His foundation was solid, only the technique itself was complex, hence it took him over 100 years to finish it. The moment he finished the third level, he couldn't wait anymore and decided to immediately leave for Earth. Standing in the control room, he gazed down at the beast god statue. Many thoughts were flashing in his mind. Shi Luo Duo, thanks for letting me experience the beast god presence. Luo Feng muttered, and thanks to Elder Kebu. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have even come here to Beast God Canyon. Babada, depart. Luo Feng ordered. Rumble. The Yunmo planet ship fiercely accelerated and rushed into the skies, flying high above Lao's world and quickly breaking through the atmosphere into the space. Beast God Canyon. Elder Si Fan Chi and Kashna looked up and watched the ship leave, disappearing into the skies. They've left, Kashna said softly. My mission of taking care of Luo Feng is now fully complete. Kashna, let's return to the tribe. Elder Si Fan Chi said. Kashna replied respectfully, yes, teacher. The elder waved and Kashna entered his internal world. So, teleportation. Kashna immediately vanished from Beast God Canyon, simultaneously appearing within the Pagoda tribe. Elder Kebu, who had been patiently awaiting his opportunity in the cave of the canyon, looked up as the Yunmo planet ship vanished into the skies, gritting his teeth. This human Luo Feng is completely a madman. He came to Beast God Canyon and never once visited the Doyan Palace or spoke with other humans. There, he just sat there and trained Si Fan Chi, and Dylan followed and protect him like automatons, never once leaving his side at all. And the moment he finished his study, he immediately takes his ship and leaves. This punk. Seriously. How could Elder Keba not be enraged? There were over 100 million warriors training there. In truth, there were hundreds of sector lords and domain lords that Kebu controlled and planted there. A few plans had already been made. Elder Kebu was already prepared to sacrifice himself. However, he didn't expect Luo Feng arrived and immediately began to train, leaving straight after he finished. There was no chance at all. Master, I couldn't use any of the plans to kill human Luo Feng. Elder Kebe immediately used a sector lord he controlled to enter the virtual universe network and send out a secret report. It went through many cycles of coding, finally becoming but one of the countless males in the virtual universe network. It finally entered a Star Traveler level member's mailbox. That Star Traveler member was one that lived in Huangman Universe country. Within the splits of space of a god country, he swiftly reported to the upper levels. Milky Way, within the atmosphere of that greenish-blue planet, a blood-red triangular ship was swiftly passing through the atmosphere and activating its cloaking device. Earth's current security system had no way of detecting the Nguyen Mo planet ship. I'm back. Luo Feng stood in the control room of the ship and gazed down at the blurry continent below. After the ship broke past the cloud layers, he then could see the continuous land clearly below, the many cities, roads, etc. He would also occasionally see a few specially persevered wastelands of the Great Nirvana. Currently, these were all museum property and preserved to let the many younger generations see and experience them. Hua. The cabin door opened and Luo Feng brought Dylan and the others out of the ship, keeping it back in his internal world. Including the time spent in the dark universe, I'd been away from Earth for about 183 years, Luo Feng exclaimed. Your Majesty hasn't even reached 500 years of age. Naturally, you feel that this time is long. When you step into the sector lord level, the time you spend simply creating your own techniques would go up to thousands of years only. Then you'll realize that to universe warriors, hundreds to thousands of years are indeed nothing more than a blink of an eye. Dylan smiled. Luo Feng looked at him speechless. Over thousands of years, a blink of an eye. He hadn't even lived for 500 years yet, not even half a blink. Let's go home, Luo Feng ordered. So. The seven immediately vanished from mid-air and appeared in the air above the Asian continent's Yangzhou city, quickly triggering the notice of the three Sector Lord guards stationed there. These were 3 of the 5 guards from Luo Feng's team that he had left back on Earth. Greetings, Your Majesty. The 3 sector lords rose into the sky and knelt in mid-air. Luo Feng smiled and nodded. He immediately entered his home straight after, and as the entire defense system of his living quarters was managed and designed by Babata as a living AI, the amount of effort he put made the system an extremely high-quality AI. Even though it couldn't compare to a life form. Luo Feng's arrival naturally wouldn't trigger an attack from the AI. You don't even inform me when you returned. Su Xian, who was originally sitting in the quiet ancient yard with hundreds of years of history, looked at Luo Feng with shock as she stared wide-eyed, after which she smiled. You said before that your visit of the Gold Horn race, Lao's world, would be a long one. I thought it'd be hundreds to thousands of years. At least you have the heart to come back. Luo Feng laughed along. In truth, the main reason for his return was the Bug Clan mother nest. Naturally, he couldn't say this or Su Xian would definitely be angry. Don't we meet in the virtual universe? Luo Feng said. How can that be the same? Su Xian suddenly revealed a peculiar smile. Shall we have a ceremony for your return? Ah, forget it, Luo Feng said. Family gathering. My God. Compared to his family the last time he returned, the Luo family was much bigger than before. One had to know that in the history of China, there were some royal families that lasted for 200 to 300 years, and their members already went up to the tens of thousands. During Luo Feng's return in the past, there were only over 500 male members. The entire count was over 1,000. And as the generations got later, the number of wives married was getting more ridiculous too. He stayed on Earth for 50 years. Now it had been another 183 years. The youngest member of the family was already Luo Feng's 26th generation. Grandchild, just counting those with his bloodline alone, reached over tens of thousands. If he included the wives, then it'd be even bigger, and the most daring of all was Luo Kudi. His wife's back then reached over 100, now his wives alone reached 1,021, and as he had many sons, plus it's still the early stages of the family expansion, hence, Luo Kudi's lineage alone was quite high in status in the family. Forget it, this family leader hasn't returned in close to 200 years. We definitely have to have a gathering when you return, Su Xian mocked. There's no way around it, there's too many people. Luo Feng laughed helplessly. It's only been close to 500 years, and the men in the family have already reached hundreds of thousands. I finally understand how those ancient families in the universe have trillions in their family, having a group of sector lords just within the family. What's strange about that? Su Xian exclaimed. China's history during the Three Kingdom Wars. How many were left out of our population back then? However, over 1,000 years later, the number still exceeded 1 billion, and this was when food was limited. The many generations of war, lifespans were limited. If we simply just expanded, in another 100 to 200 years, the family population exceeding 100 million would be very normal. Luo Feng felt humanity's reproduction abilities were even more amazing than before. Not humanity's numbers, as long as they had enough space, food, survival environment, even if they only began with a few tens of men and women. After 100 million years, that number would be unimaginable. Hence, creating a universe country wasn't hard. The problem was there weren't enough territories. Luo Feng visited his close family, and Mei Wen and some other friends. After all, he hadn't even lived for 500 years, and a star traveler's lifespan alone reached 1,000 years, hence, many of them were still alive, like Mei Wen. With Luo Feng's resources, even if they weren't too hardworking, he still reached star level. With enough resources to nurture, even a pig could reach sector lord level. Of course, the amount of resources required to nurture a pig was probably enough to nurture 1 million sector lords. After staying home for a couple of days, Luo Feng brought Dylan and headed toward Shenrongjia. Shenrongjia, there stood an ancient castle with close to 10 kilometers in area. It was called an ancient castle, but in truth, in terms of size, it was almost a city. So. Luo Feng and Dylan instantly appeared before the castle. Ancient castle. Luo Feng looked at this castle. There were signs of its age on the walls, plants sprawled all around it, and at the top of it you could see silhouettes. The formless energy was very strong. They were all universe level. There was a universe level slave team in charge of guarding this castle. Rumble. The castle's main entrance opened. From within walked out 4 people, and behind them were a group of universe level slave guards. Greetings, Master. Greetings, Your Majesty. The 4 bowed respectfully. The slaves all knelt down. Di Fan, by Callow, and my 2 sector lord guards, it's been hard on you. Luo Feng said. This was the place by Callow and Di Fan were in charge of. The 2 sector lord guards were there to assist. Luo Feng looked shocked at Di Fan. Di Fan, you've broken through to sector lord level. With the 2 elders here to help me, there was a day when I was on a mountain in Shenrongjia looking into space, and unintentionally I broke through. The bald Di Fan said respectfully. Fan and Bicalo were the sole slaves he had taken in before. Back then, he only knew the slave's soul imprint and used that to control them. The number of slaves he could have was extremely few. Even with Hu Yanbo's power, he only controlled 9 undying slaves. It showed how little the limit was, and Luo Feng still chose those 2 as he saw their capabilities and potential. Fan was a slave from birth and worked hard. Even without good resources, he still reached universe level 9. Bicalo was a genius that exceeded his teacher Nuo Lan Shan. After following Luo Feng, they easily broke through to domain lord level, and with the nutrition cabin that Luo Feng had provided, even though it wasn't as good as the one available at Virtual Universe Company, within a few short decades, they both reached domain lord level 9, from domain lord level 1 to 9. The nutrition liquid wasn't a problem to Luo Feng. As for sector lord level, he couldn't do so like before. Fan and Bicalo bother reached domain lord level 9 long ago. As Luo Feng left behind 5 sector lord guards the last time he returned, the 2 could approach these 5 sector lord pinnacle warriors for guidance. Fan, however, broke through earlier to sector lord level. And with your majesty's techniques and resources, this breakthrough was supposedly even harder than when I trained till universe level 9 back then, Fan said. Luo Feng laughed. Work hard, Luo Feng encouraged him. Bicalo, you have to keep up. Yes, master, Bicalo bowed. These 2 soul slaves, it was his initial plan to invest heavily in them and eventually bring them around with him in battle. However, after he trained in the 10,000 soul control, the number of soul slaves he could control had grown much larger, especially with the Bug Clan mother nest in hand. His vision had broadened. Normal sector lord pinnacle warriors would be useless to him. The plan now was continue to nurture Fan and Bicalo heavily. They were after all soul slaves, and were definitely loyal. He'll let them protect the Luo family well. After chatting with the 2 of them for a while, he quickly reached the core and most dangerous place of the ancient castle. Luo Feng rubbed the fence and gazed at the huge round ball below. It had a diameter exceeding 800 m, and its surface had many cavities with poisonous gas emitting out and spreading around. It made the entire mother nest look blurry as the poison fog engulfed the area. Many of the universe-level slave guards didn't even dare get close. Bug Clan mother nest. Dylan stared at it too. This mother nest was a huge treasure. So, with a thought, Luo Feng placed the comatose mother nest within his internal world, leaving behind a huge empty pit with poisonous gas still about. We can get rid of this ancient castle, Luo Feng ordered Fan, and Bicalo, you 2 return to the Luo residence and see Su Xian to await her orders. Yes, master, the 2 complied respectfully. So. The 2 of them became beams of light and vanished. You 2 sector lord guards, follow me, Luo Feng ordered. As for the slave army, continue to wait here for further orders. Yes, master. The slave army complied simultaneously, shaking the land and skies. The 2 sector lord guards complied as well. Luo Feng didn't stay any longer. He immediately flew towards Yangzhou City with the 2 sector lords and Dylan. Since he had placed the mother nest in his internal world and he had already finished the 3rd level of the 10,000 soul control, he couldn't wait any longer. He decided to immediately lock himself in at home and use all his energy in controlling the queen of the Bug Clan mother nest. Luo residents, Luo Feng brought Dylan and the others back home before he immediately locked himself in. He even ordered no one to disturb him unless it was an emergency. Within the dark room, the sunlight that poked in reflected off a cold beam of light from the alloy metal ground. Luo Feng sat cross-legged on the ground, back straightened, and eyes closed. His consciousness was completely within his internal world's golden, horned beast body. Internal world. In the center continent's grass patch, a completely black, huge golden horned beast stood on its 4 legs. Its body length reached over 600 kilometers, and when it stood straight up from its claws, to its back alone, the height reached over 400 kilometers. Its scaled wings could cover over 1,000 kilometers in area when spread. This golden horned beast, if placed on Earth, its back alone would reach up to space. 400 kilometers tall. If the head was included, it would be even taller. The tallest mountain on Earth was only just over 8,000 meters above sea level. And that was only sea level. Compared to this, the golden horned beast head's horns far exceeded the highest mountain in terms of body length. Its torso length plus its over 600 kilometers long scaled tail. As long as the beast rolled about in the Asia continent, the entire continent would be smashed flat. The entire continent would sink. This was a true mature space beast, a Sector Lord level 6 golden horned beast. Currently its internal world had a diameter exceeding 60 million kilometers, which was an incredibly vast world. At Sector Lord level, the golden horned beast, swallowing normal metals and evolving, would normally take 1,500 years from level 1 to 3. Levels 3 to 6, it would require 6,000 years. Level 6 to 9, it would require 36,000 years. As Luo Feng had prepared the best metal groupings, raising its efficiency to 50 times the normal 7,500 years needed to reach level 6 had become 150 years. Now obviously, his time in Lao's world had already exceeded that, hence, the current golden horned beast and Masha body were both Sector Lord level 6. The initial evolution was fast. As for the 7, 8, and 9 levels, they were much slower. Even with 50 times efficiency, every level would still require 240 years. Even though I'm only Sector Lord level 6, however, in terms of soul consciousness, am comparable to a Sector Lord level 8 or 9 human soul plus, I have extremely strong willpower control, hence I'm no weaker than a human. Sector Lord Pinnacle Luo Feng thought that, and my spirit energy amplitude reaching over 3,200. When unleashing the 10,000 soul control, even normal human Sector Lord Pinnacles are weaker than me. This time, I definitely have to succeed on my first try. Immediately enslaving the soul of the Bug Clan Queen. Black-clothed Luo Feng floated in mid-air, beside the golden horned beast that was almost like a small planet gazing at the over 800 m in diameter round ball. Mother Nest, that ball which was filled with cavities, emitted poisonous gases that filled the air, causing the grass around to rot and the surface of the ground to corrode. Time to begin. Masha Luo Feng headed down and sat on the grass, cross-legged, not moving at all as his consciousness went completely into the golden horned beast. At this time, the earth body and Masha's consciousness were all transferred into the golden horned beast body, causing it to have all of its energy. Chi-chi. The 4 thick and powerful claws, the beast gazed down at the mother nest, controlling some world energy to begin seeping in the moment it entered it. Discovered the mother nest was just like a beehive within with many caves and pathways. This was probably where large amounts of bug soldiers were produced. Within the core of the mother nest, there was a 100 m diameter empty space. And there was but one life sleeping there. Her entire body was translucent, almost like a crystal-formed soft body. She was about 12 m tall, with a pair of butterfly-like wings, the wings wrapped about her fragile body, almost like a thin cloth. Her curvaceous body was simply a work of art. Even while asleep, her forehead twitched slightly. It made one feel sorry for her. This was the Bug Clan Queen. A true member of the Bug Clan, it was the queens that formed the entire Bug Clan and dominated the universe, becoming one of the pinnacle races. Even if the human warriors were numerous as the clouds, the two races were still evenly matched. Bug Clan Queen, in terms of figure, her body is simply perfect. Even in her sleeping state, her charm is unbelievable. After the world energy swept past this absolutely perfect body of the queen, it seeped in and began to search for where her soul was. The world energy became nothing, seeping through her body. The moment it entered, Luo Feng got a shock. Within her body, it was sparkling and translucent, almost like countless energy light rays that formed within the many pathways within, along with a total of 10,000 light balls. These light balls were similar to a normal sector Lord's soul, the pearl core, however, as the construct of the bodies were completely different. The queen had 10,000 soul sources. And these 10,000 light balls had countless light threads that formed a mysterious network. A formless poison began to spread within. What a mysterious construct it makes me feel like when I had first acquired the nameless manual. The network within her body is a lot like the universe networks. Luo Feng was stunned. However, the differences from the two were stark. The nameless manual imitated the universe revolutions, while this turned the other way. This was a special life form produced by the universe. It had a peculiar construct. To control her, I have to control all of her soul sources. No wonder teacher couldn't do it back then. However, he was rather powerful in soul techniques. At least he managed to put her to sleep. Begin. The golden horned beast gazed at the mother nest. Simultaneously the world energy within the internal world began to swiftly unleash the 10,000 soul control's third level. Immediately the formless world energy swiftly formed peculiar threads, and countless threads interweaved, swiftly forming a blood-colored net that glowed with gold light. So, the blood-colored soul net flew out of the golden horned beast's body and pierced into the huge ball, entering within the queen's body. The formless net spread open and invaded every one of the light balls. Immediately, the resplendent light network was covered in a layer of blood-colored light. Countless blood-colored threads entered every soul source. The queen hadn't resisted at all. After all, she was still in her sleeping state. It's good. Almost. I have to succeed. The golden horned beast used its full energy to control the soul net. The countless threads that invaded the queen's body got deeper. However, as it got deeper, it actually awakened the queen. During the deep invasion of her souls, Hu Yanbo's technique was broken. And as her soul was in true danger, she immediately awoke and began struggling. She's awake. I have to succeed now. At the critical moment, the golden horned beast, which had long used all of its 3,200 spirit energy amplitude, raised its head and held the 5 black horns on Its forehead wrapped in complex gold engravings lit up and the light spread throughout its body. Natural ability strengthen. Rumble. The soul invasion net it had used on the queen immediately got strengthened. And its control grew even more. Succeed. Luo Feng was giving his all, his willpower and consciousness all. Pushed to their limits. Ah. The queen let out a painful howl as she opened her eyes, revealing dark blue eyes. Only her gaze was very afraid, after which she gradually quieted down and her struggled expression turned to that of calm. Her eyes were like jade water. The three consciousness returned to their bodies. In the grass patch of the internal world, black-cloaked Masha Luo Feng stood before the mother nest. He grew bigger and bigger, until finally becoming a 12 m tall giant. So, almost like a breeze, the gentle silhouette flew out from the mother nest that emanated poisonous gas, after which she landed on the grass patch. Her butterfly-like wings gently flapped, her moving blue eyes looked on at Luo Feng, almost like he was her greatest love. Her face emanated a dark mist, making it seem unclear. Master, the gentle voice that made one tremble within resounded. She bowed. Able to produce trillions of ugly bug soldiers, and yet the queen is that beautiful. If people didn't know about this before, who would have guessed? Black-cloaked Luo Feng was shocked as he spoke. Bug Clan Queen, do you have a name? Master, I'm called Alina, the queen spoke. Luo Feng nodded. From today on I'll call you Alina. You are already Sector Lord level pinnacle now. If you want to reach Undying, what do you need from me? Undying. Alina's eyes turned as she smiled gently. Master, firstly my law abilities haven't reached the level to break through. As for resources, when my law comprehension reaches that level, you can give me the resources then. Normally Emperor-level Undyings should be able to provide sufficient resources anyway for our bug clan to break through to Undying. At least from my knowledge, it is the hardest amongst our countless races. Luo Feng was helpless. If Master wishes to help me, then you can give me enough resources for me to produce bug soldiers. Alina said softly. With enough bug soldiers, only then can I help you in battle? From what I know, there are many types of bug soldiers. Luo Feng said. There are many types, Alina said with some difficulty. However, during the time of my growth I've long picked 3 main bug soldiers. I'm most proficient with these 3. If you wish to change the types, you'll have to pay quite a price. If you really wish to, it's still possible. Also, production of the soldiers is mostly split into 2 types. Which 2 types? Black-clothed Luo Feng looked at the adorable Alina. Also, what are the 3 types of soldiers you are proficient in? Queen Alina said softly. There are 3 types of bugs that I'm proficient in producing. The first is an armor-type bug that's extremely powerful. This bug is from the Tiger Armored Bug Clan. Specifically, it is part of the Yan Tan Bug Clan. The Tiger Armored has the same quality as all armored bugs: strong defense, and its strength is reputable. It definitely belongs to one of the most exceptional fighting bug warriors. Once a group of them form a faction, it'd be very hard to break through them, and the moment all of them form an endless bug army, that's terrifying. Luo Feng nodded. He knew that the bug race could be split accordingly to their abilities, such as scanning types, fighting types, assassin, long distance, and so on. This tiger armored bug belonged to the fighting type. It was somewhat similar to the cavalry. There are indeed many types of bug clans, Luo Feng thought within the Armored-type bugs alone could be split into tens of smaller divisions, and every one of those divisions could again be split into thousands of others. Master, look, this is a tiger armored bug, the Queen Alina pointed to the grass beside her. Who? In mid-air, a bug completely covered in an incredibly thick shell, over 10 stories high, 30 m appeared at its head portion. There were oval-shaped compound eyes, which were completely protected by the shell. It was almost like a helmet was covering its head. The front of its chest plate had malevolent spikes, and its powerful bent legs behind it supported its heavy body. It gave off a feeling of sturdiness, fierce and tough, almost like a tank. The aura it gave off was powerful. The armor on it was completely fiery red in color. Even its eyes, that were completely protected, were fiery red. This is a Sector Lord Pinnacle tiger armored bug, Alina introduced. Sector Lord Pinnacle. Luo Feng looked on with surprise at this 10-story tall building-like creature. As our bug clan produces countless soldiers, winning with numbers, hence none of them can ever be too huge, the Queen Alina seemed to have noticed the shockingly huge golden horned beast beside it, hence she explained the bigger size is mostly simply for protection and defense, etc., hence the amount of resources used would constantly increase as well, just like the golden horned beast. Master, with its huge size, if we built a Sector Lord bug army, we couldn't build it too big. Luo Feng laughed. The mother nest was only how big? At least Queen Alina's nest had a diameter of over 800 m. Even the undying mother nest he had encountered during his mission, the one that had killed 2 of his undying captains, that had a height of only 10 kilometers. If the mother nest was only that size, how could the soldiers be bigger? The golden horned beast from head to tail, its length exceeded over 1,200 kilometers. Alina, do you have Sector Lord bug soldiers? Luo Feng asked. I do, she nodded. How many? Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Not many, she shook her head. After the wars in the outer regions, under life-threatening situations, my bug army has almost been completely depleted, leaving behind only 11 Sector Lord Pinnacle soldiers. As for the lower level soldiers, they are all gone. The final 11 are for my protection in dire situations. I didn't expect to be hit by a soul technique from a human, with no time to summon my soldiers before I fell asleep. The Queen, at Sector Lord level, had her own internal world. Hence, after creating a large amount of soldiers, it could completely store them within her internal world, constantly building her numbers so that she could call them out during battle. Luo Feng nodded. What's the second type of soldier you can produce? The second type is a shadow-type bug, called the Shadow Spear bug. It specifically comes from the Nasi bug clan, one that has many special properties. The great being that gave birth to me is in Nasi. Luo Feng nodded. The bug types, if judged harshly, there was, but the queens, that would be considered true life forms. The countless other soldiers created were all not even considered life forms, but rather weapons. However, these soldiers with simple intellects, it wasn't that they had no chance of evolution. The fair universe didn't cut off any hope of evolution for them. Nasi were one of the many originally obedient bug soldiers. Occasionally, when called out to battle, they would eat special items and go through evolution, developing their own unique sense of identity. Among the entire bug race, there were actually quite a few others that had their own sense of identity, besides the Queen. However, very few actually become absolute beings. Nasi was one of them. The Shadow Spear clan has the traits of the shadow-type bugs with fast Speeds: they are incredibly fast, almost like illusions, and their attacks are very strong too. The only weak point is that their bodies are weaker. The Queen Alina explained. Fast speeds and strong attack with weak bodies, these are the traits of the shadow spear bugs. Master, I don't have any of these within my internal world. They were completely used up in the outer region wars back then compared to the tiger armored bugs. They are skinnier and smaller. Their shells aren't red, but a dark gray in color instead, she explained. Luo Feng nodded. One was for fighting, while another was for scanning. The tiger armored bugs were like the cavalry, while the shadow spear bugs were like the light cavalry. The final type belongs to the biggest type of the race, the mantis type, and one of the strongest one at that, the hunting mantis clan. The hunting mantis bugs that I produce belong to the Te Luo clan, she said. The hunting mantis bugs are the strongest of the three types that I'm proficient in. It has a powerful body and shocking speed. It also has astonishing defense and incredibly nimble evasive abilities, along with naturally powerful battle abilities. Her voice gradually grew louder. The amount of resources for producing one hunting mantis allows me to create almost 5 same-level shadow spear bugs or 2 tiger armored bugs. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Hunting mantis. This Queen Alina was actually able to produce hunting mantis. This was an unexpected surprise. Within the golden horned beast's inherited memories, it had a detailed introduction of the hunting mantis. The mantis type was a huge type within the bug race, second only to the armor type, and hunting mantis type was one of the top 7 types of mantis type. Each of the top 7 types all had their own proficiencies. The hunting mantis were sly. Master, this is a Sector Lord Pinnacle hunting mantis. I currently only have 11 Sector Lord Pinnacle bug soldiers, and among them, 8 of them are hunting mantis, the Queen said. Obviously, the bugs she trusted most were kept around. She pointed at the grass patch beside her, and a huge being appeared. It was 24 m tall. This bug was skinnier than the tiger armored bug, but more intrepid than the shadow spear bug. Its entire body was mostly covered in a black streamlined armor with complex black scales that had green engravings on them, making it give off a demonic energy. It had thick legs and 2 blade-like forelegs, and beside them were sharp claws. A pair of compound eyes protruded out. There were even 2 horns on its head. When its mouth occasionally opened, one could see countless sharp teeth within. This was purely a fighting machine. Its body construct had given it absolute defense, nimbleness, speed, along with the pair of claws, a complete slaughtering machine, and its dense scales seemed even more advanced than the tiger armored bug. Even if it was skinnier, its defense wasn't any weaker than the tiger armor bugs. Master, these are the tiger armor bugs, shadow spear bugs, and hunting mantis bugs. They are the 3 that I am most proficient in producing. The Queen Alina looked at Luo Feng. Of course, other lower-level bugs like the green mantis and so on, I can easily produce them on a large scale. Those don't even require any study, and are not difficult to produce at all. Any bug clan queen can easily create those low-level bugs. Luo Feng nodded and smiled. Very good. These 3 bug soldiers, they were all top class, and the hunting mantis was the highest of the lot. When can you start producing soldiers? Luo Feng asked. Anytime, she smiled. The tiger armor bug and hunting mantis soldier standing behind here were incredibly respectful. There are 2 ways to produce soldiers. I'll tell you, and you can choose. Speak. Luo Feng listened intently. The first way is to produce them on a large scale, but I can only produce weaker hunting mantis, tiger armor, and shadow spear bugs, she spoke. Creating a few star and universe level bugs is very easy. I can produce lots of them, after which we'll let them fight amongst themselves within and eat each other. The weaker ones will die and the strong ones will survive. The strong ones that eat the others would get stronger, and when there is only one left, that would be the most exceptional. It can then be nurtured to an incredibly intrepid sector lord pinnacle level bug, letting countless star and universe levels eat each other, leaving only one. The bug soldiers aren't exactly the same. Some have greater capabilities than others. The queen explained this method would get rid of the weaker ones, and the pinnacle soldier that is produced from endless slaughter would be 10 times stronger than normal sector lord pinnacle soldiers. It would be the king. The second method is the normal production method, she said. For me to produce sector lord pinnacle bug soldiers, I would require sufficient resources, and I would be able to immediately produce that level of bugs. This sort of immediate production, the speed is fast and the energy usage efficiency is also much higher. After all, since I'm immediately producing them, there would a lot less wastage. However, even though their capabilities won't be weak, it would definitely not compare to the soldier that goes through countless battles and eats countless others. Luo Feng pondered after listening. Both of these methods were very interesting. Energy resources, how's the scale? Luo Feng asked. The second method has less energy usage. The first relies on them eating each other, and the efficiency of that is low during the battles. There would be huge losses too, hence the scale would be less by about 100 times the amount of resources required to produce one king soldier is equal to the amount of resources to produce 100 of the same level bug. The Queen Alina explained. Master, please choose the method. Which way to produce the soldiers? Black-clothed Luo Feng smiled. Actually, upon hearing the detailed explanation from the Queen Alina, he had already made a decision within. I trained in the 10,000 soul control technique and am able to finally control a bug clan. Queen, the goal was to naturally have a huge bug army. Luo Feng thought the bug clan is known for its sea of soldiers, and not its elite battle tactics. I may produce a few king soldiers, but the majority of the resources would be used for the large-scale production of normal soldiers. Producing one king soldier required resources enough to make 100 normal ones, no matter how intrepid. 100 king sector lord soldiers, compared to 10,000 sector lord soldiers in a group battle, it was without a doubt that the 10,000 army would win. And in individual battles, maybe one king could break through, killing many of the others. However, in a mass fight, what was required was the numbers. I'll mainly use the second method, Luo Feng ordered. Yes, master, the Queen Alina replied gently. Tell me the resources required for the shadow spear, tiger armor, and hunting mantis bugs, Luo Feng said. No matter what, he had to clearly know each of their costs. There are many pathways for the resources, however, there are mainly 3 types. The Queen smiled. The first is to simply use universe crystals. These crystals are formed from world energy, and they can form anything. Hence, using them we can completely create any type of bug soldier. However, there are many uses for the universe crystals, hence the cost for using them would be very high. The second is to search for large amounts of metal alloy remains, a few warriors or huge beast blood, a few other materials like scale shells, muscles, etc. With this large amount of materials, I can still produce bug soldiers, and since we can choose many cheap materials, the price would be much cheaper. The third kind is to collect large amounts of bug bodies. They can instantly be used to create large amounts of soldiers. The queen smiled. Without a doubt, the first one's cost is the highest, the second is extremely low, the third requires some things. It'll depend on the quality of the bodies you collect. From what I know, purchasing the bodies within the 1008 universe countries cost too much. If you head out to the outer regions, where there are countless bodies, the price may be much lower. As for just how much you have to spend, it'll depend on your ability. Luo Feng nodded. He understood there were three methods. The first was the simplest. Supplying universe crystals was a source that could create endless amounts of soldiers. Naturally, the simplest way was also the most expensive. Tell me the price, Luo Feng asked. If I use universe crystals to create, how much would I have to spend to produce one sector Lord Pinnacle Shadow Spear, one tiger armored bug and one hunting mantis? A sector Lord Pinnacle Shadow Spear would require about 10 mixed elements worth of universe crystals, the queen said. A sector Lord Pinnacle Tiger armored bug would require about 25 mixed elements, and a hunting mantis would require about 50 mixed elements. These are pretty accurate numbers. If you want to create a king, then the price would be 100 times that. Luo Feng took a deep breath. My God! Creating a king hunting mantis sector Lord Pinnacle, that would require 5,000 mixed elements, enough to be an undying general's entire wealth. The mother nest truly isn't for anyone to play with. Just buying one sector Lord Mother Nest at the auction would lead to a price over 1 million mixed elements, and the technique to control it is just as crazy. Even if one had money, if he wasn't a super power core member, he had no place to buy it, Luo Feng exclaimed. Just the initial investment was worth over 1 million mixed elements, plus producing large amounts of soldiers. It was a bottomless pit, never ending. Hunting Mantis King, just one alone, would be 5,000 mixed elements. Even though it's intrepid, many sector Lord Pinnacle warriors wouldn't be its match. However, it simply costs too much. Whether or not I'd actually make one, I'll decide in the future. Producing the cheapest Shadow Spear bug would cost 10 mixed elements per head. 10,000 of them would be about 1 million mixed elements. Too expensive. Luo Feng shook his head. He currently only had about 2 million mixed elements left in his account, and this was his teacher's inheritance. He had been investing all this while without earning. When this bit of wealth was gone too, then he'd have nothing left. My plan initially was to create 1 million sector Lord army. The moment a million of them were produced, killing in all directions, even an emperor level undying, as long as he doesn't have teleportation or time stop, any kind of heavenly technique, even they wouldn't be able to handle me, Luo Feng thought. Emperor level undyings had their own levels and strengths. If he truly had his million sector Lord army, that would be the ultimate trump card. His strength wouldn't be weaker than an emperor level undying. Alina, Luo Feng spoke. Master, the queen looked on at Luo Feng with her jade blue eyes that were almost like water. Using metal alloy remains, blood, and materials, also bug bodies, use the quantum computer to note down the amounts. Do you know how to use a quantum computer? Luo Feng looked at her, producing a quantum computer with a flip of his hand. Master, I have one. The queen smiled. Please wait a moment, I'll immediately give you the figures of resources required to produce the soldiers. Yangzhou City, Luo residence. Luo Feng sat on a bamboo chair. Beside him, on the table, was a pot of tea with some teacups. Making a million sector lord army sure isn't easy. Luo Feng sat alone there and pondered. Babata, have you gotten any information online? I'm still checking, as there are simply too many methods to purchase the materials, all with different pricings, and the materials we are purchasing. In terms of volume, they are all materials the size of a planet, as the amount is so huge, the unit price may differ, but the overall pricings are still pretty much the same. I also have to look for the best discount, Babata said. And there are too many people selling materials in the universe. Give me some time, about 6 hours, I'll settle it. Luo Feng nodded. These sort of calculations, Babata the living AI would definitely do a better job than himself. Big brother, a surprised voice resounded. Luo Feng looked up. In the distance, his younger brother Luo Hua had a look of surprise. Ah Hua, Luo Feng waved. Big brother, aren't you supposed to be locked in? Why are you out so quickly? Luo Hua walked over and with a wave, a chair floated out and landed beside Luo Hua, poured himself a cup of tea after sitting down and asked, smiling, it hasn't been a day, and you were already out. It's unlike your usual style. I thought it would be tens to hundreds of years. Luo Feng smiled. He had gone to simply control the Bug Clan Queen, and not train. Naturally it was fast. Right, big brother. As for the investments, I have to give you a report. He smiled at Luo Feng. All Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Back then, when he didn't have too much wealth, as his young brother was exceptionally adept at investing, Luo Feng had decided to always give him a portion of his earnings. One reason was for him to have a huge space to maximize his talents, and secondly, maybe get a huge return. However, as the amount Luo Hua controlled grew more and more, the harder it was for bigger returns. When he returned over 200 years ago, back then Luo Feng had just acquired his teacher's inheritance. After returning, he chatted with his brother and gave him a small portion, 500,000 mixed elements. This 500,000 amount, Luo Feng could still afford to lose it, hence he gave it over. Back then Luo Hua had said, big brother, with this 500,000 mixed elements, I can immediately rise by 2 levels in the scale of properties I control, and I already have enough to enter the universe humans development financial market. This market was the one of the highest levels of the entire 1008 universe countries. For those who are able to invest in it, the lowest requirement was 100,000 mixed elements, hence those who are part of it, if they weren't super powers, they had superpowers backing them. Actually, this high-leveled market was aimed at attracting large amounts of investors to support the race wars. It was used to get a few undying organizations to send undyings to the universe secret regions, etc. There were many missions. However, since it was a financial market, it would naturally generate all sorts of complex dealings. The most talented in dealing and investing were all gathered here, and the amount of wealth controlled was terrifying. Some emperor-level undyings may be on good terms with others. They could gather their resources and pass it to a genius to manage. This market was filled with perilous situations and crocodiles hidden within. Even an emperor-level undying's entire wealth would be considered small fry within This top-level market, hence, the entry level, was so absurd, normal undyings couldn't even get in. Requirement of 100,000 mixed elements, that was normal here. To Luo Hua, this high-level market had a great attractiveness, as the amounts involved here were huge, hence even a slight 10 or 20 loss were huge losses. The strong ate the weak. Geniuses were eaten. Only the genuine top brass and absolute geniuses would earn here. Luo Feng had long hoped of entering this high-level market. Anyone that didn't manage to enter here meant that he wasn't truly top-notch. Big brother, when you returned the last time and gave me the 500,000 mixed elements to invest, Luo Hua laughed, even though I had run simulations of investing them before. When I truly invested it, that was when I felt true terror. Luo Feng was stunned. Luo Hua nodded, as I was careful and cautious, even though I used the 500,000. To apply for an account to participate in this market, I only invested 10,000 mixed elements the first time. I earned some initially, and hence I increased the amount to 50,000. However, after that I kept losing, but, as I was confident, I continued to increase the amount. Luo Hua lifted his cup and drank half of it, exclaiming, even though I had losses, I was confident and believed in my system. Unknowingly, I had invested all of the 500,000 mixed elements. Who'd have known that I was overconfident? Luo Feng was shocked as he heard 500,000 mixed elements. His younger brother's loss shouldn't be too absurd, right? Luckily, I had never used the guarantee level model, or even the financing for favors lever. I used cash all the way, and because it was my first time entering the market, hence I invested in the virtual universe company and huge Axe company's top 20 picks, throwing a wide net for safety, Luo Hua said. If I had simply invested in a single undying organization, I may even get to explore a universe secret region. However, if that organization fell, I would lose everything. Ah. Luo Feng nodded. He sort of understood it. This was sort of a shared risk and rewards thing. This wide net, also, since it's the virtual universe company and huge Axe Dojo's most exceptional picks, these would never fully fall, otherwise, the entirety of humanity would be gone. Luo Hua laughed. This method is very safe. However, I can't get big money from it after 120 years of investing. The highest returns I got was 2.3, increasing my entire wealth to 102.3. The lowest it got to was 91.6. Other than the initial earnings and losing after. The capital hardly ever passed the 98 mark. There was a time when I chatted with Hong about the future of Earth. It eventually gave me some inspiration about investing. Luo Hua laughed. From the 122nd year of investment, I began to change my tactics. My initial plan was wrong. Because I chose the most exceptional picks and spread a wide net. This was the easiest and safest way. However, those that managed to enter this top level market have all almost perfect skills in investment. After all, the skills I've honed over the past 100 years have almost reached its peak too. The bigger issue was the strategy, thought process, and also the occasional abrupt decisions. Luo Hua laughed. Luo Feng rubbed his head, saying softly, Luo Hua, what you've said is really complex. Whatever you said earlier about picking the exceptional, spreading a wide net, etc., I thought it sounded not bad. However, now it's become a stupid method. Not stupid. This method is very safe, and as long the timing is right, you'd still earn like 5 in an era that is already not bad. Luo Hua shook his head. However, I'm different, I haven't even lived for 500 years, I really cannot stand such dead investments that move so little. I can take it for a year or 5 years. However, after 20 to 30 years, and I wouldn't be able to take it, hence I gave up on this path. I changed this strategy even though it was somewhat radical, however it fits my personality. Luo Hua smiled at Luo Feng. The one that suits me is the best. I'm like a fish in water over this 100 years, from the initial 96 to the highest it's gone is 118. Not long ago, I just delivered the investment and it's currently at 116 about 581,000 mixed elements. From 500,000 to 581,000 mixed elements. There were many twists and turns in between. Luckily the delivery was successful. There was one organization I invested in, as they lost quite a lot in the outer region wars, their price immediately fell 60. If I didn't cash out, I would have lost over 30,000 mixed elements. Luo Hua exclaimed. Luo Feng held his breath as he heard. After explaining so much, it was much easier to understand. If one wanted to gamble and make big earnings, no matter how much money one had, it could easily be reduced to ashes in an instant even if one didn't use such an approach. Investing in a couple of the top picks, the moment they ended, the investment would end too. All the money within would be gone. Of course, the moment it grew the rewards were high too. Like Luo Hua said, if he had invested 5 times the amount, his capital could actually be 900,000 now. And investing simply in one exceptional pick, if that undying organization were to acquire huge treasures in a universe secret region, the price would double or even triple. Or it might simply end. The huge rewards were like a drug. Only those that are able to withstand it are able to survive longer within this top-level market. Even if one's mental state and levels are good, the super organizations may devise traps. If one isn't careful, they'd be finished. Luo Hua's eyes gleamed. This feeling really makes my blood boil. Luo Feng sighed. Luo Hua put down his cup. 200 years ago, you earned 81,000 mixed elements. These 200 years your big brother hasn't earned anything, but I spent a lot. Luo Feng exclaimed. Just from this 81,000 mixed elements, you've earned about 1/5 of the Black Dragon Mountain Star Field. The main thing is that you gave me enough capital. Low capital equals low returns. I wouldn't have even been able to enter the market. Luo Hua's eyes gleamed. Big brother, relax. After the small setbacks, I've truly begun to enter this market. I don't dare say that there won't be any losses, but I can guarantee that it won't exceed 20, and there's no upper limits to the profits. No limits. You seem confident. Luo Feng laughed. It's possible. Luo Hua nodded. There's hope for doubling and tripling the capital. It'll depend on my patience, grasping the opportunities, and my deductive abilities. Luo Feng laughed. Then I'll be waiting. As for my 200 years of investing, the Virtual Universe Company is very aware of it. They even sent people over to invite me to work with amounts reaching tens of millions of mixed elements. They were even willing to send a special guard team to guarantee my safety. Luo Hua shook his head. However, I rejected them. I feel I'm not mature enough yet. Luo Feng was shocked. Tens of millions of mixed elements, that was the size of official level Undying's wealth. It was indeed nothing much to the Virtual Universe Company, but their invitation was obviously their display of respect to Luo Hua. Actually, Luo Feng didn't understand that Luo Hua, who had entered the highest level of markets without losing past 10 and even over 200 years, earning 16-2 also. The ones he competed with were the most exceptional and terrifying group of big shots of the entire universe. This level of result, how shocking was it? As for attracting even the attention of the virtual universe company, it wasn't strange at all. There were investment geniuses within the universe, the only issue was that they had small capital, hence, many were stuck at the lower level investment markets. Even if they made tens of millions of times their capital, the entire scale would probably still not even reach one mixed element, hence, they were still unable to enter the higher markets. This was the importance of capital. With Luo Feng's huge amounts, Luo Hua was able to enter the market and hence began to display his talents. 6 hours later, after acquiring Babada's detailed report, Luo Feng sent his consciousness into the Virtual Universe Network. Virtual Universe, Amethyst Island. Envoy. Envoy. The many Ganwu department members all bowed respectfully as Luo Feng swiftly entered the Amethyst Palace within the island. According to Babada's sheet, if I buy the materials, the price of them will be about 1/5 when compared to the universe crystals. However, that is still too high to create a million sector lord army, even if they are all the cheapest shadow spear sector lord bugs. 1/5, the price is still too mixed elements. That would still be 2 million mixed elements. Luo Feng walked on the ground made completely of amethyst, and his footsteps resounding within the hall. Not possible. The price is too high. I only have a little more than 2 million mixed elements. I cannot waste it. I won't have enough cash in the future, and if I needed any, I'd have to ask my little brother. Luo Feng thought, and I really want to make tiger armored bugs. The tiger armored bugs had strong attacks and defense. Even a powerful undying would kill a lot less tiger armored bugs at one go compared to shadow spear bugs. Purple Lightning official Luo Feng pushed open the door and entered. Luo Feng, it's rare that you come looking for me. The 8-man Purple Lightning official smiled and walked over. It's an important matter. Luo Feng spoke. Speak. Purple Lightning official smiled. Just speak directly. He wasn't afraid of Luo Feng asking for help from him. It was more the opposite he was afraid of. It's this way, I have a good friend who's an undying, and he has a bug clan. Mother Nest. Luo Feng smiled. Hence, he needs to buy materials or bug clan corpses. Since you are the business head of the Ganwu department, you should be very clear on these matters. Do you have any way that would save money on this? Luo Feng's strategy was as such: first let Babada scour the network on the situation and then ask the Purple Lightning official. Nurturing a mother nest. Purple Lightning official exclaimed, your good friend sure has some capability. The mother nests are extremely rare at the auctions. Even to control them is extremely hard. I want to know about the materials and corpses. Luo Feng asked again. Haha. Purple Lightning official laughed. Purchasing the materials, if you look for them via the Virtual Universe Network markets, they wouldn't be any cheaper than a certain price. Actually, the best way to buy them is to buy directly from the companies. For example, those specialized in ship remains. If you buy directly from them, they would naturally pass all their remains to you as long as you check up well enough on the company's information and buy. You'd probably only have to pay 1/3 the usual price, maybe even 1/10. It depends on your ability to look for the companies. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. As for purchasing corpses, that's simple too. There are endless amounts of rubbish and remains in the outer regions that would be transferred over to the rubbish starfield. Purple Lightning laughed. Those remains contain all sorts of corpses, broken things, and so on. Even the planet fragments would all be transferred there, and large amounts of people are stationed there to split them and sell them. He laughed. If you want corpses, just head right to the rubbish starfield. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Some undyings use their connections to look directly for some members in the rubbish starfield through some underhanded methods like bribery and so on. They would get large amounts of Bug Clan corpses. Purple Lightning official exclaimed, "These are terrible. They are simply digging into the corners of the virtual universe company. They should buy them through the proper channels." After which, he winked at Luo Feng and gave him a look. Luo Feng immediately laughed. This Purple Lightning official was hinting to him that through his internal connections, look for people to bribe and get a large amount of bug corpses at low prices. However, as this was still within the virtual universe network, he couldn't say it outright. His hint, however, was more than obvious enough. However, the virtual universe would usually overlook such matters, as long as one didn't blatantly violate the rules. There are a total of 9 rubbish starfields, and 9 vast spaces, especially for the countless corpses and remains of ships, puppet remains, huge weaponry, planet fragments, etc. from the outer region wars. He laughed. These 9 great starfields, as long as Luo Feng checks up on them, you'll know about them. Right, you may not be too familiar. Let me give you a virtual universe network number. It's a person in charge there, and he is a good friend of mine. Just tell him that I introduced you. If you know him, it'd be easier when you get over there. After which, he winked once again and gave him a similar gaze. Okay, Luo Feng smiled and nodded. Of course he understood. Through this person, he could get a large amount of bug corpses. The day after meeting with Purple Lightning official, Luo Feng and Dylan sat in the Yunmo planet ship and left Earth, heading towards one of the 9 rubbish starfields, Wulong Starfield. The Yunmo planet ship flew with almost zero noise at 50 times light speed. Within the dark universe, within its resting quarters, Luo Feng lay on the bed. While resting against the wall, as he looked at the simulator screen before him, on it displayed was the detailed information and numbers of some companies. Simply using universe crystals to produce bug warriors is definitely not realistic. Luo Feng frowned and said, and buying from the companies seems very complex also. Babada's sharp voice resounded within the quarters. It is very complex. Indeed, the main thing is that you can buy the alloy remains, materials, and so on if you request things like ship remains, etc., and your lowest grade requirements are C grade. It would be best if they are D or E grade instead. These remains, scales, and so on all are high-leveled items. Also the blood. They all have to be at least universe-level beasts or similar life-form blood. How will they earn any profit with them even though those business have these items within their scope, covering tens of starfields, even though they have D and E grade ship and alloy remains, they still have to deal with the A, B, and C grades. After all, the low-level business are what brings in the most quantity. But that's useless to me. Luo Feng frowned. He wanted to build a Sector Lord army. Producing Sector Lord pinnacle bug soldiers required metals, matter, blood, and other materials, and they had high requirements among them too. The best was E Grade, even if they aren't top grade and are slightly lousier, he'll use. Quantity, to compensate, however, the lower C grade alloys and metals are. Probably the lowest he could go any lower, and it wouldn't be effective at all. However, the entire Ganwu universe country, there were only very few companies dealing with E-grade ship remains and alloy remains. However, for these business to reach such levels, they usually had huge backgrounds. Their true mother company may be the virtual universe company, hence, they wouldn't sell their goods that easily. And some with huge ranges of business, it wasn't worth buying from them, as A and B grade alloy metals took most of the market. The Method Purple Lightning official had mentioned. Luo Feng shook his head, realistically comparing what he said and the numbers are indeed true. Hence, it was this troublesome. These numbers were all provided by Purple Lightning official. Just within the Ganwu universe country regions, there were a large number of companies that provided such detailed numbers. They were already considered very high-leveled. Those without any ability wouldn't be able to acquire such numbers, and Purple Lightning official, as the head of the business department, naturally had knowledge of such numbers, and Luo Feng could use his supervisor envoy position to acquire these numbers without triggering any breaches from the virtual universe company. You can't blame Purple Lightning official, Luo Feng. He only knows that you want to produce bug warriors. How would he know that you want to produce Sector Lord level? Normal battles would normally simply produce large numbers of Star Traveler, Star, and Universe level bugs. Even though they are canon fodder, when their numbers added up, it's still useful in the outer region wars, Babata said. Endless bug army. One mother nest could produce a shocking numbers of bugs in the outer regions. When the entire bug clan and their large number of mother nests combined their low-leveled bugs together, the sea of bugs formed would be terrifying. I'm not using it in the outer region wars, but I need an army strong enough to fight Undyings. I only have one mother nest to produce low-leveled bugs. The value would be too low. It doesn't meet my needs at all. Luo Feng shook his head, and to let these low-leveled bugs fight it out and evolve to Sector Lord level, the amount of energy wasted would be 100 times more. It doesn't meet my requirements either. Luo Feng: I've already calculated, if we buy the companies, we would probably be able to buy 91 of the 95 companies. We would use about 1/10 of the amount used in universe crystals to produce the soldiers, Babata said. Luo Feng nodded. That way, the million sector Lord Shadow Spear bug army would require 1 million mixed elements. 1 million sector Lord Tiger armored bugs would require 5 million mixed elements. 1 million hunting mantis bugs would require 5 million mixed elements. Of course, Luo Feng wouldn't even think about making king sector lords, which was 100 times the price. It was just too expensive. It's still high. Luo Feng frowned. I want a million sector Lord Tiger armored bugs. That still requires 5 million mixed elements. I only have a little more than 2 million in my account. It's not even 5 million. Back then, Hu Yanbo had left Luo Feng about 122 million mixed elements in order to repair and upgrade the UNMO planet ship to nurture the cloud contact vine. He had already used over 400,000 mixed elements. Later on, he gave his younger brother 500,000 mixed elements to invest, leaving him with only 218 million mixed elements. Luo Feng: this is already the limit, Babata said. Purple Lightning official: is the head of the Ganwu business department and you are the supervisor envoy. Hence, you are able to get such detailed numbers at such a low price. Otherwise, the numbers would be about twice the amount to get 1,000,000 tiger. Armored bugs, you'd need about 3.8 million mixed elements. Luo Feng nodded. Of course he knew that this was the benefit of power, the reduction from 3.8 to 2.5 million, a total of 1.3 million was saved. This was definitely an incredibly huge sum. However, his wealth wasn't sufficient as he only had 218 million mixed elements. Naturally, he had to find ways to save as much as possible. Wulong Starfield, as one of the 9 great rubbish star fields, it was situated in an extremely rural and desolate region of humanity's territory. From Earth in the Ganwu universe country, even at 50 times light speed in the dark universe, it still required about a year and 2 months to get there. Virtual universe, Ganwu continent. Within a huge restaurant that stretched high into the clouds, a dark red-skinned, large-mouthed man with dark green short hair dressed in an exquisite long robe walked into the spacious hall. A formless pressure engulfed the area, and directly behind him, a group of good-looking men and women followed in 2 rows. Beside him a green-skinned silver-robed man followed, and was always smiling. To the top level, the dark red-skinned leader walked to the escalator. The tens of men and women stood outside the escalator, almost as though they were stopping anyone from going there. Hua! The escalator rose. Attention all, the guests above this escalator. A manager of this luxurious restaurant walked over. He was about to speak. Get lost. The pressure the 10 men and women simultaneously released caused the simple-minded manager's consciousness to immediately crumble as he fell to the ground. There wasn't a single sound within the entire first level. Everyone was shocked and fearful as they realized that these 10 men and women were all undyings. Within the escalator, it took a while to go from level 1 to level 9822. Master, is there a need to personally come see this? Luo Feng won't sending someone under you be sufficient? He's, after all, just a small punk. The silver-robed man said humbly. What do you know? Do you know who his teacher is? The dark red-skinned leader spoke, his mouth opened wide as he smiled. It's that powerful True Yan Emperor. The man beside said. True Yan's position is very special, but he is only his disciple within our virtual universe company. There are even a few disciples of knights. What's more, these ultimate beings have disciples all over. They wouldn't easily help all their disciples. Even if they fall, they will just let them fall. The leader smiled. Let me tell you, his undying guard right now is called Dylan. Dylan's teacher is Bloodthirst Emperor Taijun, and Bloodthirst Emperor is True Yan's most exceptional disciple. As for Dylan, from what I know, his true strength is almost at the official undying level. To let an official level undying stick to Luo Feng and guard him, he. Ah. The silver-robed man was shocked. Master, I understand True Yan had secretly sent Dylan to protect Luo Feng. This means he pays extra attention to Luo Feng. The universe knights all stood high and mighty above all, slightly guiding their disciples is already considered not bad. They wouldn't waste too much effort. Even though True Yan had yet to become a universe knight, in many warriors' eyes, he was extremely close to becoming one. Even if a knight wanted to kill him, it would be hard to succeed. Such a level of being was the most terrifying within the Emperor level undyings. Wang. The escalator slowed down and finally stopped on the top level, level 9822. The entire top level only had one table, and there sat a black-haired youth. Beside him stood a bald-headed, black-robed man. Longju Emperor Luo Feng got up and smiled as he shouted. "Ha!" The dark red-skinned leader laughed loudly, walking straight to Luo Feng, sizing him up as he smiled. "Indeed, one of the important geniuses of this generation's competition. Your bearing sure isn't ordinary. Let's sit and talk." After which, the leader sat opposite Luo Feng and the silver-robed man sat respectfully behind. "For Longju Emperor to be willing to meet me, I'm extremely excited and happy." Luo Feng said this Longju Emperor's name was Tian Qiong. He was the good friend that Purple Lightning official had mentioned. He was also one of the powerful managers with control over the Wulong star field, and he had just been given the title Emperor a few tens of thousands of years ago. His true strength was barely at Emperor level. However, as he belonged to the upper echelon of the Wulong starfield, one of the 9 great rubbish star fields, even though everybody calls it the rubbish star fields, in truth, these 9 star fields in terms of value, were worth more than even the 9 starfields themselves. As the outer region wars go on, there would be endless remains from the battles that were transported over here, and these remains were made up of many Sector Lord weapons, flying weapons, along with the countless treasures that fly out after their internal worlds crumbled. There were also many weapons that were created by undyings, etc., a large amount of technological weapons, automaton dolls. Even though they were all damaged, once the quantity adds up, their value was still unbelievable. Race wars. The rubbish, their value was unbelievable. Hence, to become one of the upper echelon members of one of these starfields, it was even more impressive than being the head of a department of the Gonwu department. These beings usually had even emperor-level undyings call them in for favors. Even universe knights would occasionally come. Hence, even though his strength wasn't much, his position was extremely high. Originally, it was just a simple invitation. However, Luo Feng didn't expect for him to personally come welcome him in the virtual universe. Once he got the acceptance, he was incredibly surprised. "I heard that you want some bug corpses." Longju Emperor spoke with his mouth wide open, laughing. "I do need some." Luo Feng smiled. "How much?" The dark red-skinned leader lifted his wine glass and sipped, after which he looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng muttered to himself softly, "If I want all Sector Lord pinnacle bug corpses, and not bad ones like tiger armored bugs, I need about 10 million corpses." 10 million, Sector Lord Pinnacle. Tian Qiong was somewhat stunned as his red eyes gazed at Luo Feng. The silver-robed man sitting behind Tian Qiong was shocked too, looking at this black-haired youth before him. This Luo Feng sure is vicious. He is actually ready to buy 10 million Sector Lord Pinnacle bug corpses. This is about the max master can deal in one order. Okay, luckily it's still within my authority. If you required any more, I'd have to have an audit with the other managers. Tian Qiong put down his glass. "Then I'm in your debt." Longju Emperor Luo Feng sighed within. Even though it was 10 million bug corpses, those were referring to complete bodies. However, most of the corpses from the outer regions were all damaged. It normally took a few additional body parts added together to be considered one complete body. After all, buying bug corpses, the people buying them were mostly human warriors who owned mother nests, all for producing large amounts of bug soldiers. They didn't require perfect corpses. However, according to what Aina told me, 5 or 6 complete tiger armored bug corpses. When swallowed, she would be able to produce 1 living tiger armored bug after getting 10 million complete corpses. Building the Sector Lord army wouldn't be a problem. Luo Feng finally felt relief, as the biggest problem to building the Sector Lord army was the huge resources that it required. If he used normal A-grade metals, even 100 Earth-sized metals, along with the same low-level blood and materials, etc., it wouldn't even be able to produce 1 Sector Lord pinnacle bug. Sector Lord. As for natural evolution, it normally took 1,000 galaxies to produce 1 Sector Lord. With an absolute being's guidance, the probability would rise by 10 times. However, the numbers were still very small. A Sector Lord, with a wave of his hand, could cause great destruction on an entire planet. Hence, creating a Sector Lord pinnacle bug, one could only imagine the resources required. Luckily, Luo Feng only required the corpses of the Sector Lord pinnacle bugs. If he went for Domain Lord pinnacle corpses, the amount needed would be 10,000 times more. He would require 100 billion Domain Lord pinnacle bug corpses. 1 hour later, the dark red skin leader Tian Qiong, with the silver-robed man beside, brought his tens of undyings and left the luxurious restaurant. At the top level, Luo Feng gazed down through the glass. This was the 9,822nd level, and it was about 100 kilometers from here to the bottom level. However, Luo Feng could still easily see the endless people within the pathways below. The many races of humanity had all sorts of appearances. Your Majesty, congratulations. Dylan smiled with Longju Emperor's agreement. This matter is settled without a hitch, right? Why is Your Majesty buying so many bug corpses, and who are you buying them for? For myself, Luo Feng said. Ah. Dylan's eyes gleamed as he smiled. Even though you have a mother nest, you have no way to control it. Why are you getting so many corpses now? The bodies will rot and decay over time. Only undyings were eternal. Sector Lord bodies would indeed rot. Hence I require Sector Lord pinnacle bug corpses, Luo Feng said. Indifferently, the higher the power, the slower the bodies will rot. Those normal student-level bodies would begin to rot in 10 days to half a month. Universe level would take decades to hundreds of years. Sector Lord pinnacle, even after 10,000 years, would still only rot a little. After another few tens of thousands of years, it would only rot to the bones. Finally, after another tens of thousands of years, only then would it fully decay. I'm speaking about humans. The bug clan. Their construct is different from humans. Their surface level has scales and shells, etc. They are able to last longer. Also, that's without maintenance. If I freeze them, the process would be delayed hundreds to thousands of times. Luo Feng said indifferently. Getting Sector Lord pinnacle bug corpses, even after storing for 100,000 years, as long as they are frozen, they definitely wouldn't rot. Dylan nodded. Anyway, whatever I don't use, I can sell in the future. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. What's more, I have a mother nest. I will definitely find a way to control it according to my plan. I won't stay at Domain Lord level over 10,000 years. When I reach Sector Lord pinnacle, I'll naturally have a way to control it. Your Majesty has planned far ahead. Dylan smiled. Luo Feng glanced at Dylan. He had told Purple Lightning official he was buying for someone else earlier. However, Dylan had been sticking by him all this while, and even if he was under the same lineage, under true Yan Emperor, whichever undying he knew, Dylan probably knew even more lying to Dylan would eventually be exposed. Hence, he simply admitted to it. And Dylan was under true Yan's orders to protect him. Every move he made would be reported to true Yan. True Yan Emperor was his teacher. Other than his own personal secret, he would rather not lie about anything else. Planned far ahead to compete with the pinnacle geniuses of humanity. How can I not plan far ahead? If I only look at the present, I would be exceeded by others. Luo Feng smiled indifferently, like how I've already purchased the soul control technique and began its training, all in the hopes of controlling the mother nest in the future. Dylan's eyes gleamed, smiling as he complimented and nodded. I respect your Majesty's forward thinking when you own the mother nest in the future and make a bug army. Hee, Your Majesty, I await that day. Haha, Luo Feng laughed. He had long completed the third level of 10,000 soul control and controlled the mother nest. The moment he had enough Sector Lord bug corpses, he would immediately begin producing that army. With the Sector Lord army in hand, when I explore at Sector Lord level, I'll be able to go to dangerous places. Luo Feng anticipated. The Yunmo planet ship continued to fly in the dark universe. In the 9th month after he left Earth, virtual universe, Black Dragon Mountain, 9-Star Bay. Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God sat around a table. The past few times we tried contacting you, we couldn't even get through big brother. Luo Feng lifted his teapot and poured 3 cups. The amber-like tea flowed into the cups. Did you cut off connections? 30. Don't bring up big brother. How many times have I looked for you? During these 100 years, the white-robed, bald man, Thunder God said, and you only returned to 9-Stay Bay a few times. When I look for you at other times, you always cut off all connections. Big brother too. During these 100 years, I've never even contacted you. The two of you are so busy. Don't say that it is just us. Luo Feng looked at Thunder God. Second brother, you haven't been on Earth these past 200 years. Back then, you even said you'd stay rooted on Earth. The two of them argued for a while. Beside them, Hong lifted his teacup and smiled at their noise as he sipped his tea. Big brother, 30 went to the Gold Horn race home within these 100 years. Thunder God said the Gold Horn race is another race besides humanity. However, they are subservient to humanity, right? Don't spread this news about them, it's just for us to know. Hong nodded. Luo Feng and Thunder God exchanged glances. Because of Ji Qing's matter back then, Hong seemed very calm on the surface. However, the two brothers knew that it was a huge blow to him. After that, Hong went to join the Huge Axe Dojo's elite training faction, after which Luo Feng and Thunder God, other than the initial conversations, lost contact with him. They hadn't contacted each other in over 100 years. Big brother, Luo Feng spoke. Hong looked over. What have you been doing over these 100 years? Luo Feng asked. Primal Chaos City, Hong said. Primal Chaos City. Luo Feng was stunned. Beside him, Thunder God stared wide-eyed too. Luo Feng had been there before, hence Thunder God was very clear on what it meant. Simply going there was extremely difficult. The last time after Jade Dome Planet's incident, I went to the elite training camp there. I spent the years working hard and improved quite a bit. Finally, I was accepted into the Huge Axe Dojo's core. Hong smiled. Indifferently, the group of special elites accepted then had the chance to go To primal chaos city, to train. My time there was similar to yours, akin to the outside world of 100 years. It was just yesterday that I left the primal universe. Right now, I'm heading towards one of the huge Axe Dojo's secret regions. I'm currently in a ship and my consciousness is in the virtual universe network, chatting with you too. Damn, Thunder God stared. Damn, Luo Feng could only say this too. Truly. This Big Brother Hong was seriously too low profile. Big Brother, you are too calm for someone who had entered the core of the huge Axe Dojo. Even the geniuses from the entire Ganwu universe country wouldn't necessarily be picked now that you've entered their core. You actually told no one and seemed so calm, not even telling anyone about your 100 years in Primal Chaos City. Thunder God stared wide-eyed. It was a lucky incident, and it made my training more solid. What's there to be proud of? Hong said casually. You are vicious. Thunder God was speechless. Big Brother, are you poking fun at him, and about my pride? Luo Feng looked at Hong. Haha. Hong laughed. Alright, it was a small matter. Also the huge Axe Dojo would pick special elites from the entire universe, and after which, they go through another round of selection. Even if one gets into the core, they are only in the outer circles of the core, akin to your last phase members of the virtual universe company. It's nothing to be proud of when the day comes that I'm able to enter the innermost core of the huge Axe secret region, becoming a true member of the organization. I will definitely celebrate big time then. Luo Feng and Thunder God exchanged glances and smiled. From the Ganwu universe country's Milky Way heading to the distant Wulong starfield, it was indeed very far. After a year and 2 months of travel, Luo Feng and his group finally arrived at the Wulong starfield. Wulong starfield was one of the 9 great rubbish starfields, but, in truth it was a true treasure ground. Within the dark space, a ripple occurred and a triangular blood-colored universe ship appeared. Within the control room, Luo Feng and Dylan both gazed at the floating group of palaces in space. Luo Feng, we've arrived at the coordinates. Universe travel is now complete. We are very close to the palace from here. It'll only take 25 minutes to get there. Babata's voice resounded within the control room. After 1 year and 2 months, we've finally arrived. It sure wasn't easy coming here. Luo Feng smiled. Let's go and meet Tian Qiong. Yes. The Yun-Mo planet ship accelerated again and became a blur as it flew towards the palace. The palaces were well organized with outer walls, and within the walls were tens of palaces, all at different heights. The entire area took up an area of over 100,000 kilometers, and outside of these palaces were black armored guards patrolling. The security system had long discovered Luo Feng's group. Stop! A warning signal was sent to the Yun-Mo planet ship. I am Luo Feng here, to see Longju Emperor. The ship returned a message. After a while, with the Yun-Mo planet ship stopped outside the walls, Luo Feng kept the ship. As the two of them stood in space looking at the vast palaces, the palaces had an energy barrier that flashed occasionally and covered the palaces completely. With Luo Feng's vision, he could instantly tell that it was of a higher grade than the Yun-Mo planet ships. The moment he tried to barge in it would trigger the defense system's attack. Rumble, the main entrance opened. The silver-robed man brought with him a large group of black armored guards. Seeing Luo Feng and Dylan, he smiled. Luo Feng, the master is already waiting for you. Please follow me. Luo Feng and Dylan followed him and the group, entering the palace. rumble, the entrance closed behind them. The tallest and most majestic palace of the group, at the entrance stood a large group of white-robed guards. They were all Sector Lord Pinnacle level. Luo Feng and Dylan followed the silver-robed man into the palace and along the pathways, quickly reaching a quiet, slanted hall. Haha, Luo Feng, this is the real first time we are meeting, the dark red skinned and red-eyed Longju Emperor Tian Qiong laughed loudly. Sit, both of you. Thank you, Longju Emperor. Luo Feng said respectfully, following which Dylan and him sat down. The last time we met was in the virtual universe, since the entire network was under the virtual universe company's surveillance. Many things couldn't be said fully. Longju Emperor laughed. You said back then you wanted to buy 10 million Sector Lord Pinnacle bug corpses. I wasn't clear if you had checked up in secret before. In truth, this number is indeed the upper limit of what I can supply to you alone. Luo Feng was stunned. The 9 great rubbish starfields, any one starfield is more wealthy than an entire universe country, Longju Emperor emphasized. Hence, there are a total of 5 people at the top of management in Wulong Starfield. They are separate from the virtual universe company, Huge Axe Dojo, Universe First Bank, the 5 Leviathans. As long as the scale of a sale doesn't exceed 10 million units, we can all individually act. However, the moment it exceeds that amount, all 5 have to audit it. Longju Emperor smiled. If anyone has too much power, it could result in large amount of resources being lost. Luo Feng nodded. And here, every 100,000 Sector Lord Pinnacle bug corpses are priced at 10,000. Mixed elements, you want to buy 10 million, hence that would be 1 million. Mixed elements, he looked at Luo Feng, considering it is right at my limit. Looks like there's someone who told you about this. This is simply too much of a coincidence. Luo Feng was stunned. I really wasn't informed of this. Longju Emperor glanced at Luo Feng without asking any more. He squinted his eyes, his red eyes that made people tremble, glanced at Luo Feng. The 10 million Sector Lord Pinnacle bug corpses are priced at 1 million. Mixed elements, wait a while I go pay. Can there be any discounts? Luo Feng asked. No. Longju Emperor shook his head. This is the fixed price set by the 5 Leviathans. 100,000 Sector Lord Pinnacle bug corpses, or 1 billion Domain Lord Pinnacle bug corpses. They are all sold for 10,000 mixed elements. There's no room for any discounts. Luo Feng frowned. He had looked for Longju Emperor in the hopes of a discount, however it seemed like that was impossible. Whether it's me or the other 4 managers, our deals, the prices are all fixed. We cannot mess with it. He noticed Luo Feng's expression. He couldn't help but burst out laughing. Little punk, looks like you are nervous. Don't worry. Hold it in. There's bound to be loopholes in any law. He rubbed his chin, looking at Luo Feng. This Bug Clan Corpse deal naturally has its loophole. You were introduced by Purple Lightning official, and you are the disciple of True Yen Emperor, of whom I respect. Let me help you out. Luo Feng listened intently. Firstly, the amount of money cannot be any less. He smiled. However, you should know that the Bug Clan has many divisions and types. The top-level bugs, compared to the low-level bugs, all are Sector Lord Pinnacle bugs. However, their price may vary by 10 times. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Right. A Sector Lord Pinnacle Shadow Spear bug body, compared to a hunting mantis body, how could the price be the same? The difference was about 5 times. Every 100,000 corpses are sold as 1 unit. Longju Emperor smiled. However, on Wulong Star Field, there are countless corpses stored and split into countless units. Within some units, there are more high-level corpses, while others have more low-level corpses. Among all the Sector Lord Pinnacle corpses, different units will have differences in prices of 2 to 3 times. The extreme ones can reach up to 4 or 5 times. Luo Feng nodded. Right. 10 million Shadow Spear corpses, compared to 10 million Hunting Mantis corpses. The difference was 5 times. 5 times, what was that? 1 million mixed elements. It could buy bug corpses worth 5 million mixed elements. The profit in this was shocking. In one deal alone, one could earn 4 million mixed elements in profits. How terrifying was this? Of course, in reality, it was hard to find such shocking differences in prices of units. Normally the difference was only about 2 or 3 times. Here's 200 numbers. Tian Qiong flipped his hand and threw out 200 metal cards. On them were complex numbers. This is... Luo Feng raised his hand and used his spirit energy to grab them. Every metal card was about the size of his palm, but the 200 of them combined reached almost his height. The numbers on each of them were very complex. For example, one of them was B24 61 954 531 2 96289 71,833. Every number represents a goods unit. Tian Qiong laughed. With one metal card, you'll be able to buy 1 unit of Sector Lord Pinnacle bug corpses. Every unit has 100,000 corpses within 200 units. Isn't that 20 million? Luo Feng was stunned. These 200 units are all not bad. They all exceed their value, and some even had high-level bugs. Tian Qiong laughed. I'm giving you 200 metal cards for you to go and choose from. Go pick the best 100 units. When you are done picking, you can return me the remaining metal cards. Understood. Luo Feng smiled and nodded. He felt gratitude within this. Tian Qiong didn't source for any benefits or hint at any. Luo Feng didn't know to such a level of being like Tian Qiong. What benefit could Luo Feng give him? He'd rather do him a favor, and at times these favors were worth more than getting any benefits, and will be more useful in the future. To be in such a lucrative post, other than background, one had to have integrity. Oh, this is a medium-sized world ring. Tian Qiong tossed out a silver ring. There's an internal world within that has an area of 100,000 kilometers. Since you've purchased 1 million mixed elements worth of items, you get the chance to go to Rubbish Mountain to take some treasures. Take treasures? Luo Feng was stunned. Tian Qiong nodded. The wars in the outer regions have caused countless remains to be sent here. All sorts of remains, some worth anything, have already been divided and sold by themselves. There are others that are low in worth that would all be gathered in different places, floating in space. That's Rubbish Mountain. Those that come here to buy would all get a world ring and choose some items within Rubbish Mountain to place in them until the ring is full. That would be the end of the trip. Luo Feng nodded. With an area of 100,000 kilometers, one could put hundreds to even 1,000 Earths in it. How huge was this? One could easily see the wealth of the business of these 9 great rubbish starfields. Haha, Rubbish Mountain is the accumulation of trillions of years among these countless rubbish mountains. Who knows how many things have been stored there? There may be some treasures. Tian Qiong said. You've been given the world ring, and it's a medium-sized one. it can store quite a bit. Go pick your items. Well, you may even get some treasures. Luo Feng laughed. Go, head over to the financial affairs side to pay. After that, you can enter Wulong Starfield. Within the super huge treasure trove, you can slowly pick your bug corpse units and treasures. Tian Qiong laughed and stood up. 200 metal cards and the silver space ring, they were both tokens that represented Luo Feng, could enter Wulong Starfield and take the items. Luo Feng, Sector Lord Pinnacle Bug Corpses, 100 units. Deal success. Lord, 1 million mixed elements have already been transferred. A beautiful gold long-haired lady, Undying, said respectfully. Tian Qiong nodded, turning to look at Luo Feng and Dylan. Luo Feng. Let's go, I'll send you to within Wulong Starfield. After a while. Humanity's territory, there's been an account transfer in one of the 9 great rubbish starfields, Wulong Starfield. It has number 3, Luo Feng's name, and he just spent 1 million mixed elements, acquiring the chance to enter Wulong Starfield, and bought 100 units of Sector Lord Pinnacle Bug Corpses. He will most probably be spending the next 10-30 days in Wulong Starfield. A report that had been encoded hundreds of times within the virtual universe in a very simply mail format had been sent to one of the organization's mail reception points.